Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. And we are almost at the conclusion of Casey Anthony's trial. So we are continuing with the day 28. We're in the middle of day 28 for Casey Anthony's trial. Things are getting very interesting. We still have to hear from this person who George allegedly was seeing on the side, some friend. So we still have to wait for her to testify. But we are seeing a lot of forensic scientists testify and all that good stuff, DNA, all that exciting stuff. So we heard Cindy was back on the stand. That was yesterday, talking about how she was the one who performed a search for chloroform. Very interesting. We also heard about the 84 searches, really possibly were not 84 searches, but there's some sort of glitch. Something wrong. Something doesn't actually add up about the 84 searches. So let's continue with the trial today. We're getting through it. Maybe today will be the day. I mean, maybe we'll end today. Maybe tomorrow, and then we'll get into closing arguments before the end of the week. And then we'll put this case to rest. All right, here we go. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Let's continue.
I believe so, yes. Is that the best technique to use in obtaining the maximum variety of compounds, even very minute amounts?
Proper bolstering?
Overall?
It's one method. I don't know that it's the best method. It's a commonly used method, so that it is.
Now, of all of these studies that you cite, how many of them involved decomposition odors from whole body as opposed to parts?
From the ones that are listed here, it would be those same four.
So Kerath, and Voss are the only ones on this list that actually look at entire human bodies.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So the Hoffman, Caldwell, Lorenzo, and Tulliver studies were all studies of things typically used for canine training aids. Portions, correct?
Yeah, there'd be portions of a decomposing body at different stages of decomposition.
Like blood?
Yes.
What else?
Blood, usually adipose tissue, bone, oftentimes a early stage decomposition material. Some people will use like placenta or some other human-derived material that's not of the whole body, but that is at a different stage of decomposition.
And this study bears out that those studies that look at decomposition of the entire body find more variation of compounds than those studies that only look at specific parts. Isn't that true?
No, I don't believe that's true. I think when you look at the total list, there are many compounds in most of the studies, and they don't necessarily correlate based on whether it's whole body or body parts.
So you haven't found from the study that Dr. Stephanopoulos and Dr. Voss's studies generally found a wider variety of compounds than the other studies that did not look at the entire human body?
I think they find a larger number of total compounds, likely because they were utilizing the triple sorbent trap, as I mentioned, which tends to collect more higher concentration of compounds.
So the fact that a large number of these compounds were only found in Dr. Voss's work may be because Dr. Voss is the only one that looked at longitudinal decomposition and used triple sorbent traps. Isn't that right?
Proper bolstering.
Doesn't that make sense?
I don't believe so, because Stephanopoulos also used triple sorbent trap and didn't see the same compounds.
But did Stephanopoulos look at a longitudinal decomposition process? He looked at 1 day, right?
Correct.
Stephanopoulos sampled his corpses 1 day.
Correct.
Not over 4 years.
Correct. But generally speaking, when a person decomposes and you see people become more similar in terms of compounds they produce, it doesn't change from day to day. You get a consistency, which is what's happening when you move from a live human to human remains.
So don't you agree that the compounds emanated from decomposition change over time based on the stage of decomposition?
Oh, yes, you would see the ratios of compounds can change, and the identity of compounds can change as the decomposition process proceeds.
And of course, of all these studies, how many of these studies look at anaerobic decomposition? That is decomposition in an oxygen limited or deprived environment.
I believe only in terms of bodies, it would be the Voss studies where he had actually buried his subjects.
So the fact that Dr. Voss found a large number of compounds that other studies did not may be attributed to the fact that he was looking in a different way. Isn't that most probable?
I couldn't say that that's most probable. There's but it could be that a body buried deep could produce some compounds that aren't produced from a body that's, say, at the surface. That's a possibility.
But you would agree the more information that you have about the chemistry of human decomposition, the better someone is able to draw an opinion. More information, the better, correct?
Yes, that's why the more studies we have, the better in terms of being able to determine the source of human decomposition.
Now, while you state that the chemical analysis of the odor is not sufficient by itself to establish human decomposition, you would agree that the information is helpful in limiting the possible sources of that odor, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, can you tell me, based upon the chemical analysis of the odor, of the substance of volatile fatty acids in the paper towel, the inorganic compounds found in the carpet, and the volatile fatty acid found in the carpet, those four items that Dr. Voss's study showed, Can you tell us, can all four of those be explained by the presence of a dead human body in the trunk of that car?
I would say it's possible to be explained by the presence of a dead human body in the trunk of the car with possibly some additional chemicals present from other materials.
What additional chemicals would you have to have?
Well, the chloroform and the carbon tetrachloride have only been reported in 2 studies, so they could have come from other sources, because otherwise they're inconsistent with the other studies that have been published related to the presence or absence of human remains.
But there are 2 studies that do find both those chemicals in human decomposition, correct?
Yes, by the same person who did this analysis, that's right.
But so unless you discredit that study, which you don't, then those could be accounted for by human decomposition, right?
Well, I guess I am discounting or discrediting those studies in regard to them being of limited scope and still being ongoing research, and not to the level that you can measure the reliability of the method.
Do you question whether Dr. Voss's studies actually found carbon tetrachloride in chloroform?
I know he
It's in the studies, not in the case law.
Yeah.
To be allowed to complete his answer.
Hey, doctor, did you finish your answer?
No, not yet.
Go ahead, finish your answer.
Just want to make sure I understood the question. Go ahead.
Yes. In his study, he did not run standards, so he's basing it on mass spectral interpretation, which may or may not be correct. But other than that, I believe he saw those based on the mass spectrum that were produced by his instrument.
Are you now indicating that you have some question about whether his study for the 2004-2008 paper were done thoroughly and properly?
If you want to call it that, I mean, it's just as I explained earlier. Normally, you run standards to look at the retention time and look at the mass spectrum to confirm the identity. And in the papers, he says that they did not do that. They just relied on the mass spectral patterns.
For counsel's benefit, page. Sorry. Do you recall having your deposition taken February 19th of 2011?
Yes.
Page 43, line 6 for counsel. May I approach the witness?
You may.
The portion I want you to read is the highlighted portion. If you'd like to read further back for context, please feel free. And when you've done that, we'll stop.
You done?
You done?
Yes.
Doctor, it's true, is it not, that, should I read it correctly? That in reference to those same studies during your deposition on February 19th of 2011, you said, and I quote, "I'm not saying that the study was not done properly or not done thoroughly. I'm just saying that it's my opinion that this area is still ongoing research, active research, and the merit has yet to be fully measurable." Isn't that what you said? The study was not done. You said you're not saying it was not done properly or thoroughly. Have you changed your opinion?
No, I'm just adding to it. I mean, I have in my publications, and in some cases, I run with standards. If I'm going to rely on the identity of the compounds, I'll run standards, and I have publications where I rely on the mass spectrum, saying that there's another step that's missing. I'm not saying that it means that the work does not have scientific merit. I'm just saying that there's additional work that really needs to be done.
Can we go back to the slide? Do you have your, are you running the slides or are you? Yes. Could you go back to the slide with the study involving the Morgan and crematorium?
With the table?
You know what, I don't think we have a larger table on this one. In the study done at, that was published recently, it's true, is it not, that you all used the spectral library to identify a number of compounds that you found in your study? Is that right?
That's correct. In the table that we published, the top 20 compounds, we ran standards to be sure of the identity, but the others, which we found in less than 50% of the cases, we didn't run the standards.
Yet you still published the data. Correct.
Yes, because we weren't focusing on those compounds.
Now, what other one single event or substance, other than a decomposing human body, can explain all of the findings of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the 4 things we talked about? Is there any other one thing that could explain all of them other than a decomposing human body?
It would most likely be a combination of things, which would be the consumer products that were reported in the Voss report, which were some petroleum products, for example, that reproduce chemicals like toluene, as well as a decompositional event that does not necessarily have to be of human origin. That combination could produce similar inorganic compounds, fatty acids, as well as the volatiles that were reported, certainly the 5 volatiles that he relied upon to make his final conclusion.
Well, of course, the 5 volatiles he relied upon, there were other volatiles there that are also associated with human decomposition, correct?
Yes, but he excluded them for various reasons.
Because many of them overlap with gasoline components.
Yes, that was most of them, I believe.
And just because something overlaps with gasoline components doesn't mean it's not partially human decomposition and partially gasoline. They can be additive, correct?
Yes, but you couldn't rely on those compounds for your interpretation.
All right. Go ahead just a moment. So tell me the combination of so is what you're telling us that there is no one single item that can explain all of the findings other than a dead human body. Is that correct?
Well, I'm saying even the of the chemicals that are present there, including the chloroform and carbon tetrachloride, could be from a human body plus other residues of other products, consumer products, or background materials. It's the same thing could be the case if you had decomposing either an animal or decomposing other organic matter in combination with consumer products could produce similar chemicals.
But you have to ignore the peer-reviewed literature in order to say that, because the peer-reviewed literature says that carboxyl chloride and chloroform can both come from decom. Isn't that right?
2 papers say that, and 6 papers don't report those compounds. So
Are the 2 papers that show it peer-reviewed?
You're allowed to finish his answer.
I thought he was. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Finish answering the question.
No. Yeah, no, you'd actually have to ignore the peer-reviewed literature to make that conclusion and just rely on only 2 papers published by the person who actually did the analysis.
I'm happy to know what you are. Do you recall giving a second deposition Saturday?
Yes, I do.
For counsel's benefit, this is page 88, line 1. Just read the question. Starts at line 1 here, and the answer.
Yes.
Saturday, I asked you the following question.
The witness has not expressed it. This is not an inconsistent statement, nor has he expressed any inability to recollect what happened on Saturday.
I believe it is inconsistent, Your Honor.
Let me see it. I don't have a copy of that deposition. May I see court report? Objection overruled. May I ask?
So,
Proceed.
at your deposition on Saturday, I asked you the following question. We were talking about this idea of the accounting for the findings of the Voss report. Sure. Page 88, line 1. Question. Basically, the presence of a human body in the trunk of that car decomposing could explain all of those findings. In other words, could be the cause of and explain all of those findings. Could be, and you answered yes.
Yes, they could be.
Well, today you seem to be saying no, that it couldn't be.
I was only referring to the idea of that only one event, that it could, whether there would be only one, essentially one contributor to the odors. That's what I was referring to, related to other chemicals that were present. But that would still be my answer. That could be based on everything that's there, would be consistent.
Okay, well, I asked you if all of the findings could be caused of and explained by the presence of a decomposing human body, and you said yes, they all could be explained.
The answer. The witness has clarified his answer.
Response?
No, I don't. I apologize. I was reading. The counsel repeated. I apologize. I got lost in trying to find something.
He said the witness has clarified his answer and there's no need to continue.
I'm not sure that's a legal objection, Judge. I don't know.
My legal objection is proper impeachment,
No, Your Honor, I'm exploring with the witness exactly what was asked and exactly what he answered.
and it's also argumentative.
Okay, overruled, but let's get to the point and move on.
So the question I had was, my question was very specific, that all of the findings could be explained, and you said yes. Are you now saying something different?
No, what I was saying is there were other compounds indicated in the trunk, gasoline as one. So a decomposing human body with other compounds like gasoline, which actually could have chlorinated compounds as well, would be consistent. So when you ask, could all the results in this particular case be consistent with it? The answer is yes. When I was clarifying, could only one event, I was separating what, if you had only that and nothing else, that's what I was referring to.
But you did acknowledge that the presence of a decomposing human body alone would explain all these findings. You don't have to add anything to it. That alone is enough, correct?
Well, I was saying there are compounds which I don't know that have been, I have not been reported by other researchers that were present that may not be consistent with decomposition. So the answer is yes, it could be.
Now, can you tell the jury any other single event or thing that could explain all of the findings from the trunk, other than a decomposing human body?
I think I mentioned earlier it would be a combination of events. It could be a non-human decompositional event, as well as other compounds being present from either household products or chemicals such as gasoline that were present in the trunk would combine to produce a similar mixture, but not one single event.
So what of the things that were actually found in the trunk can you construct a cause for the findings of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory from what was found in the trunk?
Well, all I had available to me was looking at the picture of the pieces of the materials from the garbage that had been already spread out and taken from the bag. But if there was a bag of rotting trash in the trunk and it had those items, it could be various contributors. The dairy products such as cheese and the Velveeta cheese, the meat such as pork and beef that were present in the could be present as residues in the salami package, could potentially contribute the inorganic compounds, the fatty acids, as well as the volatiles. But that's just speculation, because it's there are no peer-reviewed articles that have done detailed background studies on these, and that's one of the main issues with trying to use this kind of a method at the present time, is we don't have a strong database of background materials in order to look at the reliability of the method.
But you do agree that something was decomposing in the trunk of this car?
Yes.
Yeah. So something's decomposing. The question is, what is it? Correct?
That's right.
Now, from the things that we know are in the trunk, what is there that you believe? Is there anything in there that you believe can account for all of the findings of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory? If so, tell me what it is.
I believe I just answered that.
Okay, well, let's talk first about the, I believe in your, let's go, can you show me the slide with the garbage? Okay, may I publish?
You may.
So you mentioned two things. The first is this salami package that I want to talk about, correct? Are you aware that there was no meat in that package?
That's right. There would only be residues present.
And you agree that a little residue in the bottom of this package is not going to be enough to create an odor that will permeate an entire trunk and be detectable by the methods used, right?
From that one,
That one
from
thing.
that one thing, I don't know what I didn't see the trash as it was all together, but just by itself, it would be unlikely to produce a substantial odor unless the salami came out and was decomposing somewhere else and disappeared or something. But just that package by itself, if it were empty and put in the trunk.
Well, the other things you mentioned are these Velveeta remnant, for lack of a better word, correct? Now, do you know if there was any, well, first of all, do you know if Velveeta, how much of Velveeta is actually a milk product? I don't, I'm just
Yeah, it actually, believe it or not, does have main ingredient is milk and milk fat, so but not very much cheese.
not very much cheese. Do you know how much actual product there was in that package?
I can only tell from the picture; it doesn't look like very much.
Well, let's look at it.
You may.
This is obviously after it was altered and has no bearing on the chemical signature.
Call the roll.
Let me just ask you a question. And do you believe that whether this Velveeta package was wet or dry would substantially affect whether it would give off whether it would give off odors on decomposition?
From a particular stain, because if you have wet,
No, I mean the item itself.
the individual item.
That cheese package. Would it affect its decomposition whether it was wet or dry?
Yes,
Okay. Would it still give off decomposition odors even if it was dry?
it would be substantially less. If, it's going to.
Now, let's look at, I'm going to pull out 20, 21, and 22. All right, let's start off with number 22. Here, let's look that up to the side. This is the bag label 22 from State Exhibit 136. Okay. Take a look at that item. Tell me if you see any actual food product in that item.
It doesn't appear.
So you would agree that this box from Velveeta Rotonian cheese with broccoli would not create a decomposition odor such as found in the car, correct? This item would.
That I'm as it is now, I would say it doesn't. It wouldn't produce a substantial odor.
I'm now opening 21. Again, take a look at that. Does that appear to contain any food product?
No, just residue of something, but no actual food product that's apparent.
Would you expect this item to give off the any aspect of decomposition odor found in this case? This item.
Well, not in its present state.
In its present state. Well, I mean, in any state.
Well, if it was wet and there was any decompositional event going on and that water cooled into a trash can or cooled into the trash bag and cooled into a stain in a carpet, it could be.
But there's no organic matter in this to rot, correct?
I don't know. I would have to test it. We're talking about residues, not visible amounts. The residual odor is not necessarily visible to the naked eye. So.
And is it your testimony that? No, let's not even go. Take a look at that. This is number 20. Any food product you see in there?
No, just some very soiled box.
Soiled box. So, as a soiled box, this would not tend upon decomposition to give off the chemical signature found by the Oak Ridge test, would it?
If it were stained with the same inorganics and fatty acids that came from the Velveeta wrapper that is shown in the picture. I mean, in photographs from the trunk show the actual Velveeta
The foil package.
foil package.
Let's see if you can
Right.
find it. All right. Here we have number 26. Take a look at that.
Yep. It's the foil wrapper with cheese residue on the inside.
May I pass this around to the jury, Your Honor?
This is clearly altered evidence, and it's been established in the record.
Objection overruled. It's in evidence. You may. You may.
Doctor, you would agree with me, would you not, that there is not sufficient organic material in any of the things that we have just looked at to create the level of decomposition odor in this vehicle? Would you agree?
No, I couldn't say that with certainty. I mean, that material obviously had what looked like rotted cheese residue on the inside. That material would be consistent with the same fatty acids and inorganics that were reported in the report that I read. Now, whether that one thing or whether that contributed is speculation, which is what I believe was being done in the report, which we don't know enough about the background materials and what was the source of that stain. We don't know. I'm just saying they could be contributors. I'm not saying that they were the source of it.
Well, I mean, we've gone through the only things that were in the trunk, in the trash, correct? As far as you know.
As far as I know, yes.
And you would agree with me that what is in that garbage bag is not sufficient to have created the odor that came from that trunk.
Been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, would that trash that we saw, that limited amount of organic material, in your opinion, be sufficient to leave a smell in the vehicle 2 years after it was removed?
What I saw,
What you saw.
I think that would be unlikely.
Now, you also have expertise in human detection canines, correct?
On the scope of direct.
I believe he testified on direct about his work with human detection canines.
That's not true, Judge. In fact, he gave no opinions on the direct examination having anything to do with canines. The only issue discussed with canines was through his qualifications.
Overruled.
And in fact, you were provided with documentation about the human detection canines used in this case, were you not?
Sustained.
Now, you would agree that the substances that we have just discussed would not be such that a well-trained and maintained human remains detection dog would alert on.
Excuse me, Mr. Ashton. The court has sustained this objection in this line of question.
Goes to the nature of the odor. He's an expert.
No, it does not, Judge. We
Objection sustained.
Then we will reserve the right to recall him. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes.
You say that there was a leaf stain on this carpet.
I said none that was apparent to me, and I never reported that in my.
Did you ever testify that there was a bleach stain on that carpet?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, you talked about chloroform levels. I don't understand. Why didn't you go to Iran and get that study or that paper?
Oh, I wasn't sure which study Mr. Ashton was referring to.
Mr. Ashton cited a paper in Iran, an Iranian, I guess, journal. Why didn't you read that one to base your opinions?
I may have read. I'm not sure which paper he was referring to, but I only relied on the articles that I had at my disposal. I'm sure there are many articles out there that I'm not aware of, and we'd be happy to read those as well.
And the ones that you used to rely on your opinions were on recognized scientific journals here in the United States?
I mean, they're the peer, journals that are listed as peer reviewed and listed in citation index. So,
and that Iranian paper was not amongst them?
I don't know. I'd have to see exactly what the reference is.
Okay. Now, can we see slide 3 again with the different chemical compounds? That one. Oop, go back. That one. Now, Mr. Ashton pointed out that these are the more unique chemical.
That's not the slide for the one with the animals on it.
This is the slide that he referred to.
Overruled.
These chemical compounds, sir, that you cite to here, are they any of the 5 chemicals that Dr. Voss cited in this case?
No, they're not.
So everything here that is unique to human decomposition were not found by Dr. Voss in this case.
These are unique to human decomposition.
Overruled.
I would say that these are compounds from our study that we found to be consistent with subjects we did. And they're different from what we used in this case.
And none of the 5 that Dr. Voss found in this case are here.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Ashton talked about longitudinal, I think I'm going to fumble the word just as much, the longitude studies, right? Done by
Longitudinal
Dr. Voss.
studies, correct.
And what he means by that is a long period of time.
Yes, we're going through all the stages of decomposition.
Studying human decomposition. In fact, the first paper was done on 4 years, right?
Yes.
And then the other paper was done on another 4 years.
Sustained.
How long was the second paper, sir?
I don't recall the exact length of time. I know they used 4 bodies in each study, and they sampled over a period of time with a hood over the grave.
Would the chemical composition of a buried remain 7 years or 4 years or 2 years or even 1 year be relevant to this case?
What's relevant to legal opinion?
Sustained. What's relevant?
In your opinion, sir, would the chemical composition of a body that's buried for over a year assist you in rendering an opinion on this case?
That's a cadence violation.
I think the
I can explain more to the bench.
You can.
Dr. Furton, in your opinion, would the chemical composition of a body that's buried for over a year have anything assist you in any way in evaluating the evidence in this case?
In terms of actual interpretation of this case, it'd probably be of limited use, although I think it's important to look at the body of knowledge related to whole bodies, portions of bodies, and the stage of decomposition, since it's uncertain in this case what stage of a decompositional event may have been present. But it is known that buried remains will vary compared to above ground remains
That are buried versus ones that are on the ground. That's what you're saying.
Yes, there are limited publications, but there's our indication that there are some similarities, but there are differences as well.
Now, are you aware that Kaylee Marie Anthony was last seen on allegedly on June 16th, and the car was towed the car was left at the Amscot on June 27th?
Yes.
Basically, we're talking about 9 days, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Voss's first paper didn't do its first reading until 17 days?
Judge, I think it's 11 days, not 9.
Oh, excuse me.
16.
Sorry. 11. Are you aware that the first readings in the 2004 paper were not read until 17 days later?
I didn't recall that, but I know it was.
Now, Dr. Voss, after 8 years of studying human decomposition in this longitudinal study, ended up having a conclusion as to the uniqueness of the chemicals found. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his conclusion was as to the chemical compounds and their uniqueness to human decomposition?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
In reviewing these materials and this study, do you have an opinion as to whether these the chemical composition of decomposition is unique?
Objection has to answer and beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled. I'll let him ask it again.
Yes, based on the work we've done in review of the peer-reviewed literature, it's known that the 5 compounds that were in the end relied upon as the most important compounds for Dr. Voss to make his conclusion are known not to be unique to human decomposition.
Now, there was quite a bit of questioning by.
The last statement of the witness.
Sustained.
And that's the jury disregard.
Jury's instructed to disregard the last statement by the witness. Next question.
There was quite a bit of discussion during cross-examination with Mr. Ashton that you answered questions in relation to what else could accommodate or could account for these chemicals being in the trunk. Do you recall that line of questioning? Okay. Would that include a bag of garbage in the trunk for 3 weeks?
Objection, not specification of what bag of garbage and what's in it.
Sustained.
The bag of
Rephrase your
garbage.
question.
The bag of garbage that you saw photographs of, and you had a list of the items found. Would that account for many of the compounds that were discovered?
They could be contributors to the compounds that were reported in the studies.
And could additional contributors be chemicals that were already in the trunk before the trash ever got there?
Objection, hypotheticals not based on facts and evidence.
I think counsel gave numerous hypotheticals.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Do you know what the chemical composition of the trunk was before the garbage went in there?
No, I don't.
Okay. And would you have to know those things to be able to answer some of these questions?
Yes, in order to get a accurate analysis. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that something was decomposing. That could also be garbage decomposing, correct?
Objection, not specification of what's in the garbage.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Sure. I'd like to show you Dr. Furton states, excuse me, Defense Exhibit C, which both photographs have been entered into evidence. Do you see the garbage from the photo on the right versus the photo on the left?
You may.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you see, and can you see whether the photo on the left is an altered version of what's on the right? Do
Sustained.
you see any differences between what's on the right and what's on the left? I think.
Overruled.
Yeah, it appears that the garbage has been removed and spread out onto a long table.
Now, there are no photographs, or you have not seen any photographs of this garbage spread out, correct?
Correct. The only photographs I saw were the image to your left.
And you don't know if, while spreading these items out or before putting them into a dry room, that food items might have been thrown away. So does.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm not aware of that.
In fact, would you say that these items of trash are pretty clean?
Photograph speaks for itself.
So does the trash she showed.
Overruled. Let's have a question and answer, folks.
You can answer.
Could you repeat the question,
This
please?
trash appears to be pretty clean.
Yes, it does.
Not exactly the trash you would see in a garbage bag of 3 college students, would you?
Sustained.
No.
No, it's bag trash over here.
This is probably the time to take our afternoon recess. Regular recess or special? Okay, we'll take a recess till 25 to the hour. We'll be in recess. Okay, both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Let's return to jury. State recognized present of jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yes.
I'll show you a couple items of trash. Show you number 10. you see what appears to be chewing tobacco spit on the edge of that?
Yes, it's a brown substance. I take your word for it that it's chewing tobacco spit.
Do you see any chew in there or spit?
No, it appears to be empty.
So, in fact, do you see any of it? If you look in there.
Looks like you see the bottom of the can.
But you see plenty on the outside.
Yes.
So either the person wasn't a very good shot.
Objection calls for speculation, which is right.
Sustained.
And it's no longer here, correct? It's evaporated or emptied out.
I didn't see it in there.
And you see this box of Velveeta number 21 that Mr. Asher showed you?
Yes.
Now there's some kind of purple staining there, right?
It's some sort of residue.
Okay. You know where that is? Or is it still there other than stain?
It just looks like dried residue.
So whatever was there is no longer in this box, correct?
At least there's nothing visible to the naked eye other than
Now
the
do you see
dry
any,
residue.
I'm sorry.
Other than the dry residue.
Do you see any maggots or puparia there?
I have to object. I'm not sure the witness is qualified to identify those items.
Have you ever seen maggot puparia before in all of your human decomposition studies?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Okay. Can you identify, I'm not going to ask you to identify the insect, but do you see some insect activity there?
A little bit, yes.
Can I point that down?
Right there.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Something attracted those insects to that, correct?
Yes.
Whatever that something is, no longer there.
Objection. Since the fact not in evidence.
Sustained.
I would agree with that.
I'm sorry, counsel just had a comment. I'm not sure.
Let's move on, folks.
Now, these Velveeta cheese containers that Mr. Asher showed you. See
Yes.
them? Do you see that black powder that's outside of them?
Yes.
Does that appear to you to be fingerprint powder?
It felt like yes when after I handled it.
And of course, you can't take fingerprints from wet items. can you?
Objection. Outside this witness's area of expertise.
Sustained.
Dr. Furton, the chemical composition of that trash, as it was when it was collected, and in the photograph of the wet version, would have been much stronger than what it is 3 years later after being put in a dry room, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, sir, has science advanced or evolved enough to be able to identify signature compounds for what constitutes human decomposition?
In my opinion, it hasn't, at least not to the level that we can say with any confidence and give a error rate associated with making that determination.
And this is your life's work?
Objection. Bolstering.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Recross.
Dr. Furton, it is a property of odors that the primary source of the odor always has the strongest odor, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'll rephrase it. If a particular odor is coming from decomposition of a particular object, the strongest smell is closest to the object, correct?
Yes, typically the source will, or the odor will emanate from, depending on the situation, but typically it will come from the highest concentration in one location.
And when the source is moved, the highest concentration of odor goes with the source, correct?
It depends. If there are, say, many objects that have an odor and you move them out, then they will all have contributing odors. But
If the odor in this trunk came from that garbage bag, when you took the garbage bag, the odor would go with it, correct?
I would think the odor would go with it unless there was residue also left on the carpeting that the bag was on.
But certainly the substantial amount of the odor would go with the bag. Some residue might be left behind.
Answer 3 times.
Overruled.
If something, say, dripped from the bag, some of the residue might be left behind and exude the odor, but the substance of the odor would go with the bag, correct?
Final question.
Overruled.
If the bag was, as you say, if there was a leak in the bag, then the odor would remain. If the bag was intact and was removed, then the odor should move. The majority of the odor should be contained and move with the bag.
And in all of the reports and witness statements that you have reviewed in this case, has anyone ever said that that bag had a strong offensive odor, similar to human decomposition?
Objection beyond the scope and calls for speculation.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
You reviewed reports of crime scene technicians and other police reports in this case, correct?
Yes, it did.
Did any of those reports in any way reflect that the odor, similar to human decomposition, was emanating from that bag by anyone that picked it up or touched it?
And not in any of the reports that I read.
No further questions.
May witness be excused.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
The excused, subject to recall. Thank you, doctor.
We've got to go back to his home.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
The defense may call the next witness.
Sergeant John Allen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hey,
so help
new
you God?
attorney.
My name is John Allen, John-Allen, and I'm a sergeant with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Sir, how long have you been with the Orange County Police Department?
Since 1981.
And as in that capacity as a sergeant, were you the supervising sergeant in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, marked as defendants F, D, and FD, and actually recognize those items.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And were you asked to bring them to court with you today?
Actually, I was asked while I got here to have them brought here, so I contacted somebody in forensics and asked them to deliver them here.
What are those items, sir?
The one with that's marked 4W073 is two videotapes. These videotapes, we received them from Mr. James Hoover when we interviewed him in the parking lot of a Publix on December the 18th, 2008. The other envelope contains a single videotape that we received from Mr. Hoover when we interviewed him at the law office of Bill Schaefer with his attorney, John Ligori, on January the 7th, 2009.
Now, you obviously have had a chance to review all three of those tapes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's been some time, but I look at them. We actually had them transferred to a disk and we looked at them.
All right. What format are those original tapes in?
I think I told you outside they were 8 or Super 8. I'm not real familiar with the video, but they're marked mini DV videotape.
And under your supervision as the supervising sergeant in this case, were they copied to compact disc?
Yes, ma'am. I took them to our training section. We have an AV specialist over there, and I had him transfer them to a CD.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Marked as a composite exhibit FC for identification. Are those compact discs then prepared are identical to the original disc that you received from Mr. Hoover in December of 2008 and January of 2009?
I didn't receive discs from him. I received the tapes and then had them copied to DVD. I believe these DVDs are copies of the tape. I believe they're copies of copies that were made at the state attorney's office.
Correct. And are they identical to the original tape that you received from Mr. Hoover?
As they're marked, I assume so, because one of them is marked Parade, which would be one video that Mr. Hoover told us that he had taped over when we first spoke with him. The other one says Bad Color Search, so I'm assuming that one is the one he said where he began to take the search and then stopped and looked at it and realized it had some sort of strange tint to it. And then the other one is that says Search Woods and House. I'm assuming is the one that we got from him later when he calls to tell us to actually give us the tape that he did not give us on December the 18th.
And you were aware today that those discs were being prepared for this case
Yes,
by the
ma'am.
state attorney's office today?
Yes, ma'am. We spoke outside, and I believe Ms. Greenberg said she had them brought over. Initially, I thought they were bringing the disc we copied them to. They only brought the tapes, and so these are the state's copies of the state's copy that we provided them when we submitted the package.
Thank you, sir. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Sergeant Allen, this James Hoover individual
Yes, ma'am.
is somebody who was affiliated with another person by the name of Dominic Casey, correct?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Okay. And you knew Dominic Casey from the inception of this case to be an investigator with Mr. Jose Baez, correct?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. I knew Dominic Casey. Initially, I believe he was hired by the defense or was working for Mr. Baez and then later worked for the Anthony family.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Mr. Casey worked for Mr. Baez's law firm from July of 2008 until early October of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
That he was not employed necessarily by anybody, again, until he became affiliated with the Anthony family, George and Cindy Anthony, into November and afterwards of 2008.
I believe he was working for Mr. Baez. I don't know that he was being paid. There was some argument over that, I believe, but my understanding was that he was working as a member of the defense team up until the time they had a falling out, and then he continued to stay on the case and work for the Anthony family.
All right. Well, Mr. Hoover was not somebody that you had been dealing with since close to the beginning of the investigation. That was Dominic Casey, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And yes, Mr. Casey was an individual who would email information to you regarding the location of a live Kaylee Anthony for many months, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We went back and forth with him during the search for her and also the search for the original suspect, Zanny the nanny.
Now, Mr. Hoover came to your attention because he was trying to sell these videos to some sort of media outlet, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we first heard he was trying to sell them to the National Enquirer.
And at some point, you either intervened or he came to your attention.
Well, we heard from Mr. Hoover on the 18th of December when he wanted us to talk to a woman who had been who reported to be driving down the road and just had seen a trash bag in the woods. And so we went and met.
I'm going to object any out-of-court statements made by Mr. Hoover.
Sustained.
Now, you had testified that originally 2 videotapes were turned over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office on 12/18/2008.
Yes, ma'am. They were turned over to me in the parking lot of the Publix when Special Agent Nick Savage from the FBI and myself interviewed Mr. Hoover.
Was it your understanding that these videotapes were supposed to have all of the information that Mr. Hoover possessed that was relevant to your investigation?
Sustained.
You later found out that there was additional evidence in Mr. Hoover's possession or an additional tape, correct?
Sustained.
Did you receive another tape at a different point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've reviewed that tape?
Yes, ma'am.
That tape contained information different than the 2 tapes that were originally provided to the Orange County Sheriff, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Did Mr. Hoover ask you all for any money?
Well, overruled as to that question.
I don't believe he ever asked us for money. He complained. Sorry.
Question calls for a yes or no answer. Redirect.
Sir, you were talking about some dates and times regarding Dominic Casey. You indicated, I believe, that it was your understanding that he originally was doing some work for the Baez law firm.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the exact date of the termination?
I believe it was in, if you have the transcript of our interview with him, he did tell us, I believe it was in October.
October
of
1.
2000, of 2000, yes, ma'am, of 2008.
Okay, October 1, 2008. And the information you have on that is not personal knowledge, it's information that you received from Mr. Casey himself, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and it was on October 1st then that Mr. Casey began working directly with Cindy and George Anthony?
I don't recall the specific date in October 2008. I do recall from the interview with Mr. Casey that it was in October. It was either October 1st or October 30th. It seems it was the beginning of the end of the month, but I don't recall the specific date.
Well, once again, that would be information that you received from Mr. Casey.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any personal knowledge of that.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
May the sergeant be excused? Thank you, Sergeant Allen. You may be excused, sir. Hand those exhibits back to the clerk. The defense may call in next witness.
Here, raise your right hand and answer out loud. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. This one, sir.
James Hoover, James Hoover.
Mr. Hoover, good afternoon, sir. What is your occupation?
Licensed private investigator.
And when did you first get involved in this case?
July 2008.
Okay. And in what capacity?
As a private citizen, basically.
Okay. How does a private citizen get involved in this case?
My youngest son asked me to help build his...
Don't
Oh,
tell us.
sorry.
Don't tell us about what other people have told you. Just
Take your time and speak a little slower so the court reporter can hear you, sir.
Sorry.
you were involved in this case as a private investigator.
Well, I'm a licensed private investigator, but I went down as a private citizen.
Okay. And did you eventually become a private investigator for someone in this case?
I provided services a private investigator would normally provide, yes.
For who?
George and Cindy Anthony.
Okay. And when did you begin this?
No, I think it was right at the end of August, begin July. Begin August, end of July.
And how did you do this? You knocked on the door? How did this come about?
Just basically went down, volunteered my service to Mr. Anthony while he was in the front yard, and I just introduced myself to him as a private investigator and offered my assistance.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
I know you're a little nervous, but slow it down a little
No, I just always talk fast.
Okay, Mr. Hoover. So they accepted?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what kind of things did you do for George and Cindy Anthony?
Primarily, just came down to meetings, and there was a lot of harassment going on in front of their house, and just basically kept the people harassing them away.
Did
Like
you
a buffer.
Okay. Did you act as a bodyguard? Or
Pretty much.
Okay. And did you also assist them in following up any tips?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do this in conjunction with a man by the name of Dominic Casey?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you what's listed as Defense Composite FC. Now, you've had an opportunity to review these items, have you not, sir?
I had my originals, not the copies.
Right. And you had the originals were on a
Tape.
on your video camera. I will show you Defense FE and FD.
Yeah, look at these.
Take a peek inside there and see if you recognize those items.
Well, it's not labeled, but it looks like one of the tapes that I turned over.
Okay, what about the other?
Yeah, again, looks like one of the tapes I turned over, but not labeled by me.
Okay. And as it relates to composite FD, someone from my staff is giving the opportunity to review these tapes, right?
No, sir. I saw just a couple minutes of one.
Is it fairly accurately depict the video that you took with Dominic Casey?
The first 20 seconds of it did.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, we would move Defense FC into evidence. Is there any objection?
What says the state?
All right, Judge. Thank you.
Just a second. Is it longer than the first 20 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Approach.
Approximately 2 minutes.
Members of the jury, there's going to be a brief legal matter we need to take up outside of your presence. We'll get back with you as quickly as possible. You may be seated. Okay, has he had an opportunity to look at both tapes?
Yes, he's looked at it.
And I take it he can authenticate both tapes?
Yes, you can. Well, I can ask him right now to make sure.
No, I just want to be sure.
Mr. Hoover, you have an opportunity to see the tape.
Yes, sir.
See, is a fair and accurate representation of
Yes,
what it
sir.
depicts.
Okay, let's return to Yuri. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, state recognized presence of the jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
You may continue.
Mr. Hoover, have you had an opportunity to review the tape?
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what it depicts?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, we would move defense, I think, FC in the evidence.
What's the state?
No objection.
Be received in evidence as defense exhibit number.
Number 62.
Mr. Hoover, this tape was videotaped 1 month before Kaylee's remains were found.
Approximately, yes.
And did Mr. Casey know you were videotaping him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish the tape to the jury.
You may publish.
Okay. Where's this location, sir?
Suburban Drive.
Okay. And where exactly in relation to where Kaylee was eventually found? Is
The
this,
first couple.
are you aware of
Sustain.
eventually where Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains were found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to wait till we get a better photo, but I'm going to stop and ask you if you can identify the general vicinity. Let's stop. Okay, go back a little bit. Right there. Can you identify from this area the general vicinity of the wooded area where Kaylee was found?
Would you repeat that again? Sorry.
Can you identify from this photograph the general vicinity of where Kaylee was found?
Yes, sir.
Where? Can you indicate on your screen? Just touch it. It has a marking. If you touch the screen, it'll highlight it.
You want me to mark where I believe she was found?
Yes, where you believe she was eventually found.
The witness's belief as to where the remains were found, as opposed to his personal knowledge.
Sir, on December 11th, did you watch news reports of the area of where Kaylee was eventually found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you compare what you saw to what you're looking at now?
Yeah, the pure issue.
The foundation, Your Honor, this witness has no personal knowledge of the exact location where the remains were found. His knowledge based on news reports and what somebody else told him is improper.
I did not ask the witness for the exact location, Judge. I asked the general vicinity.
Objection sustained. You can ask him where he searched.
Okay. Where, well, we'll go ahead. Where in this area did you search?
Well, initially, we walked the length of Suburban Drive from where my car's parked at this point. Well, all along there and looked in. We were looking for pavers, and specifically for 3 pavers. And we, like I say, we walked along the road there. I think there's like 5 poles there, and we walked the length of 4 of them, starting at the Hope Spring, then going down towards the school.
Is there a long wooded privacy fence right around here? Long wooded fence from the home there.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And how far? Hope Spring Drive would be right over here, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you search from the fence all the way over?
Not quite to the fence. Probably closer to the first pole there.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play.
Casey and James Hoover of DNA Investigations, Mulder, Florida.
And what is this location that we're at now?
This is I guess probably 2 or 3 blocks away, just on the other side of the fence. If you went in a direct line, you couldn't because our fences there, probably within 50 yards, 60 yards of where I initially parked my car. It was about 50 to 60 yards from where I had parked my car initially. We just saw.
And why are you looking in black plastic bags?
Well, Mr. Casey said that
Don't tell us what he said to you. What are you looking for in black plastic bags?
he was looking for Kaylee's remains.
plastic bag right there.
Let me stop you there. Where is this wooded area, sir?
We had left that house and went back to the wooded area right there off of Suburban. We had entered in close to where you had seen Dominic earlier on the film, on the video. Plastic bag right here. Plastic bag right here.
How far into the woods are you here?
At this point, probably about 15 feet.
And what is that Mr. Casey just lifted up?
There's a blanket that we found initially.
What kind of blanket?
I'm not sure. It's a small blanket. It's small.
Is that Fender? Is that Fender?
Yeah.
Now, is this the next day?
Yes, sir. This is the second day. It's November 16th.
And is Hope Spring Drive behind you guys or in front of you guys?
Hope Spring is behind us. I had parked down on the side where Kaylee's remains were found, closer to where she was eventually found. It's my car parked right there. I'm just getting some stuff out of the trunk.
So, is this your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're saying you were parked right next to where Kaylee's remains were found?
Down a little bit. Down.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness has no personal knowledge. Move to strike the question from counsel.
Objection sustained.
How far away from the privacy fence are you here parked right now?
Well, I was basically going by the number of poles, I guess there are utility poles there. I believe there were 5 and the parked right about the third pole down.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you fence 57.
All right, object, because the markings are already on the drawing.
Let me see. Okay, what's the exhibit number? Just have it marked.
May I publish to both the jury and the witness? No.
It's published to the witness, I believe. You can publish it to the jury. It's up.
Mr. Hoover, do you see Hope Spring Drive right here
Yes, sir.
and Suburban Drive right here?
Yes,
I guess this street here. Can you point to where, and do you see the privacy fence here?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you parked your car the second day?
Second day?
Yes.
Right here.
And can you also show us where the areas where you searched both the first and the second day?
Yeah, I don't know how far looking for the poles is kind of like as a marker for myself.
I'm going to zoom out a little bit to give you a better. Just draw a circle of the areas that you think you covered.
Without actually knowing where those poles are, it's really hard.
Okay. All right, why don't we start from where you parked? In the video, you indicated that you parked right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll continue. And how far would you say you are from the privacy fence there?
I don't know, 75 feet maybe, 100 feet tops.
Okay. I'd like to continue playing the video if you can. Yes.
Here it is, right here.
Did you just see that fallen tree that was there, sir? Back it up slightly.
I see the papers that we were looking for. This is one of the sites that we're trying to find.
That right there?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Did you search around that area?
Oh, yeah. It's right on the video.
Okay.
It's right there on the video.
Okay, go on.
Reach in the box right there.
Right here. To the end of it. Go on.
Okay, I'll follow you. There's 3 more over there. That's over there.
You're very.
Okay.
What is Mr. Casey doing with that?
He was probing thought her remains might have been buried. He was probing for remains.
Are you now back at that house?
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3.
Is that a conclusion of the video, sir?
I believe so.
Now, I'd like to show you again defense FF and have you mark on the map where you parked that second day. May I approach witness?
You may.
This is Hoover, that's suburban. There's the fence. Can you please put an X where you parked your car?
Okay,
That
where's
second day. This is Hope Spring Drive.
Yeah.
This is suburban. This right here is privacy.
okay, this is the school here?
Yes.
Indicating to the witness what's where.
Mr. Bailey,
Just give them generalities.
let's suspend up, continue to do that.
Can you place your name up here? And date it.
Today's the 28th. What's today's date? 27th.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. You got to switch document source.
Defense Exhibit FF, it's evidence.
What it says, state, you received an evidence, the state's numbered, defense numbered.
Defense number 63.
Does that fairly accurately depict where you marked the car?
Yeah, I believe so, yes, sir.
And you went out there 2 days in a row with Mr. Casey?
Yes, sir, 15th and 16th November.
Did you go any other days with him there?
Yes, sir.
Did you report to Georgia City Anthony what you found or didn't find there?
No, sir, not at the time.
Okay. And I'd like to show you another map, if I may. Defense 57. The location where it says abandoned house, is that accurately depict where that abandoned house was?
Yeah, yeah, there's a pond right there behind it, yeah, yeah.
I'm going to publish this here.
What's the exhibit number?
57.
You may publish.
And you went, Mr. Hoover, you went to both of these locations 1 month before Kaylee was found.
Yes, sir.
Now, on December 11th, 2008, after you found out that Kaylee was found at these locations or nearby, did you notify law enforcement of this tape that you had?
No, not that time.
And why didn't you do that?
Well, because initially I didn't think there was anything on it, and my son, I have a young son who was at a Christmas parade, and I thought I had to take over.
Eventually, you found out that you did have the videotape, did you not?
Sir.
And you attempted to sell it, did you not?
No. Well, not quite true. It was suggested that, well, I told that no, not that tape, no.
Okay, that's a bit confusing.
The tape that I had videotaped over, that I thought was the original tape, it was suggested to me that it could be the original tape, the original film from being in the woods could be brought up. Okay, and that one, it was suggested by a famous bounty hunter.
Don't tell us.
Okay. Just anyway, just the tape might be worth something, but I found out that nothing could be brought up. But when I found the original tape, no, that was never for sale, never.
But eventually, you attempted to sell something. Well, the entities entrusted you into their inner circle, did they not?
Oh, yes, sir.
They trusted you.
Yes, sir.
And you had potential evidence in this case, which you eventually tried to sell, did you not?
What you're referring to is some photographs that Dominic Casey had. I think it was on December the, around December the 18th, I think. I think it was the 18th, I'm not sure. No, that's all right. 11th or 12th, maybe. Right around when he found her. He told me he had taken some still shots, and I remember him having a camera there. And everybody was pretty broke at that time, right before Christmas. And he told me he had some, and that he'd be willing to sell them.
Don't tell us what people said.
Okay, sorry.
But are you suggesting that you and Dominic Casey were going to sell these photographs and video?
No, Dominic Casey was going to supply photographs to be sold.
Okay. But you actually tried to sell this video to Fox News, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. And why did you do something like that?
Well, let's see, everybody was broke. Not well, I had income, but Dominic was broke. The Anthony's were broke.
Speak slowly, sir.
I'm sorry. Anyway, just basically for the funds, and I was going to give it to Dominic and the Anthony family. I didn't need it.
Are you suggesting that you were going to give the money to the Anthony family?
I didn't need it.
I'm sorry?
I did not need it.
You didn't need it, but you were going to sell it to them anyway, or give them the money anyway.
Sure.
Did you do it on their suggestion?
No.
You were doing this out of the kindness of your own heart.
Well, not that kindness of my heart, but it's just I knew people who needed it more than I did.
You didn't think that it might be more valuable to law enforcement as opposed to Fox News?
The photographs?
The video.
Oh, we're not talking about the video. We're talking about the photographs from Dominic Casey.
I'm talking about the video, sir. Did you not think that the video would be more valuable to law enforcement as opposed to Fox News?
The video had been taped over. Okay, it was useless. There was nothing there. No. The video that you showed in court today, I didn't find out until like December the 30th or right around New Year's. That was never for sale.
So it's your position that what you were trying to sell were the photographs,
From
not the
Dominic
video.
Casey. Yes, sir.
And when law enforcement finally approached you, you didn't give them this video, did you, sir?
Yeah, I did give them.
You gave them this video that we just finished watching.
I gave them 2 videos. On December 11th, I met John Allen and Nick Savage at a parking lot, and I gave them the videos I had in my car and my cell phone and where else I had in my car. Okay, and that was the tape that I believe that was the original tape that had been taped over for my son's Christmas parade. I gave that to him, I think it was December 11th or 12th.
Did you lie to law enforcement when they asked you for the video and you gave them something else?
No.
So it's your testimony, sir, that the first video you gave them was not this video, it was another video that you thought was this video.
Yes, sir.
And then, isn't it true, sir, that you tried selling this video in between before you gave it to law enforcement?
You're talking about the one I gave to John Allen? I inquired if it could be brought up. If the original film could be brought up, yes.
Sorry,
But it could not be brought up, so it was useless.
I want to be as clear and as straight as possible.
Okay.
You met with law enforcement at the Publix in the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
You didn't give them this video that we just showed the jury.
I didn't have that video at that time.
You gave them another video
I gave them
purporting.
a couple of videos.
Let me finish the question. You gave them another video purporting to be this video.
I gave them a couple. I think I gave them 2, possibly 3 videos. Okay. The one that I called that taped over. Okay, was one of the 2. Yes.
And none of those 2 videos that you gave law enforcement the first time was this video.
No, but one of the videos had some of this information on it. Yes. I had 2 cameras that day, and the first camera malfunctioned, and they got that video.
And before you gave them this actual video, you tried selling it to Fox News.
No.
What was the negotiation that you were trying to get for the video? How much did you want for it?
Listen, this video wasn't available until the end of December. Okay.
Whenever it was available, how much did you try to sell?
I did not contact anybody. Okay, on video that I gave John Allen and Nick Savage at Mr. Schaefer's office.
My question to you, sir, is how much did you try to sell this video for?
There was never a price. I had somebody told me it was worth a lot of money. Okay.
Did you ever try to negotiate to sell this video for $50,000?
No.
Did you ever have a price?
I don't think so. I had somebody who told me what it was worth, or allegedly what it was worth.
And what was the value of this video?
Well, knowing this person a little bit, well, he said it was worth $200,000.
$200,000?
Yes, sir.
And did you make any money off this video?
No, sir.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
Mike?
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. The fact of the matter is that as it relates to this video that we actually saw, you were trying to hold out for a highest bidder, correct?
Absolutely wrong.
You gave 2 videos to law enforcement that either had bad color, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Or contained a Christmas pageant or Christmas parade of some
Christmas parade,
sort. You kind of have to wait till I stop talking.
Sorry.
Christmas pageant or Christmas parade, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the things that you told law enforcement was that this video of the trip to the woods had been taped over.
That's correct.
But that wasn't true, right?
It was true.
It wasn't taped over. You still had it.
No, I believe it was taped over.
That's what you told law enforcement. But you still had it, didn't you? Correct?
I'll do this again for you. Okay. I believe that tape, the tape from the woods had been taped over.
But then you found it.
And then in December, okay, I'm going through a bunch of tapes. I carry 2 cameras on my work. I have a bunch of tapes. The ones that you have in evidence, if you notice, there's no tags on them that describe what's on them. Okay. And when I was going through some blank tapes, my like blank tapes, I came across that tape. And I immediately got in touch with the attorney who got in touch with law enforcement, and I turned them over.
All right. Well, the 2 tapes that had next to nothing on them were turned over on December 18th of 2008, correct?
Okay.
After you had already tried to get John Allen and Nick Savage to talk to some strange woman who supposedly was on Suburban Drive as well, correct?
Well, that's what she told me.
You're trying to get them to talk to this woman, correct?
No,
On
I'm trying
December
to
18th of 2008, right?
I did try to. This lady was down there looking for,
Objection. Hearsay.
You are introducing Nick Savage and John Allen to this other person, correct?
no, she introduced herself. She followed me down to meet Nick Savage and John Allen.
And that was that same day that you turned over the worthless videotapes to law enforcement, correct?
The tapes, yeah, the tapes, yeah.
And it wasn't until 2 to 3 weeks later that you found the tape in the woods. Is that correct?
Sure.
All right. So then January 7th of 2009, you're contacted and you turn over what we saw, correct?
No, what do you mean I was contacted?
You were contacted by law enforcement
No, I contacted them through an attorney.
after you tried to get some money from
Wrong
somebody
again.
else.
Let's do this again. That tape
No,
was never
sir.
for sale.
After you
Just
tried
a
to.
second. Wait until you finish hearing the question before there's an answer. The court reporter cannot take down when both parties are talking. Question.
Is it your testimony that you were trying to sell the 2 worthless videotapes to Fox News or some other media outlet, or this tape that we saw in court?
Listen carefully. The first tape, okay, that John Allen got on December, I think it was 11th or 12th. Okay, that was a tape that I thought was the one from the woods that I taped over because I think there was nothing on it. Okay, there was no physical evidence or anything. Okay, no big deal. Okay, a certain party told me it was worth some money, and that the original video could be brought back. Okay, when I found out that it could be brought back, it was a worthless tape. Then when I was going through my, let me finish. Then when I was going through my tapes in late December, okay, I found the tape, and as soon as I found the tape, I believe I contacted, I'm not sure, but I think I called Mr. Baez on the day I found it. I'm not sure about that though. And then the following day, I contacted the attorney who major arrangements with John Allen and to meet with them to turn over that tape.
So you thought at least something that you might have had in your possession could be worth up to $200,000 based on information that was provided to you. Didn't turn out that way though, right?
Let's do this again. I found the original tape. If I was going to sell it, I'd have sold it then.
All right. Now you did find out that people were secretly taping the Anthony family, and you tried to do that yourself, didn't you?
No, we didn't secretly tape them.
Okay. You were trying to capitalize on your relationship with these individuals, correct?
There were no secret tapes of the Anthony family.
You were trying to capitalize on your relationship with these individuals, correct?
Nope.
At a point in time when their granddaughter is either missing or deceased.
You're so wrong.
So when you went to this location in November of 2008, would November 15th sound correct?
First day, yes, ma'am.
You're secretly taping Dominic Casey.
Secretly? No.
Okay, you're sitting in a car, correct?
For the first 20 seconds or so.
Right? And you answered a question on direct. Did Mr. Casey know you were taping him? And you said no, he didn't know.
No, I said he did. No. Yes.
So you're sitting in this car, and this car is parked where?
Well, the first time we parked, I had gone down, made a U-turn at the school, turned around, came up, parked near Suburban and Hope Spring, right about at the first pole. That was the part of the video we see Dominic right outside the car.
May I publish it? It's Defense 63.
Yes, you may.
All right, this marking that you've made here,
Yes, ma'am.
that was the second day, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Where were you the first day?
Touch screen.
You can't touch the screen, yes.
Okay, it's where's on?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you because you're behind the
Where's
screen.
Suburban on here?
His question was, where's Suburban on the diagram, photograph?
I mean, Hope Spring. I'm sorry, Hope Spring. Sorry.
Do you know where the intersection of Hope Spring and Suburban is?
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Can you
can't tell.
recognize it from this photograph?
No. I recognize the area, but I don't see Hope Spring on there. Okay.
All right, let me
Okay,
zoom back
zoom back
out.
out a little bit. Okay, first.
Hold on. Do you still see the intersection of Suburban and Hope Spring?
Okay. Okay, first day we parked right about here. Oh, back a little bit.
I'm having trouble hearing you because you're not near the
Oh.
microphone.
Pull the microphone down.
Okay, the first day we parked near the corner of Suburban and Hope Spring. And that's where you first said Dominic getting out of the car.
And he goes into the woods or the edge of the woods, or he's walking on the road while you're videotaping him.
He was Well, first of all, he had moved when he got in my car, he moved the cameras off the front seat, put them in the back seat. Okay, that's a start. Okay, he got out of the car, said, wait here for a minute. I had my camera, I filmed him, and I checked the camera, checked the film. The film was, as I mentioned earlier, like had a lot of off color to it. So I changed cameras and changed film, and when I looked back, I couldn't see him. And then I backed up further.
To where?
I'm sorry.
Backed up to where?
Backed up to probably somewhere in here. And that's from the point, you can see that's where you can see Dominic in the woods initially.
Where? If you're
Where's
parked
he?
there, where is he in the woods?
Probably right here.
What do you mean probably? He either is somewhere or he isn't. Which
Well,
is
this
it?
isn't exact science here. You know, I'm pointing out where approximately I could see him. We'll go down to the slide, I'll show you exactly.
Is this last mark that you made in blue the area where you believe Mr. Casey was during that first videotaped segment that we viewed?
When he's in the woods, yes, ma'am.
Okay, when he's talking on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, items so we can be clear.
All right, do you want to mark on there again where you believe Mr. Casey is when he's talking on the phone?
The first time?
Yes, sir.
Probably right in here. It should be down to my right.
All right, and when you returned, did you return again that day?
Yes, ma'am. We went there first. Oh, well, actually, we went there first, and we went to the house and came back to the woods area.
Right. Did you come back to the same spot?
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know where he went in. Okay, I'm not sure where he came out. But when I got a car and we went in together, we were looking for 3 pavers, and that was kind of like a mark.
You're saying paver.
Pavers.
P-A-V-E-R.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's what we were looking for when we were walking along Suburban Drive. That was kind of like a marker. That's where we were supposed to start looking for the remains.
Was it in the same area?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay, that's as best you can estimate since this isn't an exact science, as you
Well,
said.
no, from this. I'm sorry.
That's the best that you can estimate as to where you and Mr. Casey went into the woods on Suburban where you were videotaping.
Yeah, it might go a little further to my right, which would be down a little bit, just further toward the school, just a little bit.
Mark that area then, where you believe that you continued on during that taping process.
I think it's right there.
You had mentioned earlier that you parked at the third light pole.
Yeah, about the second day, the third light pole.
Repeat that, please.
The second day, the third light pole.
Okay. Is that where this black mark is?
I believe so.
All right. The third light pole from what location?
I think there's 5 poles there, and again, without going back there, it's been 3 years. It's been there for almost 3 years. I think there's like 5 poles there, and I think it was like the middle one where I kind of parked the car on the second day.
Where are you counting from? The intersection of Hope Spring and Suburban, or third light pole from the end of the fence? Where are you counting from?
If you go down there, there's like 5 poles like dot the area here. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's one at the corner. I think there's one just a little ways down from the corner. This line here is inverted.
So you're saying the third light pole from the
I
corner,
don't think it's a light pole. It's just some kind of I think it's like a concrete pole
and you were parked at the third one.
on the second day. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the second day, did you end up back in this same area that you've marked in blue that I'm circling in red?
We went in just a little bit further towards just a bit closer to Hope Spring, just maybe 10, 15 feet further walk to my left towards Hope Spring.
Okay. Would that be
Closer to where the black mark is.
where the red mark is?
No, the black
Between
mark where
the
the car
two?
was.
Okay.
We went closer. I think we went right in front of the car.
On day 2 is what you're
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about.
Yes, ma'am.
During the videotape, you indicated on direct examination something about a blanket or a towel. In fact, the item that was found was a bath mat, correct?
It looked like a blanket to me. I never touched it. I never picked it up.
Were you listening to the video where Mr. Casey says it's a bath mat?
Probably. I didn't hear him say bath mat.
And it is fair to say that to this day, you don't know exactly where Kaylee Anthony's skull was located, correct?
No, ma'am.
To this day, you don't know exactly where any other part of her skeleton was recovered, correct?
I never saw any of it. No, ma'am.
When you were out there, did you see a red Disney bag?
A red what?
Disney bag.
No, ma'am.
It would also be fair to say that while you were out there and what is depicted on the videotape are several fallen trees in the woods, correct?
Fallen trees or logs, yeah.
You saw that when you were out there, correct?
Sure.
Okay. On your videotape is a toilet. You see a toilet while you're out there, a broken toilet?
I remember a toilet. I remember a sign being on the ground. There was a parking sign. But I remember some kind of sign right around where Dominic was proving.
Okay. And a green and white umbrella.
I remember green and white umbrella.
What you did encounter once you were several feet into the woods was water, correct?
No, ma'am.
You didn't end up in any water?
No, ma'am.
Were you with Mr. Casey the whole time?
Well, we were probably like 40, 50 feet apart at the time. We left there on the first day. We went and met with George and Cindy at the meet and greet place in New Orleans from Muddy Area.
All right. So you didn't see any water in the woods?
Second day I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How far in?
How far in from the road or how far up towards Hope Spring?
How far from the road was the water?
Going into the woods, probably 15 feet or so. If you notice, we changed clothes on the second day. More suited for that area.
Did you get wet on day 2?
Clothes didn't get wet. Shoes got kind of soggy.
Okay.
More like a marsh.
Is that the only days that you were there?
15th and 16th of November, yes, ma'am.
You weren't there in October?
October?
October of 2008, you weren't there at all?
I'm not in the woods, no, ma'am.
Okay. You weren't there in September of 2008?
No.
August?
No.
Or July?
No.
Redirect.
Mr. Hoover,
Sure.
It's being displayed, man.
it's the same thing, Judge, 63.
Thank you.
Sir. Mr. Hoover, you never gave me that video, did you, sir?
No, no.
You never tried to sell it to me or
Nope.
anything? You and I had nothing to do with this video.
That's right.
You gave it to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
What in the world were you and Dominic Casey doing in that wooded area 1 month before Kaylee was found?
Look for Kaylee's remains.
I have no further questions.
Recross on those issues? No, not those. Mr. Hoover be excused.
Well, you would think he would have found the remains if he's looking there, and yet they didn't. Then much later, all of a sudden, Mr. Kron walks around there and finds the remains sitting right there in plain view. Very good witness for the defense.
State. Okay, Mr. Hoover, you're excused, subject to recall. Yes, sir. Court report. The defense may call their next witness.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Dominic Casey, D-O-M-I-N-I-C-C-A-S-E-Y.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please court. Mr. Casey, how are you employed, sir?
Private investigator and security officer.
Are you licensed as such in the state
Yes,
of
ma'am.
Florida?
In the state of Florida.
How long have you been so licensed?
In the state of Florida since March of 2008.
Since March of 2008.
In the state of Florida, correct.
On October 1st of 2008, were you employed by George and Cindy Anthony?
Correct.
Now, prior to that, you had been employed by the Biles firm? Briefly.
Correct.
You clearly terminated your relationship with the Biles law firm as of October 1st, 2008. Is that right? You had terminated your relationship
ma'am.
with the Biles law firm.
That is correct.
And upon your termination then, on October 1st of 2008, you were employed then by George and Cindy Anthony.
That would be true, but it was actually prior to, because there were services being performed for George and Cindy Anthony prior to that.
Okay, sir.
So it was kind of overlapped.
All right, sir. Now, what specifically were you doing for George and Cindy Anthony?
Following up on tips that they received through the tip line and doing their security work,
Security.
investigation.
In relation to the security aspect, can you describe what you were doing for them in that regard?
There was protesters at the house, at the home.
And that these protesters would congregate at the Anthony home?
They would congregate at the Anthony home mid to late afternoon and hang around there until it could be 10, 11, 12, 1 or 2 in the morning, whatever time they decided.
Approximately when did these protesters start congregating at the Anthony home, in terms of a date?
In the terms of the date, that would be, to the best of my recollection, around first week of September
All right. And then they congregated there for approximately how long, sir? Until approximately what date?
until the end of October.
Your Honor, I'm going to tie this up. It has to do with some activity that he conducted.
Overruled at this point. You may continue.
We don't need to belabor this, sir, but was it until approximately the end of October that you were providing the security aspect because of the protesters?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, in connection with providing the security aspect, did it cause you to park your vehicle on Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you park your vehicle on Suburban Drive?
When I would leave at nighttime, very last thing, when all the protesters had left, I would exit onto Chickasaw Trail. I would head north to Curry Ford Road, and on the corner there's a BP gas station. I would stop in there, get a coffee or a drink of some type, wait around there for 5 or 10 minutes. I would drive back to the Suburban Drive location and just sit and park in the event that some of the protesters had waited and thinking that I had left and then snuck on back and caused a problem. So I would sit there approximately maybe 20 to 30 minutes at the most.
Now, sir, would you do this every evening between approximately the 1st of September until approximately August 31st of 2008?
There was the odd evening, no, because the protesters would have left early. It would have been, later the time got by. The last 2 weeks of October, there was very few. And they would leave earlier.
Would it have been more likely than not that you would have done this on most evenings?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm
Would it have
sorry.
been more likely than not that you would have parked your car in the vicinity of Suburban Drive on most evenings during that time range?
Would I have parked there most evenings?
Yes.
That would be correct.
May I push the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, the date was been marked as defendant's exhibit F for identification. Do you recognize this, sir, as the general vicinity of Suburban Drive here in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, I do.
And does this particular exhibit show the area of Suburban Drive where you would normally park your car most evenings between 7 September 1st and October 31st, 2008.
We're referring to the 20 to 30-minute period after I had left, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Could you put an A on that diagram where you would be parking your car on Suburban Drive during the time period we've been referencing? And then draw an arrow to show what direction your car would be pointed in?
Okay.
Now, at the same time that you were in the vicinity that you've indicated on Suburban Drive during the evenings, would you also see other persons in that area?
Yes.
Specifically, what persons or groups would you see in that area during those time periods?
If you started going, I guess that would be east toward the school. You went further down. Most of the nights there would be a sheriff's car, deputy sheriff's car. There would also be one or two of the independent media vehicles that would park up and wait and sit there.
All right, sir.
You may. What's that, State?
No objection, Judge, thank you.
You received an evidence as defense exhibit numbered. You may.
Mr. Bias, may I have your assistance in how to do this? Yes, can you see that, Mr.
No.
Casey?
No, ma'am. I can see now.
A would be your car. I'm sorry, how do I publish this?
Yes, that's
It's published now. To the jury.
Thank you. A would be the location of your car.
That would be the approximate. And the reason that I say approximate is because if you look the way the road bends around, I would always make sure I'm parked so that the front of the vehicle was facing west.
That would be towards Hope Spring?
Toward Hope Spring. So anybody coming up of Chickasaw to Suburban Drive, if they drove there, they would see the front of my vehicle there. And they would U-turn around.
Now, the media and law enforcement that you were previously discussing, would they be between your car and Hope Spring, or would they be past your vehicle farther towards the entrance to the school?
The law enforcement, they would normally park further behind so that you wouldn't be able to see them unless you actually drove around where the road bends. The media people, like the independent ones, they would park anywhere. They park up at the front, or like in front of me, they'd be parked, or they could be further down.
Now, as you park during most evenings between September 1st and October 31st, would you have your car ignition on or off?
It would be off, and I would have the windows down. Did
you at any time notice anything out of the ordinary, any odors out of the ordinary on those dates in the vicinity of Suburban Drive?
No, I did not.
All right, sir. At the end of October 2008, did you participate in the sending of a teddy bear from Cindy Anthony to a person named Luke Phillips?
I have to ask you to rephrase the question because my answer would be no, but yeah, I did facilitate a teddy bear.
Okay. And how did you facilitate the sending? First of all, at what time are we talking about? Would this be near the end of October 2008 that you facilitated?
Approximately that time.
And how did you facilitate the sending of a teddy bear between Cindy Anthony and Luke Phillips?
I got a...
And let me caution you, do not relate to me any statements anyone told you. Just describe for me what you actually did.
I acquired an address from Luke Phillips. I provided the address to Cindy Anthony and asked Cindy Anthony if she could mail something of Kaylee Marie's to Luke Phillips. And she said yes. She forwarded a teddy bear.
How do you know it was a teddy bear?
Because Cindy told me it was a teddy bear.
Now, do you know whether this bear was returned from Cindy Anthony or returned to Cindy Anthony from Luke Phillips?
No.
Did you receive a package from Luke Phillips at your office?
Yes.
And was that package for Cindy Anthony?
Excuse me?
Was that package for Cindy Anthony?
Yes, but it was addressed to DNA Investigations, something like Kerath, but it was for Cindy Anthony.
And as a result of that, did Cindy Anthony come to your place of work?
I don't exactly recollect whether she actually came to the office, or I believe that we met halfway somewhere along the 436 Cimarron Boulevard area. And I handed Cindy, when I called Cindy and I said, the teddy arrived back. And she said, well, open it up and just...
Try not to tell me what you said. I apologize. Try not, just tell me what you saw.
I had a sealed box, and I arranged to meet Cindy Anthony. And I brought the sealed box to Cindy Anthony.
And did you see Cindy Anthony open the box?
Cindy opened the box. And
did you view what was inside the box?
I could see Teddy.
All right, you could see a teddy bear.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Referred to as, to my understanding, Teddy.
Now, when was the bear returned by Luke Phillips to Cindy Anthony?
I'll be going off recollection, ma'am. I'll be guessing at that one. I'm around the end of October, maybe.
All right. Would this have been clearly after Casey Anthony was indicted and back in jail?
Oh, it was this or request for an article was way after Casey was sent back to jail on October 14th, so it was way after that. It was a couple to 3 weeks after.
All right, sir, thank you. Now, sir, on November 15th of 2008, did you go with a man named James Hoover? Well, let me stop myself a minute. We talked about this fellow named Luke Phillips. Who is Luke Phillips?
Luke Phillips is a person that contacted the family right in the beginning. That would be July of 2008, and offered help. And to my understanding, Luke Phillips represented some people, 2 or 3 people, I'm not sure, but they call psychics.
So to the best of your knowledge, Luke Phillips is employed as a psychic.
No, he is not employed as a psychic. He is employed as something else, but he works with people with psychic abilities, and he aids in searches for people.
All right, sir. Now, on November 15th of 2008, did you go with a man named James Hoover to Suburban Drive?
I didn't hear the question. I'm terribly sorry.
That's quite all right. November 15, 2008, did you go with a man named James Hoover to Suburban Drive?
Yes, I did.
Who is James Hoover?
James Hoover was a volunteer that arrived at the Anthony's family home within a few days of the protesters starting and volunteered services where he would provide security.
Did he work for you?
He did not work for DNA Investigations, which is my agency or myself.
Now, on November 15 of 2008, and sir, I don't want you to tell me anything that you were told, all right? But were you, in fact, on a cell phone in the vicinity of Suburban Drive?
Yep.
And who were you talking with on the cell phone without telling me anything that was said? Who were you talking with?
Jeanette Lucas?
And what is Jeanette Lucas's profession, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, she is a psychic.
Now, did you go into the wooded area on Suburban Drive on November 15th?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you what we've already previously introduced. Now, let me put it on the screen here. I'm not gonna put this up.
Can you bring it that way a bit?
I can do whatever we need here, I think.
That way.
I say that. Thank you.
There you go.
Fabulous.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
You
it.
want it published to the jury?
I would like that, Your Honor.
Yes, defense exhibit.
This is, I'm afraid to touch it now. 64, Your Honor.
Okay.
I told Mr. Casey that if you touch your monitor, you can actually draw on this, all right? I don't know if you've used one of these before, but now on November the 15th, did you go with Mr. Hoover to an area on Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Can you show us with the letter B on here where you went the first time on November 15th that you went to the vicinity of Suburban Drive?
Do you want me to draw a B on here?
Yes, I think you can just take your finger and put the letter B wherever it is that you first went.
I'm going to say I'm going from approximate, okay?
Yes.
And nothing happened.
We're doing something wrong. All right, sir. Now, did you go in your car or Mr. Hoover's car?
It was in Mr. Hoover's car.
And why did you go to this location without, what were you looking for? Don't tell me anything anybody told you, but what were you looking for at this location on Suburban Drive?
I'd received a call from,
You can tell me that, but don't tell me what the person said on the call.
I had received a call from Jeanette Lucas early in that morning of November the 15th.
As a result of that, did you go to Suburban Drive?
As a result of that call, I went to Suburban Drive.
What were you looking for?
Jeanette Lucas had told me that,
No,
oh, okay,
Just tell us what you were looking for, sir.
what were you looking for?
the possible location of Kerath Yuri Anthony.
Now, when you first went to the location you labeled B,
Mhm.
did you go into the wooded area?
At first,
Well, at first, what did you do?
we pulled up at approximately there. See where I just scribbled?
Yes.
Approximately there. I got out of the vehicle and then started headed that way toward the school.
Which side of the road were you on?
I was in the middle of the road.
All right.
I started headed there, and I told James Hoover, I said, stay in the vehicle. He said, where are you going? I said, just stay in the vehicle. I walked away far enough from the vehicle where I knew he would not be able to hear,
So that you could talk to Miss Lucas.
so I could talk to Miss Lucas.
All right.
I said I would call when I got to the location, so I called her.
And at some point, did you head into the woods?
Did I enter into the woods?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you show us where you entered into the woods initially?
This looks so different. Oh, there's a pencil.
All right, sir.
I'm going to say somewhere in that location. I'm just, that's approximate.
How far did you go into the woods initially?
Probably 20, 25 feet.
And how long did you spend in that location of the woods initially?
Initially,
Yes.
It was like a walk in, there was like an opening type thing where I looked for somewhere that you could go in without having to cut down shrubbery or something. So I walked into this area that I could see that had access.
All right. Now,
And
go ahead.
I apologize.
No, that's all right.
I was in there probably it was less than 10 minutes, maybe less than 5 minutes. When I actually walked in, I looked around, and then I came walking out.
And then what did you do?
I noticed as I came walking out, I saw James Hoover standing within probably about 10 feet from the curb into the woods with his arm like this. He had a video camera.
Did you know he was videotaping prior to that time?
I had no idea.
Did you ever give him any permission to videotape?
No, at that time, no, I did not.
All right. So what did you do next?
I said, "What the so-and-so heck are you doing with a videotape, with a video camera?" And he said, I'm just, he said, I wanted you to have something for your file.
Okay, don't try not very hard not to tell me what it is the person
Huh?
saw. Try not to tell me what it is the person said. What did you do after you saw him with a video camera? Did you go into another area of the woods? Did you go to a different location? What did you do?
I came out of the woods, and then I could see another opening into the woods,
Where
which would be coming west.
Can you show me on the drawing here where the second opening would be that you saw?
I'm going to say it's approximately there.
All right. And when you're talking about an opening, are you talking about a place where just the brush is cleared? Or are you talking about what appears to be a trail? What are you talking about?
Easier to get into than you wouldn't have to be pushing trees or things around or things like that.
All right, sir. And did you go into the second area of the woods?
That I just put on, yes.
Yes. And first of all, how far in did you get?
Again, it was no more than 20, 25 feet.
And
As you,
go ahead. 20 or 25 feet from the curb or from?
from the edge of the curb,
Mhm.
and the property went down, and then it would be like white, sandy, with 2 or 3 inches of water. So there was water within that, and it appeared as though the water ran from west to east. If you looked at the current across the top of the water, you could see it flowing west to east.
And was the water right there at the curb, or did you have to get somewhat into the woods before?
No,
you
ma'am,
did?
it was about 20 feet in.
All right. Now, how long did you spend in this area of the woods the second time? During the second, this would be your second excursion?
Could have
into the woods?
been, again, I'm going from memory, say 10 minutes or so, just walking around the areas that you could actually,
Were you looking for anything in particular?
yes,
What were you looking for?
3 white paver stones.
Were you looking for anything in addition to 3 white paper stones? Specifically, sir, were you looking for garbage bags?
Not specifically looking for garbage bags, no.
Did you see garbage bags?
Yes, there's a tremendous amount of garbage bags all around them.
All right. Now, how long would you say that you stayed in the woods this second entry, this time here, in the second area?
Again, I'm going to be guessing, and I'm going to,
I'm
I'm sorry, I did. Again, I'm going to be guessing, ma'am, I'm going to say 10, maybe 12 minutes.
And from there, where did you go?
And then from there, came out of the woods onto Suburban Drive, into the vehicle, and then around onto, you see that street that's across from the retention pond?
Yes, could you just draw a blue line there, please? What was located over there?
Excuse me?
What was located over there?
There was a vacant house.
And why did you go to the vacant house?
When I came up out of the woods before I got into the vehicle, I called Jeanette Lucas.
Yeah, but don't tell me
Oh, I
anything.
can't tell you anything. Okay,
As-
so what do I do? What would you like me to do?
As a result of talking with her, you went to the abandoned house, I take it.
As a result of speaking with Miss Lucas, I ended up at the house.
All right, sir. And can you approximately put an X where the abandoned house is, if it's on this map?
Can you see that one there with the dark roof?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the abandoned house, the one with the dark roof?
I believe that is the house.
All right, sir. And how long did you stay at the abandoned house looking?
I'm going to say, again, I'm going from memory, and it would be maybe 10, 12 minutes.
All right. And once again, were you looking for the same 3 paper stones?
3 paper stones.
Now, we see you cutting open some garbage bags in the videotape.
Mhm.
You've had an opportunity to view the videotape, haven't you, sir?
Excuse me?
You've had an opportunity to view the videotape.
Yes, ma'am.
And why are you cutting open the garbage bags?
To see what was inside of them. Okay.
All right, sir. Now, after you finished at the abandoned house, did you go back to the woods that day, or did you go somewhere else?
No, from the abandoned house, we went to a hotel, which I'm not sure what the name is, by the airport, because prior arrangements have been made to pick somebody up there to bring them over to the meet and greet.
And this meet and greet was a event that was being hosted by Cindy and George Anthony?
That is correct.
All right, sir. Now, the next day, November 16th, did you go back to Suburban Drive?
Yes.
All right. Where did you park when you went back on November? First of all, why did you go back on November 16th?
To prove a psychic wrong.
All right. And did you take Mr. Hoover with you the second time?
Yes, I did.
And where did you park on that date? Let me clear this. All right. We're on November 16th now. Where do you think you parked on November 16th?
I'm going to say I'm going from memory again, but I'm going to say it's within the same vicinity.
All right, now that's a pretty big circle there.
I know it is, isn't it? It's too big.
Were you expanding your search on the 16th? Were you trying to cover more area? What were you doing?
No, went through the same openings.
2 openings in the,
Correct.
Okay.
Went through the same openings and just wanted to pan around and just look and see, like, did I miss anything that? Can I say what the person was saying to me?
no.
Okay. What I had been instructed to look.
Did you see any remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony in the woods on November 15th or 16th?
No, absolutely not.
And was that what you were looking for?
That is the purpose of going out there.
Okay. How much time on November 16th do you think you spent in these woods looking for Kaylee Anthony?
Again, I'd say 12 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. I'm going from memory, so I'm totally
And
unsure.
Mr. Hoover was with you again.
That would be correct.
Now, at this time, he's also videotaping you. You've had a chance to see the videotape. He's videotaping you again.
That is correct,
Yeah,
with my approval.
All right. And at the second time, it looks like you have a stick that allows you to probe the
probe.
earth. Did you bring the stick so you could probe the earth?
I brought the probe because the ground condition was soft and silty sand. So it was like you either had the choice of like sticking your hands in there, and there would be leaves and trash and everything else, so it could be used to go ahead and move those around without taking the chance of, we saw like plenty of snakes out there. So I'd rather use that as far as doing that. And then just pushed it down in certain areas to see if there was anything that touched the end of the probe or a resistance in any manner.
And did you find what you were looking for?
No.
Now, did you also go back to the abandoned house, the one with the dark roof that you previously indicated to us on the map?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you again probe there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to Suburban Drive a third time?
Yes, I did.
And this time, was Mr. Hoover with you?
No, he was not.
Now, when was it that you went back to Suburban Drive a third time?
I was on the way to the Anthony residence, and I guess it would be on the Tuesday or the Wednesday following the 15th and 16th. So 15th, 16th. So you could say 18th or 19th. I believe it was on the Tuesday the 18th
All right,
or
so-
Wednesday the 19th.
What was the purpose of going back yet a third time?
Relief.
I'm sorry?
Relief.
Relief. Were you looking for anything in particular?
I did not go into the woods at all.
What exactly did you do?
I parked my vehicle. I got out of my vehicle.
Show us where you parked your vehicle. Let me clear this so that. All right, so show me where you parked the vehicle on Tuesday. Did you say Tuesday the 18th?
Yes, it was either the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
All right, sir.
Or maybe it was I think it was the Tuesday.
And
Somewhere in that location.
where did you walk, sir?
Excuse me?
Draw a line to show us your path, the path that you walked.
I walked east, and then from east, I came west, and walked west, and then I walked back to my vehicle right there, got in my vehicle and drove off.
All right, sir. What were you looking for as you walked that length of woods that you've indicated on this map?
I wasn't walking the woods, and I wasn't looking for anything.
You were walking in the street.
I walked in the center of the street.
All right, but what were you looking in the direction of the woods?
I was just looking all around and feeling really, really happy about it.
Did you see the 2 points of entry that you previously searched on the 15th and the 16th of November?
Yes, I did.
Were there any other openings that you did not search that you saw?
It's highly possible. I couldn't really say.
Nothing drew your curiosity, though?
No.
Okay. At any time, when you were in the woods on the 15th, 16th, or either the Tuesday or Wednesday following that, did you see or handle any physical evidence related to this case in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
At any time while you were in the woods on those dates on Suburban Drive, did you see any bags or debris that appeared to contain human remains?
My goodness, no.
Yeah, just one moment, John.
You may.
Of the probe or a resistance in any manner.
And did you find what you were looking for?
No.
Now, did you also go back to the abandoned house, the one with the dark roof that you previously indicated to us on the map?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you again probe there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to Suburban Drive a third time?
Yes, I did.
And this time, was Mr. Hoover with you?
No, he was not.
Now, when was it that you went back to Suburban Drive a third time?
I was on the way to the Anthony residence, and I guess it would be on the Tuesday or the Wednesday following the 15th and 16th. So 15th, 16th. So you could say 18th or 19th. I believe it was on the Tuesday the 18th
All right,
or
so
Wednesday the 19th.
what was the purpose of going back yet a third time?
Relief.
I'm sorry?
Relief.
Relief. Were you looking for anything in particular?
I did not go into the woods at all.
What exactly did you do?
I parked my vehicle. I got out of my vehicle.
Show us where you parked your vehicle. Let me clear this so that. All right, sir, show me where you parked the vehicle on Tuesday. Did you say Tuesday the 18th?
Yes, it was either the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
All right, sir.
Or maybe it was the Monday. I think it was the Tuesday.
And
Somewhere in that area, in that location.
where did you walk, sir?
Excuse me?
Draw a line to show us your path, the path that you walked.
I walked east, and then from east, I came west, and walked west, and then I walked back to my vehicle right there, got in my vehicle and drove off.
All right, sir. What were you looking for as you walked that length of woods that you've indicated on this map?
I wasn't walking the woods, and I wasn't looking for anything.
You were walking on the street.
I walked in the center of the street.
All right, but what were you looking in the direction of the woods?
I was just looking all around and feeling really, really happy about it.
Did you see the 2 points of entry that you previously searched on the 15th and the 16th of November?
Yes, I did.
Were there any other openings that you did not search that you saw?
It's highly possible. I couldn't really say.
Nothing drew your curiosity, though?
No.
Okay. At any time, when you were in the woods on the 15th, 16th, or either the Tuesday or Wednesday following that, did you see or handle any physical evidence related to this case in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
At any time while you were in the woods on those dates on Suburban Drive, did you see any bags or debris that appeared to contain human remains?
My goodness, no.
Yeah, just one moment.
You may.
Thank you, sir. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Before we proceed to cross-examination, any members of the jury need a comfort break? Anybody need a break? You may proceed with cross-examination.
Mr. Casey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I believe you had stated early on that when you first got involved in this case, you were working for the Bias Law Firm for a period of time,
That would be correct.
and then afterwards you went to work for the Anthonys.
That would be correct.
You had contact with Casey Anthony while she was out of jail between August 22nd of 2008 and October 14th of 2008, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, your job was to investigate the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Kaylee Marie Anthony, correct?
That is correct.
That is to follow up tips.
Excuse me?
You were following up some tips,
Yes, sir.
and to do whatever investigation needed to be done.
That would be true.
You never asked Casey Anthony about. We talked about. I'm sorry, on direct examination.
Well, let's approach the bench. All right, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Casey, we left off with establishing that at one point you worked for Mr. Bias and then you went to work for the Anthonys, correct?
Correct.
For both George and Cindy Anthony.
Correct.
It would be fair to say, though, would it not, that even after you went to work for George and Cindy Anthony, you had regular communication and contact with Mr. Bias? From time to time?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go, first let's go straight to November 15th. The first time that you went to the area off of Suburban Drive. You had testified on direct examination that you went there, for the most part, because of a woman by the name of Jeanette Lucas, correct?
That's correct.
And she was a psychic.
That is correct.
And she directed you there.
Excuse me?
She directed you there.
She threatened me?
She directed you to that area.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would it be fair to say that by this time in November of 2008 that Cindy Anthony was pretty desperate to find out what happened to her daughter? I mean, her granddaughter?
Sustain.
How would you describe Cindy Anthony's mood and her demeanor during the month of November of 2008 while the search for her granddaughter was going on?
Overall,
What would you like me to do?
how would you describe Mrs. Anthony's mood during that time period?
Traumatized, distraught. Traumatized, distraught. She was missing her granddaughter and there was a missing child and her daughter.
And George Anthony was similarly traumatized and distraught, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
So when you went into the woods on November 15th, it was to help them, correct?
Excuse me?
It was to help George and Cindy Anthony when you went into the woods on November 15th, wasn't it?
No, I would not describe it as that. You said that was to help them?
It was to help them find if she was in fact there, to help her grandparents, to help the grandparents find some closure, right? Find some answers.
I wouldn't quite put it that way, no. I was going there, as I stated, at the direction of a psychic that had, can I say this, that called me? Can I say that?
The woman's name?
Huh?
I'm sorry. You went there at the direction of Jeanette Lucas, correct?
Jeanette Lucas called me on Saturday, November the 15th, early morning.
And without
And
going
that
to
was the
what?
sole purpose of me going there. It was not to facilitate anybody or anything or other than follow up on that tip.
Cindy Anthony did not send you into those woods on November 15th, correct?
No, absolutely not.
George Anthony did not send you into the woods on November 15th, 2008, correct?
Absolutely not.
All right. Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification RO. Do you recognize what that picture is? Put it another way, do you recognize Suburban Drive?
Yeah, I believe it's Suburban Drive.
Okay. If you would, sir, if you would take one of the colored pens, I think there's a blue pen in front of you. There you go. Again, on November 15th, 2008, can you indicate with that blue pen first where you believed your vehicle was parked on Suburban Drive, if you can, from that photograph?
I can accurately do it from this because it's a very deceptive photograph by the angle that it's taken. It's an aerial shot that's going down, where the other photograph that I saw was a direct. So I could see more of a direct road. I mean, I can put an approximate, but it's not going to be definite.
Can you see where there is a curve in the road?
I can see the curve in the road over here. This curve? Is that what you're asking me?
You see that curve in the road?
I see that curve.
Do you also see a fence line in that picture?
Excuse me?
Do you also see a fence line in that picture?
This here?
Does it look like a fence line to you?
It sure does.
Okay. Yes, that fence line.
Okay.
Looking at those two landmarks, would that photograph help you, or would you be able to delineate with that blue marker where you parked your vehicle on November 15th of 2008?
I did not park my vehicle because I was not driving my vehicle. It was James Hoover's vehicle. So where we parked the vehicle is
yes. How about we'll just change it to
okay.
Mr. Hoover's vehicle?
I can approximately.
Okay.
I'm doing it in the blue one, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Also, with the blue marker, can you mark on that photograph where you believe you walked into the woods?
Okay.
Okay. And before I have you mark anything else on that, did you come out of the woods the same way that you went in on the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you also mark with the blue pen, if you haven't already, how far into the woods you went on that day?
Well, that would be extremely inaccurate, wouldn't it? Because this is not a scale photograph.
Okay.
You know, I would say I could, 20, 25 feet from the edge of the asphalt.
While we're on that subject, do you ever recall stating that you had actually gone into the woods between 30 and 40 feet, possibly even a maximum of 50 feet into the woods?
That's quite possible. See, once you get, oh, okay.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to use what's been previously marked for identification RO and just to use it as a demonstrative evidence at this point. You may object? You may. May I publish this? You may. Thank you.
Oh, I can see a lot better on here.
You can see much better on the screen?
Yeah, it's a lot bigger.
All right. Now that it's bigger, is there anything that you would like to change about where you made your markings? Or they still look, albeit maybe not to scale, but as a general approximation of where you parked and where you went into the woods?
It was probably maybe a little bit going to the left of the picture.
Okay.
So more that X to the left there.
Where you believe you went into the woods?
There you go. You see that there?
Okay. Are you more comfortable with that marking than you are the other two?
Yes, I would. I believe I would be, yeah.
Okay. May I approach the witness? You may.
Yes, sir. This blue one? Yes, sir.
Why don't you put another X where you believe more accurately reflects where you went into the woods, and for that X, why don't we circle it?
And with that X, put a circle?
Circle around.
Okie dokie.
Now, was this the trip when you went into the woods where you saw the toilet bowl, or was that the next step?
Excuse me?
When you saw the broken toilet, was that on this trip or the next trip?
Actually, I believe it was both.
Oh, okay. So you went to the same area both days?
Yes, sir.
And you described seeing an old toilet?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Did you see an old busted toilet in the woods?
Yes, there was an old toilet, and it was sitting in the woods.
And you saw 3 black trash bags?
Actually, numerous trash bags.
And were they on the ground or were they buried in the ground?
For the most part, they were sitting on the ground. Like people are just like, for example, yard trash. Like the yard service maybe. I cut the grass and just like.
And you cut them all open?
Excuse me?
Did you cut them all open?
A few of them, yes.
Right. You also found a bath mat, did you not?
Yes, a tore up bath mat.
It wasn't a towel or a blanket. It was a bath mat.
No, it was a bath mat, and I want to say it was a greeny in color, kind of a greeny.
Okay.
But I'll be going from memory. I'm just not sure.
And you didn't see a red Disney bag, correct?
Excuse me?
You didn't see a red Disney bag, correct?
A red what bag?
Disney.
Disney. No, there was no Disney there. No.
Be fair to say that this foray into the woods was not an exhaustive search.
No, not at all.
Were you on the phone the entire time?
Was I on the time?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry if I'm not speaking clearly.
No, I'm just having difficulty hearing for some reason.
It's probably my fault. I apologize.
It's okay.
Were you on the phone the entire time that you were in this part of the woods on November 15th of 2008?
I wouldn't say the entire time. There was a couple of pauses in between telephone calls.
Okay. And I believe you testified that after you came out of this area, you went to an abandoned house on the other side of the street by the retention pond. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, fair to say that on November 15th, when you went into the woods here, there was a lot of water, wasn't there?
No, that would be unfair to say.
Okay. Was there water there at all?
Yes, sir, there was.
Okay. How much water? I believe you testified on direct examination that it was about 2 to 3 inches deep in some places.
Yes, sir. If you walked in about 20, 25 feet, you would be standing in water approximately ankle deep.
That's because after you're on Suburban Drive, when you go into the woods, there's a drop off, correct?
Yes, the elevation of the ground drops approximately 6 feet from the street elevation, and then it levels out, and then the elevation then goes from, let me see where it would go from west to east. So water would be traveling toward the dead end of the street.
So
You can see the current going in the water.
And we'll get to this, but just before I forget, when you went the next day, I'm sorry, you didn't go into the next day when you went into the woods, did you still see that same amount of water?
Yes.
And
It would be fair to say it was. Can I clarify something here?
I'm sorry, sir?
Could I finish what I was saying here?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, absolutely.
No, that's okay. I wouldn't say, I don't want you to be under the impression that it was like a river.
No, sir.
It was like maybe 12, 15 feet, and then a dry spot, and then maybe 20 feet or something, So I guess as it rained, it would, but you could see a definite flow of water. I am finished now, I'm sorry.
No, don't be. I'm sorry if I cut you off.
I don't know.
After you cut open some of these black trash bags, did you do any other type of search? In other words, did you ever get on your hands and knees and dig through the muck looking for anything?
No, on here?
On
No,
November,
no.
on November 15th?
No, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked identification RP. I don't believe your eyes are playing tricks on you. I believe it's the same photograph.
Yes, sir, it appears to be the same.
Okay. Now I want to take you to the next day, November 16th of 2008. Did you go back to the area of Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a look into the woods?
Could you repeat the question? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm having difficulty hearing for some reason.
Did you walk through the woods? Did you search?
Went into the woods in the same area,
Yes.
correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Now you have a red pen in front of you. Let's use the red pen for November 16th. Can you approximate using that photograph where, did you take your car this day or Mr. Hoover's?
Mr. Hoover's.
All right. If you can, do you recall where Mr. Hoover parked the car on November 16th, 2008?
Should I put an X there, or what would you like me to write?
Sure.
I put an X with a circle,
All right.
and that's approximate.
Okay. Were you on the phone with Jeanette Lucas on this date, during this time?
I believe so. That's 3 years ago. So I believe I was. Yes. Yes, I was.
When you went back on the 16th, did you go at Jeanette Lucas's behest? Did she tell you to go there?
She said you need to go back there. I think there's a missing piece here. I don't know what to do. At the end of the day on Saturday, can I say this?
Hold on a second. I don't want you to be confused. I'll take you back there. After you, let's for a second go back to November 15th. After you left the woods, after your search, did you get in contact with Jeanette Lucas?
I tried to, and I got a hold of Luke Phillips.
Okay.
I said Jeanette Lucas is full of nonsense.
Don't
okay.
talk about what Mr.
So that's what I can't say.
Don't talk about what Mr. Phillips may have said to you.
Okay.
Did you speak with Jeanette Lucas on that day, on the 15th?
In the evening, no,
Okay.
I did not.
Let's go to November 16th. Did you speak with Jeanette Lucas on November 16th?
The morning on the Sunday, the 16th, yes.
Okay. Did you tell her about where you had gone and what you had seen?
Can I answer that?
Question, Counsel. Yes or no? Did you tell her?
Did I tell her what?
What you had seen, what you saw, and what you did.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. After speaking with her, did you go back to Suburban Drive on the 16th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was that as
This was, I think you're jumping in. I think I may be getting mixed up here. I spoke with Miss Lucas, Jenny, from Suburban Drive.
Yes, sir.
So that's what you're talking about. We're both talking about the same thing, right?
I
The
hope so.
16th, on the Sunday.
Yes.
Yes, I was on Suburban Drive while I was talking to her.
Okay. Just like you were on the 15th.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went back, now you've marked where. Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. You have the red marker, correct?
The red marker?
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Can you mark on that photograph where you believe you first went into the woods on Suburban Drive on November 16th of 2008?
I put an X in the square.
Okay. Did you exit the woods at the same location in which you entered it?
I believe I did, yes.
When you walked into the woods, did you change direction or did you just walk straight ahead?
No, I changed direction.
Okay, can you mark on that photograph where you believe your path of travel in the woods on November 16th of 2008?
Yes, I can.
All right,
I do that now?
please.
I put a line from the X with the square,
Okay.
and I put an arrow in,
Okay.
and that would be heading west
I'm not real good with that. Is that west towards the school or west
No, sir.
towards Hope Spring?
toward Hope Spring.
Okay. Did you still see water on the ground?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you take anything else with you on this search that you didn't have the day before?
Yes, I did.
What did you have?
I had a probe,
Was that all you had?
and I had a little trowel, like a like a potter's trowel.
A little shovel?
No, I wouldn't call it a shovel's a big thing, isn't it?
A little shovel.
Yeah, when you put it in your pocket, you put it in the plant pots.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about?
I
Little
do.
ones, right up there.
I'm sorry. I call it a shovel.
Okay.
Well, I think we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Did you use that trowel on the 16th in the woods?
I don't believe I used it in the woods, and if I did, I would have used it just to lift something over.
Okay.
But I didn't. Put it in the ground. To my knowledge, I didn't anyway.
You may.
Yes, sir.
They would like to use RP for as a demonstrative aid?
You may.
Thank you. All right. How's that look?
I don't see anything.
I'm sorry. May I publish? Thanks, sir.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I know.
All right. Does it look better to you now on the big screen?
Excuse me?
Does it look better to you on the big screen?
Yes, I see things a lot better.
All right. Is there any difference or change where you'd like to mark where you went into the woods and where you went out of the woods? Or is this accurate?
It's going to be within the same region,
Okay.
plus or minus 10 feet.
All right. And to be clear, the X with the square is where you entered the woods, correct?
The X with the square?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the X with the circle is where you would have come out.
No, sir. That would be where the vehicle was parked.
I'm sorry. You're correct. That's what you said before. So you went in the direction of Hope Spring Drive searching. Was Mr. Hoover with you step for step?
Step by step.
Was he with you?
Was he with me on that day?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he walking with you in the woods or was he hanging out on the street?
He was hanging out about 10 feet back from me and came into the woods behind me.
Okay. And I believe you had testified earlier that you were aware that he was taping.
He was hazing?
He was taping. He was
Taping. Oh,
videotaping. Were you aware of
yes.
that?
No. No, I need to clarify that.
Okay.
I was aware and I approved that he could videotape with the understanding there would be no audio. I have since learned today for the first time there is audio on the tape, which I completely forbid him to do that. And that video must be handed to me because he said, I'm doing this to help you for DNA investigations files. Thank you. Very nice of you. That was conditions. I find out today that he gone ahead and had the audio thing going.
So today was the first that you had learned that there was audio connected with the video that was taken back on November 15th and 16th of 2008?
It's the first time that I heard
Okay.
audio. It had been rumored before. I think some people had even said that.
My question, Sean.
You may.
Yes, sir, I do.
We'll try to document this photograph a little bit for me. You see where you have the X with the square?
Yes.
Would it be possible for you to write in there that that's where you enter woods?
You have to understand I'm going from the rest of my memory. I mean, but this looks approximate, yes.
Okay. And where you have the X in the circle, can you put there, could you write, that is where you had indicated where the car was parked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you just write car parked?
Yes, sir.
All right, now if there's a little bit of space or someplace to write on Suburban Drive there, could you write November 16, 2008? And could you put your initials next to it? Okay, thank you. May I approach the witness, John?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
So that is RO. Did I give you back RO? I believe I did.
This one is identification RO.
Okay, and on that one you used the blue pen, correct?
I use this blue pen.
All right, and earlier you had made a marking of an X with a circle around. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And that indicated where you went into the woods and came out.
Yes, sir.
Can you write in the blue pen that where you can enter woods?
I wrote into woods and I put an arrow up like that. So I put an arrow down the road. I'm pointing up to it.
You also had a marking in blue pen on that photograph at where the car was parked, correct?
Yeah, it's kind of like a scribbly circles.
Okay. Can you indicate somewhere in there that is where the car, just write car parked?
Okay, I wrote it to the right so you could see it.
Okay.
And I brought a line across with an arrow on those circles.
Thank you, sir. And if you would again, at the bottom of the street, if you could write the date, that
November 15th.
November 15th, 2008. And would you initial that as well, sir?
Yes, sir, I would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
That's the only thing I have.
Mr. Casey, you had indicated that about a week or so after this second visit, you went a third time to the area at Suburban Drive, correct?
Within a couple of days.
All right. You had indicated that you had walked the street of Suburban Drive up to the school and then back down to Hope Spring Drive and then back to your car, correct?
Nope, I did
Right,
not walk
sorry, I got that wrong.
toward Hope Spring, but not to Hope Spring.
Oh.
But yes, I walked towards the school and then came back towards Hope Spring, walked a little past my vehicle, turned back around, walked back to my vehicle, got in the vehicle.
And you never left the street?
No, I walked directly down the middle of the street.
Okay. You never went into the woods that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Casey, thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you.
Quick witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as a state's identification RO, Mr. Casey. Does that represent the first entry into the woods on November 15th or the second?
The 15th?
Yes.
Yes.
You went in twice, right?
Yes.
Is that the first entry or the second entry?
Well, the first entry would be more where the X is in the circle.
Did you put a 1 near the first entry?
I don't have a pen.
Is that blue, man?
Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. There you go. So I'll put a 1. I'm going to put it to the left of there, that circle, and initially, is that right?
That would be fine.
There you go.
And put a 2 where the second entry was.
I put a 2 and I initial that.
All right, those are the entries of the woods. Could you draw a circle to show the area of the woods that you think you walked in the first and second time you actually entered the woods?
There you go.
All right, great. Now, you keep using the word estimation. Why do you keep saying these are estimations?
Well, number 1, I don't have a tape measure.
You didn't have a tape measure.
No, I didn't have a tape measure, so I wouldn't be able to measure it. And I'll be going off of 3 years of memory. And
Okay.
so
Now,
I'm approximating where I would be.
between November the 15th of 2008 and today, has anyone from law enforcement sat down with you and shown you pictures and asked you to explain where it was that you went on during this excursion?
Oro.
Between 2008 and today, has anyone from law enforcement sat down with you with a map like this and asked you to explain where you walked that day?
The state attorney's office did.
Did you draw a map for them?
I put some circles or some X's.
How long ago was that, sir?
Would we say March of 2011?
March of 2011?
Is that correct?
Is that correct, sir?
I believe it was around March of 2011.
Your Honor, may counsel approach sidebar, please?
You may.
Mr. Casey.
Just a second. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Casey, this event that you just referenced that occurred in March of 2011.
This year?
Yeah, this year. That was a normal discovery deposition?
Yes, I went to the state attorney's office
Okay.
and did a deposition.
And there was a court reporter present like the one here today?
There was
right?
a young lady like this.
All right. Prior to that time, I'm talking about back in 2008 or 2009 when things were a little fresher in your memory.
Mhm.
Did anyone with the Orange County Police Department or the Sheriff's Office sit down with you and ask you to map out or detail where you'd been in the woods on November 15th or 16th?
Not to my knowledge at all.
Okay. Now, on these days, November 15th and 16th, did you have a tape measure with you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you trying to reference anything particular out there that would allow you to recreate this event 3 years later? Any particular markers in the woods or light poles, anything like that? Were you trying to specifically make a mental note so that 3 years later you'd be able to testify to this event?
Yes, absolutely. I took some still photographs.
Okay. And you also obviously have this videotape.
I have the videotape?
No, you've seen the videotape. We all have the videotape.
Yes, correct.
And would you agree that the videotape is the accurate representation of where you were in the woods on those 2 dates?
I would say it is, yes.
Okay. So when you reference the state's exhibits, RP and RO as estimations, these are your best guess 3 years later. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't necessarily say that they're absolutely accurate, correct?
No, I wouldn't say they're accurate, no.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any additional questions? Mr.
No,
Judge?
sir.
May Mr. Casey be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. You may be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this concludes the presentation of evidence for today. We're going to be in recess. I'm going to ask that you abide by all previous admonitions.
Now, the next video in line here does not say day 29, but I'm assuming it's day 29. So let's take a look.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, Assistant State Attorney, Mr. Baez. Yes. Okay. State recognized presence of the jury and does the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions during the recess? Okay, the defense may call the next witness.
Joe Jordan.
Please stand your raise right hand and repeat out loud. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Joseph Jordan, J-O-S-E-P-H, J-O-R-D-A-N.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan.
Good morning.
You tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, how you were employed.
I'm employed with a dental supply company in Sanford, Florida.
You live here in Central Florida.
Yes, I do.
In 2008, June, July, August, September, that era, sir, did you volunteer to work with Texas EquiSearch?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, please, who and what Texas EquiSearch is?
It's an organization that searches for missing people.
Was this the first time you had been involved in volunteering to search for missing people?
Yes, it was.
Did you become a team leader?
Yes, I did.
What is a team leader?
Somebody who basically directs the search when you're out on the searches and just lead the team.
How many people did you usually have on a team assigned to you?
Anywhere between 10 and 30.
Did you, in fact, sir, have occasion on about the 1st of September to search a suburban drive area in Orlando?
Yes, sir.
The purpose of that was?
We were given direction to search a certain area, and we searched. That was one of the areas we were given to search.
Searching for Keeley.
Correct.
May I?
You may.
Mr. Jordan, you said that. This is exhibit number 57.
Yes. Let's get the witness mic'd up.
Okay, we're marking another copy of the same photograph, identification FH for the defense.
Okay.
May I show this to the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you this photograph, sir. Do you recognize the scene they're in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess without using this, you can return it, and we'll do it electronically.
Mr. Jordan, is that on you have on your screen of this photograph?
No.
No, sir.
It should be on there now. Kind of turn the screen a little
Yes,
bit. Okay.
Is it on there now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Jordan, does this photograph fairly and accurately portray your recollection of the area of Suburban Drive that you participated in with Texas Secret Search?
Yes, it does.
All right, then I don't know how many of these we have, but I'll offer this exhibit next for the defense, Your Honor.
Any objection? Be received as defense exhibit number.
Sir, when you searched on Suburban Drive, first of all, do you know how many times you did that?
I don't recall, no.
You want these published to the jury, Mr. Melich?
I will, yeah.
You want it now?
Yeah, we can do it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Now, Mr. Jordan, when you went out there to search, this was part of Texas Secret Search, searching not just you on your own.
Yes, sir.
Did you lead a team?
Yes, sir.
Did you lead a team on each of the occasions you went there?
Not every time, no.
First time?
I believe so.
You know how many people were on the team the first time?
I don't recall.
Was it more or less than 10?
Probably more than 10.
And were all of the people on the team also searching for Kaylee?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember on the first occasion, the area that you and your team searched on, relative to Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
Can you show us with your, how does that work? You touch it.
Okay. We would park usually down here and along this area.
Okay, sir.
The main focus of the search was along this pathway. And there, at the time, was no fence here, and we were able to go back in this area. So we were able to search that general area, and then about 5 of us came up and walked along this way, and I'm not sure how far we went up, but there was an entryway about right here that we were able to walk into.
What do you mean by entryway, sir?
An opening.
Like path?
Correct.
Do you recognize the wooden privacy fence that's adjoining the house up to the right there?
I do, but I don't know if I actually made it all the way up to that point. I had highlighted everything on the Texas Echo Search form.
On your first search, then, you and how many others actually went further on up as you did? You drew there and to the path and past the path?
Approximately 5.
And on that particular occasion, did you go into you or any of your team go into the wooded area there off the street?
Myself, Lori Cree, Jennifer Craig, Brett Churchill. I can't recall if there was anybody else at that particular time.
Without telling us necessarily what, had all of you been briefed on what and how to do your search?
Yes.
Do you remember how far into the woods on that occasion you did with those people you just named?
I want to say about 5 feet. There was standing water. There was a red cooler and a pink baby blanket, and that was as far as we went.
Okay. You found a pink baby blanket?
Yes, sir.
And did you turn that over to the Sheriff's Department?
I marked it on my field activity report.
And did you turn it over to the Sheriff's Department?
I turned over my field activity report to Texas Echo Search.
And pardon?
To Texas Echo Search.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the Sheriff's Department, in fact, responded and collected that pink baby blanket that you found?
I do not know.
Is that the only area of search that you did on the first time?
No, we also searched an area west, in this direction, across the Chickasaw Trail.
Regarding Drive, this
No.
Pardon?
Not, and that was the only area.
The area you marked is the only area on Suburban Drive on the first. All right. The date, if you recall, that you took a second team out there searching?
It wasn't a second team. It was the same day, and I had brought that individual from a different team to check that baby blanket and cooler.
How many people did you bring in on that occasion?
Just 1. But it could have been 2. I don't remember if it was the same day that I brought the 2 different dog handlers in.
So you brought 2 dog handlers into that area?
Correct.
And one of them was at least a cadaver dog, correct?
Overruled. If it's based upon his own personal knowledge, sir, you can answer the question.
I don't know the qualifications of the dog.
Well, did you have an understanding whether or not the dog was a cadaver dog?
Sustained.
You tell any of the detectives in this case that you were there with a police officer from Panama City with a cadaver dog?
Yes, sir.
And did the cadaver dog with the police officer from Panama City conduct a search in your presence, sir?
No, objection seems facts on evidence. The fact that you may have said that doesn't make it so.
I'm just asking if he did.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did the police officer from Panama City with a cadaver dog conduct a search in that area in your presence, sir?
It wasn't necessarily a search. I just had him sniff those 2 articles that I described earlier.
And was there a second dog also?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, sir, did a second dog also participate in the search of that area?
Again, not a full-on search, just to sniff those 2 articles of interest.
Were you ever taken back out there to be shown exactly the location where the remains were found?
I did go back out there with the gentleman, Brett Churchill, who pointed the area out.
And you remember how far from the road that was, sir?
I don't know the distance, but he explained it was about 45 feet.
Can you stand up, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the statement before you?
I can't see that.
Okay, wait, sit down there. You see the statement before, sir? Is the spot where Mr. Churchill showed you that the remains were approximately here by his breast footing from the jury? Did you observe the spot where Mr. Churchill showed you the remains been found?
Sustained.
Do you know how far the remains were from the side of the road, sir? Did you go into the woods the same distance as you are from me now?
The entryway you're speaking of was not directly from the road. It was further down.
All right, go back. What about the third time you went out there, sir?
I don't recall how many times I actually went out to that location.
You remember the third time you went there?
I don't even know if there was a third time. There were many other areas of interest to look at.
You remember when the remains of the child were found?
I don't know the exact date, but I know in December.
You remember sending an email on December the 13th, 2008 to Detective John Allen and Yuri Melich?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, do you remember, sir, was in that email you sent to them on that date?
I don't remember the exact content of it.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your email?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the bench? Witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Refresh your recollection, Mr. Gordon?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, do you now recall you conveyed to the detectives by your email?
I conveyed that I believed I was in the location where her remains were located.
You remember informing them that you had 2 qualified dogs at that location?
I believe they were qualified dogs, yes.
You remember telling them that you believe the remains were moved after your search?
Yes, I did say that.
Do you have an approximation, sir, of how many people in total you observed searching that area?
Sustained, rephrase the question.
The area on Suburban Drive, sir, where you searched on the various occasions. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many people you saw out there searching, whether your team or not?
Sustained. He needs to go to the diagram so we know.
Is it still on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
Starting on the right side, the area where that privacy fence is, you said you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And moving down towards the school, that area. Just from there to the path that you identified. Would you shorten it up right there? Okay, sir?
I'm sorry, yes.
How many people do you recall searching, whether on your team or not, that specific area?
It's not actually that specific area. That was the pathway right there, sir.
The area from the fence to the pathway. Okay? Can you tell your best estimate of how many people were searching that area for Kaylee?
I had about 5 people walk along the side of the road there because the brush was heavy.
Other than on your team, how many people did you see there? The area that we're talking about. Go ahead, sir.
I did not see anyone else from Texas EquiSearch search that exact area.
Other than Texas EquiSearch, sir, how many people did you observe searching the area that we have just limited this scope to?
I did not see anyone besides the people that were on my team search along that area.
Do you remember, sir, being placed under oath and providing a taped transcript of interview on or about November the 5th of 2009?
I believe so, yes.
And you remember at that time Ms. Linda Drain Burdick was present?
Yes, sir.
You?
Yes.
Corporal Edwards?
Yes.
Corporal Melich?
Yes.
Sergeant Allen?
Yes.
And your attorney, William McClellan?
Correct.
You remember on page 25, base stamp number 12,763, continuing to the next page. Corporal Edwards asking you, was there a mass 100 plus people that turned out on that road and did a search past the school, or the number that seems to keep coming up 100 and 100 searches? Do you remember that? Remember being asked that by Edwards?
I don't.
Does that question in your presence at that time refresh your recollection at all as to how many people were searching that area?
Like I said, the only people that searched the pathway that you've described are the amount I've already stated.
Okay, let's go back. I didn't say the pathway. I said the area from the privacy fence to the pathway, just narrowing that area. Okay? Can you tell us how many people?
Can you explain what pathway you're speaking about?
Pardon?
Can you explain what pathway you're speaking
The
about?
one that you marked, sir.
Okay.
From that point going up to the privacy fence. That's the area I'm talking about. Now, does that question and answer session refresh your recollection that there being 100 people or more searching the area?
There were not 100 people searching there when I was present.
And by the way, on the occasions you went out there, sir, did you know, in fact, where the Anthony residence was?
Yes.
right around the corner there on Hope Spring Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you look down there when you were going out searching?
We did drive past Hope Spring Drive and drive along that area, yes.
Were there a lot of media trucks there?
Yes, sir.
Generally, a lot of people in the area the whole time, wasn't there?
Around the house, yes, sir.
One second, Your Honor. I have just one.
Mike?
I have just one other question, sir. Do you have any knowledge as to what was done in response, at least as far as you know, to the email you sent out on December the 13th, 2008?
No, sir.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Mr. Jordan.
Good morning.
I have a moment to...
You may.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that you volunteered with an organization by the name of Texas EquiSearch. That effort was in late August or early September of 2008, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before that date of your volunteering, or those days that you volunteered for that organization, you had begun to email members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office already. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
You had sent several suggestions to either John Allen or Corporal Yuri Melich on individuals perhaps that they should have some contact with in order to assist in the search for Kaylee Anthony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was your motivation to try to help them find Kaylee.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you believed that she was missing and deserved to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
You also indicated that whenever you volunteered for Texas EquiSearch, they required that you keep paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
Particularly if you are assigned as a team leader, it is your responsibility to document the individuals that went on a search with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You are provided with maps of areas to search, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a space on that paperwork where you can indicate what the results of the search are, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's also a space if some follow-up is needed for items that you may have found or if there was something else of interest that needed to be checked out, correct?
That's correct.
At the conclusion of your search effort, it was your responsibility under the rules of Texas EquiSearch to get debriefed by somebody who actually worked for Texas EquiSearch.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, in fact, take the responsibility on September 1st of 2008 to be a team leader for Texas EquiSearch?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen your original paperwork?
Yes, I have.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as RM for identification. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the original paperwork that you filled out on September 1st of 2008 in conjunction with the search effort with Texas EquiSearch.
Yes, it is.
Now, at that point, you actually took very detailed notes of things that you saw or thought were of interest that perhaps somebody might want to look at later.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Your Honor, at this point, I would like to seek permission to use this as a demonstrative exhibit during witness's testimony so he can explain where he was and what he did.
What says the defense? Okay, you may proceed.
All right. The exhibit that I handed you was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll show you page 1 of that. Orient this differently, and may I have permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Jordan, is this the field team activity report that you filled out as team leader for Texas EquiSearch Mounted Search and Rescue Team?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the other names of individuals that searched with you that you had referenced earlier, Lori Cree and the Churchills, Jen Craig, those individuals are reflected on this document?
Yes, ma'am.
As you move into the middle of the document, actually, where it says assignment here,
Yes, ma'am.
was a map, there are maps attached that document what assignment you were given that day, correct?
That's correct.
Is this your handwriting where it says describe search efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And does that accurately reflect the locations where you searched on this date, September 1st, 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This church, is this the location off of Chickasaw Trail that you had mentioned earlier that was to the west of Suburban Drive?
That's correct.
Right. And when you're referring to behind elementary school and then Hidden Oaks in quotes, is that at the end of Suburban Drive where you had indicated that you started or parked your cars?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you wrote dogs behind school, ATVs behind school, and dogs were not fresh used during search. What do you mean?
The gentleman that was that I had checked those two articles told me when he was having
Basis of objection? Exception to the hearsay rule?
Your Honor, we're not offering this for the truth of the matter, sir, only why he had indicated on this document that the dogs were not fresh.
Objection overruled.
Gentleman, Danny Iverson, told me that his dog was not fresh when he checked those two articles.
But you don't know if that's accurate or not, correct?
I don't. It was the end of the day, but other than that, I don't know.
Down in the portions, described portions not covered, you wrote non-highlighted area. What did that mean?
What I did was when we searched a location, I highlighted or marked an area of interest. So pretty much anything non-highlighted, we did not cover completely.
And then did you make this entry here that says 2 humerus bones?
I did. Yes.
All right. Is this an assessment that you made as to whether or not these were human or animal or?
Yes, ma'am. I checked the forensic anthropology book. Those bones did not turn out to be human after they were checked.
All right. And then did you make some suggestions for these areas if further searches were conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You said non-highlighted areas. Earlier you've indicated that those were portions that you did not search,
Yes,
correct? And you said when water recedes, research. What do you mean?
The water was about knee deep as soon as you entered into the brush, and it was just, I believe it was too dangerous to have people go in the water, water moccasins, alligators. You didn't really know what you were going to see.
All right. Did you also have a concern that if there was something under the water that you couldn't see, that you could trample on it, destroy any evidence, or even, God forbid, step on the child's remains?
Yes, that was a concern of Texas Equine Search as a group.
And you, as an individual as well?
Absolutely.
You indicated that some of the areas that you mark on your map, especially these mounds 4 and 5, need to be researched, and you also made reference to some half-buried bags.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Down here, is that your signature with the date and time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that signed and dated on that time? On
Yes.
that day?
Yes.
All right, the last page of the document, if I may publish that. I don't think I'm going to get it all in the first time as we're talking about this, but do you see the highlighted areas on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those highlights made by you?
Yes.
What were you intending to signify or designate by highlighting those portions?
We were given such broad areas. I wanted to make sure that I didn't just say I searched this entire location. I wanted to be as detailed as possible and say that I searched only where we actually searched.
So the areas that are highlighted is where you have some confidence that you searched.
Correct.
And I'm highlighting it in red and all along this part. These are pathways?
Yes, ma'am.
On this side? Okay. Now, you do have some lines with other markings. What are those?
Which lines, ma'am? The ones
See
where the
how there's
highlight-
some lines coming into different locations?
Yes, those are items of interest we found, but I didn't highlight the entire area just because it was not thoroughly searched.
Now, is this as detailed as you got with the area where you found, does it say pink baby blanket on the side here?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you wrote cooler cleared by dogs.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a Gap bag, the store, the Gap? Does that say Gap bag or towels? Can you see? I can try to turn it.
I believe so.
Is that the word mound?
Yes.
And toys. Is that what that? And then you have arrows or lines going from those locations. Let's see if I can zoom that. Going from those notes to a particular location. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this as far away from the end of suburban as you got in the woods?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say then, let's see if I can turn it. If this is east, that the furthest west you got was about here, however far you went in.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's your testimony and recollection, is it not, that you couldn't get in to the woods very far in that area because of deep water?
Yes, ma'am.
Relatively deep water.
Yes, ma'am.
And these documents were created before Kaylee's remains were even located, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you emailed Detective Melich and Detective Allen, or both, on December 13th of 2008, you did not know exactly where Kaylee Anthony's remains were found, correct?
It was speculation based on media coverage.
You saw on television that they were on Suburban Drive, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew you were in the area.
Correct. I made a mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Your Honor, I have no other questions.
Mr. Jordan, did you tell us just a little while ago that Mr. Churchill took you on your searches and showed you precisely the spot where the body was found?
Yes.
And you were out there, sir, you saw not only the media truck, you saw the big blue tent of the sheriff's department people there, didn't you?
Just rephrase the question.
When you went back out there, sir, did you see the blue tents from the sheriff's department, all the people around?
No, that had already been cleared.
On December the 13th, it had been cleared?
I did not go out there on December 13th.
You sent the email on December 13th.
Based on what I saw on television, yes.
What you saw on television, sir, did you see the big blue tents and all the people around there and crime scene tape and everything?
Yes.
Did you recognize that? Did you not, sir? Did you recognize what you saw as a scene that you have just been telling us about that you searched?
I thought it was at the time.
Okay. And by the way, you spoke about there being some water there. Indeed, sir, was the water clear?
Yes, it was.
And sand bottom?
Yes.
So you can see?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Jordan, do you have any present reasons to want to alter your testimony about where you searched?
Overruled? No, sir.
Well, sir, in this investigation, in this case, were you threatened with felony prosecution?
On advice of counsel based on my Fifth Amendment right.
You may approach the question now.
Yes. A moment and step outside.
Was in front of the jury.
Mr. Jordan was advised by Mr. Benjamin that the process is again. Of October 28th, he's 36, and without his knowledge, a detective that was working for the defense at that time, Mortimer Smith, was asked, the fact that Mr. Jordan referenced Mortimer Smith and says about reporting him without his knowledge, and then he right to privilege anything before. I ask him only because now is he still trying or has a reason to give.
This is all just oral argument. They threw the witness out for this. And now it looks like they come back over here. Not yet. This is a different stream, apparently, from David Lohr. So he didn't skip all this stuff, which he normally does. Now you can appreciate him.
Response, thus, you are hereby instructed to disregard the last response and not to take that response in consideration. You may continue, Mr. Mason.
I have no further questions.
State. May Mr. Jordan be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. You may be excused.
All right. Guess who's coming back to the stand? One of your favorite witnesses.
The defense may call in next witness.
Yes, sir. Defense calls George Anthony.
Please raise your right hand and spell out. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
George Anthony, George
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anthony, do you know a woman by the name of Crystal Holloway?
I know her by that name and also another name.
Okay. What other name do you know her by?
River Cruz.
Okay. And how do you know her?
She came to our command center up on Goldenrod and where the skating rink is at in October of 2008.
And how well do you know her?
Just someone who volunteered at our sites. Sometime maybe considered her a friend or someone who was going to be helping find our granddaughter.
And how would she have gone about that?
Well, by working at our command center, someone came in with a tip or information that could help us find Kaylee.
And is it your testimony that she was just another volunteer?
Absolutely, just another volunteer.
No different than any other volunteer?
No, because everyone who ever volunteered at our command centers, stuff like that, some people became more than just volunteers, became friends.
Did you have a romantic relationship with her?
No, sir. No. To me, that's very funny.
Very funny.
Yes, sir.
And were you ever intimate with her?
No, sir. That also was also very funny.
Did you ever borrow any money from her?
No, sir. I never borrowed any money from her.
Did you ever go to her house?
On 2, possibly 3 occasions, and I can explain that.
You know that you have to pass a guard gate to get to her home, do you?
Questions of other witnesses' testimony.
I didn't ask him any questions of any other witnesses.
Overruled.
Yes, sir, I can explain that. It's going to take a few moments to explain that to you.
I'm gonna give
And to
you
everyone else that's here.
I'm going to give you your opportunity, sir.
Yes, sir, I'll clarify everything.
And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you went to her apartment.
Well, she doesn't have an apartment, sir. If I'm not mistaken, it's a condominium. I can straighten that out.
Okay.
Yes, when you do arrive at her property, which is a gated community, you do have to go through a security entrance. Show an identification. Hopefully, there's a pass when you're there, and you're left to go into the property. Going into the property and going to a residence or her condo, the very first time I remember being there was because that we had a conversation, because she had relayed to me probably weeks or maybe just a few days prior to me going there for the very first time that she has a brain tumor. She was dying. She needed someone to comfort her, and I felt as being a good guy or as someone who had come to know a lot of the people inside for volunteering for us, I became very connected with a lot of them, and she was one of them. And I felt because she was giving of herself to me and my family to help with my granddaughter, that's the least I could do to go and show her some compassion and some respect.
Did you visit her at night or during the day?
Oh, it was during daytime hours, never at night, no.
Were you supposed to be working when you went to visit her during the day?
Objection, relevance. Did we approach?
You may.
Sir, I didn't.
Let me answer the question, sir.
Objection overruled.
Let me answer the question, sir.
Go to ask that again, please.
When you were visiting her, were you supposed to be at work?
So I didn't have an exact work schedule where I just had started a new employer at the time back in July of 2008. I pretty much went on the early afternoon or later afternoon for my employer. My employer was very lenient on hours as long as I put particular hours in on a particular day.
And is it your testimony to this jury that you weren't going there for any romantic interludes? It was just because you were going there to console her for her brain tumor?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
As I stated, sir, yes, I did go there just to console her because she had confided in me that she had a brain tumor or she was having medical issues. And she also explained that also to my wife, sir.
Did your wife go to her apartment too?
No, sir. My wife never went to her residence at all. No, sir.
So the only one that went to her apartment was you, not your wife, or you two didn't go together?
No, but my wife had knowledge that I was at her residence. I had nothing to hide, sir. Never have.
Did you, prior to finding your granddaughter, tell Crystal Holloway or River Cruz that Kaylee's death was an accident that snowballed out of control?
Well, sir, to clarify your question, I never found my granddaughter. To this day, I've never found her. And to say that I had said something to her about, it's been stated, or even by you here, that something might have snowballed out of control, that conversation was never there. I never confided in any volunteers or any people I considered those friends that came into our family to help us out. Never confided in anything like that. I wouldn't do that. I was handling everything on my own and with my wife and with my son. That was a private matter for us. If I was asked by you or the prosecution or the sheriff's department or the FBI or something about my granddaughter, or about my daughter, I was always giving that information. I always gave that willingly, honestly, and freely as possibly as I could.
So, just so we're clear, sir, you never told Crystal Holloway, while the two of you were being romantic, that this was an accident that snowballed out of control?
Objection. Assumed the fact, not in evidence. Asked and answered.
Asked and answered, sustained.
The answer is no.
Objection. Asked and answered.
I think,
Sustained.
Your Honor, I think the witness's answer was non-responsive, and I just want to be clear on the answer.
So the record will be clear as the answer yes or no, Mr. Anthony.
Would you ask that one more time, please?
You never told her this was an accident that snowballed out of control?
Never did.
Did you ever send her a text message telling her that you needed her in your life?
Well, I've seen that information come out. Yes, I sent many text messages to many, many volunteers, and people are helping out. And yes, I did need those people in my life. Yes.
So you sent her that text message?
Yes, sir. I'm not going to say that I didn't.
Did you ever leave her any other letters that you were trying to get to speak with her?
I know on one occasion I stopped by her residence, just left her letter. Yes, that's possible. What was in the contents of it, I don't remember. It was something to cheer her up, make her to feel comfortable what she was going through in her life. Possibly I did. I don't think anything wrong with that.
If I can have just one moment, Judge.
You may.
Did you at any time ever tell her not to say anything about your affair with her?
Objection. Assumes the fact, which is not in evidence.
You made the statement or not, Your Honor?
I couldn't hear counsel's response.
I couldn't hear the response.
Yeah, I'm just simply asking if you made the statement or not.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Sir, I never had a romantic affair with Crystal Holloway, River Cruz, or whatever name she wanted to give you or the world. If I'm not mistaken, sir, she has a questionable past. Okay? And if I can clarify that with you, she also has been arrested for fraud,
Judge, I'm going to move
breaking and entering, stuff like that. She is not a very good person, sir.
Mr. Anthony? Question simply calls for a yes or no answer, sir.
Ask that question to me again, sir.
Did you ever tell her not to say anything about your affair with her?
I'm going to say this again. I did not have an affair with her, so the answer is no.
And sir, are you aware that she never did say anything about your affair until the police came to her?
Not in evidence.
Sustained.
How many times would you say you spoke to Miss Holloway on the phone throughout the time period of October 2008 through January 2009?
Well, again, I stated at the beginning, I did not know her as Crystal Holloway. I knew her as River Cruz.
Okay.
As far as how many times, sir, I don't know. It could have been once, twice. It could have been 10 times. I don't know.
Did you ever speak to her late at night?
Not that I can remember, no. I don't believe I would.
If I can have just one more.
May. Cross-examination.
Mr. Bias didn't ask you this question, but when was it that you knew this lady?
I met her at our command center at the skating rink on Goldenrod sometime in the middle to about probably the third week of October.
Okay. So you met her sometime in the mid-October.
Mid-October 2008.
And when, after Kaylee's remains were found, your friendship with her ended? At some point in January?
Basically, yes, I would agree with yes, it did.
Did you ever tell River Cruz that while your daughter was home on bond, that you grabbed her by the throat, threw her up against the wall, and said, goes into statements by the way, threw her up against the wall and said, I know you did something to Kaylee. Where's Kaylee?
No, sir, I never did do that to my daughter.
No further questions.
Redirect. No further questions. May Mr. Anthony stand down. Thank you, sir. The defense may call the next witness.
Defense calls Cindy Anthony.
You would think the next person would be the River Cruz. Gonna get Cindy up here and ask her those questions, probably.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Cynthia Anthony, Cynthia Anthony.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
Mrs. Anthony, did you ever instruct Dominic Casey and Jim Hoover to go search off of Suburban Drive?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever ask them to go videotape that area?
No, sir, I did not.
On December 20th of 2008, there was a search warrant served on your home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Yuri Melich that you had your people walk that area a month ago and nobody was there?
I can't recall if I stated anything to Mr. Melich that day. Yeah, we were just kind of upset that they were back during that time frame.
Do you know if you told him, if I can have this one. Do you know if you told him that you had people walk that area? Let me finish the question. Where the body was discovered a month ago and nothing was there in that area?
Again, sir, I don't recall specifics that I spoke to Mr. Melich about. I just remember being upset that he was in my home on the 20th of December.
Do you recall if you told him that you had some blankets missing?
I did recall telling him that there was a blanket missing.
And this was the second time they had searched your home since finding your granddaughter?
On the 20th, it was the third time. Oh, since they found Kaylee? Oh, it was the second time. I'm sorry.
And the first time that they searched your home, they left a search warrant at your home?
On December 11th?
Yes.
No, sir, they did not.
Did they leave an inventory sheet telling you what they had confiscated?
No, sir, they did not.
So you have no idea what they were looking for or what they had taken?
Not on December 11th, no.
By the 20th is what I'm asking you. When they came for the second search warrant, did you know what they had confiscated on the 11th and what they were looking for?
I believe our attorney at that time did request the search warrant and the items listed, and at some point before then, we did get that.
So you were aware they were looking for Winnie the Pooh blankets and bedding?
Well, there was 70-some items that they had taken on December 11th, so I really wasn't sure what they were looking for. I don't think I read the subpoena for December 11th. I think that has, from my recollection, something to do with a sticker.
Prior to September 2008, did you tell your son, Lee Anthony, that you had sent Dominic Casey and or Jim Hoover to Suburban Drive to look for Kaylee with a video camera?
I never told anybody that I sent those guys there because I never sent those guys there.
What about after? I know you just answered, but I want to make sure about the time period. What about after or around the time of November 2008? Did you tell Lee or have an argument with Lee about sending Dominic to go and search in that area?
I had no knowledge of that search in that area, so I would not have had an argument regarding that. My first knowledge of that search was after Kaylee's remains were found.
Okay. And you never had a discussion with him where he confronted you that, why are you looking for a dead Kaylee?
Sustain.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination. Witness may stand down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may call the next witness.
Defense calls Lee Anthony.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Lee Anthony, Leeanthony.
Good morning, Mr. Anthony.
Morning.
Mr. Anthony, did you ever have an argument or discussion with your mother about sending Dominic Casey to look for Kaylee off Suburban Drive with a video camera?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell us what happened?
Absolutely. I was over at my mother's house, and we had a.
Not here today.
Well, sustain this character rephrase your question.
Did you go to your home, your parents' home?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you got there, did your mother tell you anything about sending Dominic with a video camera to Suburban Drive?
Overruled.
Yes, sir, that did happen.
What did she tell you?
That she sent Dominic into the woods off of Suburban because she got a psychic tip that she wanted to follow up on.
And when did this conversation take place? Approximately.
Time or date or?
The month of 2008.
It was later in the year. I don't recall exactly. I'm sorry.
Would it have been before you went back to work?
I believe it was.
Okay. And when did you go back to work?
I went back into work. I would have started back sometime in October.
Of 2008?
Yes, sir.
So prior to October 2008, you had this discussion with your mother?
That's my recollection, yes, sir.
And did it create an argument between you two?
Might have been one-sided on my part. Absolutely. I was quite angry.
Why were you angry?
It was the first time I'd ever heard anyone in my family offer it up that they were willing to look for a deceased Kaylee. Prior to that, not even within the realm of anybody's mindset. So I was quite angry.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Ross?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You had this conversation, you had this alleged conversation with your mother in October or before October of 2008?
Well, I don't know the exact time frame for sure. I went back to work approximately in October. I know the conversation happened prior to that because it fueled my decision to go back to work.
You're aware, or are you aware, that that Mr. Casey went into the woods in November?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So you had this alleged conversation with your mother before the event actually took place?
If that's the only time he did that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May the witness stand down.
Actually, if I can have a moment.
Mr. Anthony, what do you mean it fueled your decision to go back to work?
It made my decision a lot easier to return to work instead of being out of work during that period of time.
Why?
Overruled.
Scope of the cross?
It was brought up during cross.
When he went back? I didn't ask him any questions about his employment.
Overruled.
I was very angry that my mom specifically, but my folks decided to do that without keeping me in the loop. And it was something that for me, I couldn't believe that they were even considering that Kaylee would no longer be with us and they'd be willing to look for her that way. And I frankly didn't want anything to do with that. So I decided shortly thereafter that I'm indeed going to go back to work and try to focus some of my energy across the board.
Thank you. No further questions.
Recrosses to those issues.
So into October of 2008, you were completely sold on the lies that your sister had told you.
Let's go.
Overruled.
Yes and no.
Thanks. I have nothing else to do.
May the witness stand down. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You may stand down, sir. Subject to recall. Defense may call the next witness. You may.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. My name is Yuri, Melich, Yuri, Melich.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Melich, I'd like to direct your attention to December 20th, 2008, when you executed a search warrant at the Anthony home. Do you recall, sir, when executing that search warrant, that Mrs. Cindy Anthony had stated to you that she had her people walk that area, meaning where the body was recovered, a month ago, and nothing was in that area?
I recall her saying something to that extent.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of your police report, would that refresh your recollection?
I have a copy here, too.
Okay. So you recall that? Or can you look it over and make sure that you're... Would be on page 9, Bates number 3382.
I have a different report, a compilation of my reports. So just bear with me, please. Yeah, I recall she had made that comment. It was in front of Corporal Edwards. I don't have an independent recollection of the comment, but obviously I wrote it down, so.
And that there was nothing in the area then?
I can only attest to what I wrote in the report. And then she said she had people walk that area, meaning the area the body was discovered, and a month ago, and there was nothing in the area then.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination? May the detective stand down subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, detective.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may call the next witness.
Roy Kron.
Mr. Kronk.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help God.
Roy Kronk.
Roy, R-O-Y, Kronk, K-R-O-N-K.
You may proceed.
Morning, Mr. Kronk.
Good morning, sir.
Would you tell us, please, sir, how you were employed during the summer months of 2008?
I was a meter reader for Orange County, sir,
And how long had you been employed as a meter reader?
since May 27 of 08, sir.
What type of meters did you read?
Water meter, sir.
And did you have an assigned route at that time?
We were assigned the routes the night before, sir.
The night before?
Yes, sir.
Every night before?
We never knew what route we had the next day. It always varied.
And did you have a general area, a district of Orange County that you worked in?
We read all of Orange County, sir.
In August of 2008, sir, did you have occasion to be assigned to read meters out by Hope Springs Drive?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar, sir, in fact, with the residence of George and Cindy Anthony on Hope Springs Drive?
No, sir.
Did you read all the meters on Hope Springs Drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you also read meters on Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
A master meter at school?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember on the day of August the 11th, who, if anyone, may have been with you when you were reading meters in that area?
At the time, nobody, sir.
You went out there by yourself on August the 11th of 2008?
I started the route, yes, sir, by myself.
Did somebody join you out there on that day?
Late in the afternoon, two of my coworkers joined me, sir.
And who would they be?
I believe it was David Dean and Chris. I don't remember his last name.
Do you remember specifically that date, August the 11th, 2008?
Yes, sir.
What particularly about that date do you remember, sir?
Finding a dead rattlesnake, sir?
I'm asking you what you particularly remember about that date.
Nothing really, sir.
Mr. Kronk, on August the 11th of 2008, did you stop your county vehicle on Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you exit at that time and go into the wooded area in order to relieve yourself?
Yes, sir.
Is that something you customarily did?
Whenever we really didn't have bathroom facilities, sir, so you just went wherever you knew that was private to do what you had to do, sir.
Do you know where the nearest gas station facility is to Suburban Drive?
I believe the shopping center at the end of the road, sir.
Now, prior to that particular day, were you aware of the saga unfolding in the search for little Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Were you watching news reports on the subject matter frequently?
No, sir.
Did you have a roommate?
Yes, sir.
Did your roommate watch television and news reports about this search?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that situation with your roommate on a daily basis?
No, sir.
How often?
Not very often, sir.
When you went to Suburban Drive on August the 11th, sir, were you aware at that time where the Anthony residence was in relation to where you stopped to relieve yourself?
It was the first time I read the route, so not really, sir, no.
And on that particular day, sir, did you have anything unusual occur to you while you were relieving yourself?
No, sir.
Did you go into the woods?
Long enough to do what I had to do and come straight out.
Did you see or do anything else in the woods then besides just relieve yourself and walk straight out?
I looked around, sir.
Well, what, if anything, did you find when you looked around, sir?
I saw an object that appeared a little odd to me.
Did you, on that date and time and place, sir, see a bag that appeared suspicious to you?
I really didn't see a bag per se, sir. No.
Did you lift a bag, sir?
No, sir.
And on that particular date and time, sir, did you see a skull, a human skull, a small human skull?
I was never closer than 20 to 30 feet from the object, and I did see something that appeared to me to look like something of that nature. Yes, sir.
And, sir, did you make any exclamation about what you saw and found? And did you say anything else to anybody?
No, sir. We found a dead rattlesnake, and that pretty much took up the rest of the afternoon.
Did you, when you went in to relieve yourself, sir, were you aware that Mr. Dean was there?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And is it your testimony, sir, that when you went into the woods, that then and there you did not specifically see a skull?
No, sir.
Then is it also your testimony that you did not then and there say something to Mr. Dean that you had seen a skull?
Not at that time, no, sir.
And did he, that is, Mr. Dean, come to where you were, walk from the truck to where you were?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Dean step on a apparently deceased rattlesnake?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Dean have any occasion somehow to get the shovel from his truck and pick up the rattlesnake?
Yes, sir.
And that was there and then at that time on August 11, 2008?
Yes, sir.
And did you have conversation with him during that process? Said you had just seen a skull?
I told him that I saw something that looked odd to me, but they were completely enthralled with the dead rattlesnake, sir.
Did you tell him, sir, that you saw a skull?
I told him I saw an object that looked like a skull. I never told him I saw one.
Okay. What did you and Mr. Dean do next, sir?
Went back to the office and showed everybody the dead rattlesnake.
Did everybody come out and take pictures of the dead rattlesnake?
I believe so.
Did you then just go home?
Yes, sir.
Did you call the sheriff's department or any other law enforcement agency to report that you had seen what might be a skull?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to somebody?
I originally called Orange County, and they told me that they were not handling those phone calls, and I needed to call Crime Line, sir.
Did you call Crime Line?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody respond to you after you made the call about maybe finding a skull?
No, sir.
So did you tell them that you had maybe found this skull on Suburban Drive?
No, sir. I told him I saw an object that looked like that, sir.
And did you mention to anybody that it was in the vicinity of the Anthony residence?
No, sir.
So it's your testimony that despite the fact you called and you said you may have found a skull, there was no response except call Crime Line?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody from any law enforcement agency come and talk to you on that day?
No, sir.
Did you work the next day, August the 12th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Were you reading meters?
Yes, sir.
Where was your route on that day?
I don't remember, sir.
On the 12th of August of 2008, did you have occasion, sir, to call anybody from law enforcement again about the maybe skull?
No, sir.
What did you do on that day?
I read my route. I went out.
So you worked as usual. You may have seen a skull. You pick up a dead rattlesnake. You call law enforcement the next day, it's just back to work as usual.
Yes, sir.
And on the 13th of August, 2008, sir, did you call the sheriff's department again?
Yes, sir.
Did you report, in fact, that you had seen a skull there off Suburban Drive?
I was told to call in, and an officer would meet me out there.
Sir?
I was told to call in, and an officer would meet me out there, sir.
And on August the 13th of 2008, did an officer from the Orange County Sheriff's Department, in fact, meet you on Suburban Drive?
Two of them came out, yes, sir.
You remember who they were?
I believe it was Officer Kane, and I don't believe I remember the woman's name that was that as well.
And did you take those officers into the woods to show them where you had seen this maybe skull?
I never said it was a baby skull, sir. No, sir, I did not take them into the woods.
Maybe,
Oh,
I'm
excuse
sorry,
me.
that's my fault.
Oh, sorry. No, I never took them into the woods, sir.
They didn't ask you, Mr. Kron, show us where this skull is that the world is looking for?
No, sir.
And what did you do then?
I pointed, we never went into the woods. We were standing out in front, and I just pointed in the area where I believed I had seen it, sir.
All right. Now let's go back over this and see if we can help you. On August 11, 2008, sir, you did indeed call 911, did you?
No, I never called 911, sir.
Will it help refresh your recollection, sir, if I show you a transcript of the call August 11, 2008 to 911 by you?
I live in Osceola County, sir. I called Orange County, so I did not call 911. I called the dispatch in Orange County.
Counsel, may I approach the witness? You may. Counsel, base stamp 3144, August 11. Counsel is helping me on this, but did you call the non-emergency line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you tell that non-emergency line that you were a meter reader with Orange County?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them that you had a route today that included the Anthony's home?
Yes, sir.
So then you did know that the route included the Anthony's home?
When I took the route in the morning, sir, I did not know that I had the Anthony's route.
And sir, did you tell the operator that you were down there by the school and then came back? And on the left-hand side coming back, I noticed something that looks white, and there was like a gray bag down in there. You remember telling them that?
Yes, sir.
You remember telling them your words, I don't know what it is. I'm not telling you it's, it's Kaylee or anything of that nature. You remember that discussion?
Yes, sir.
And did you describe the area that you were talking about, the area off Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir. I told them the general area was, sir.
Did you tell them that there were two little in areas that you can go in and there's a big long tree laying down?
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of swamp back in there. Well, back behind one of the trees down there was a gray bag. And then a little bit further up that, I saw something white. Did you tell them that?
Yes, sir.
And when you told them that, sir, was that the truth?
Yes, sir.
So you had seen a fallen tree, a gray bag, and something right close to that white. Yes?
I was never any closer than 30 feet, sir. I told him, described as best I could what I had seen that day.
But you saw, you say, which you told the operator, a gray bag by a fallen tree in those woods with something white by it that you thought was a skull.
I said it appeared to be that, yes, sir.
On the following day, you called again, as we said, right, on August the 12th?
Yes, sir.
You did call on that day.
Yes, sir.
That's the second day.
Yes, sir.
You told them, I went down, well, I had to take a, and I went down there, was behind one of the trees with a gray vinyl-like bag, like a pool cover or something like that, and it looked rather suspicious. I didn't touch anything. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
And, sir, you were having more detail. You said there's a fallen tree that looks like someone had tried to cut on it at one point, but there was a white board hanging across the tree, and there's...
Mason, reading from the document, not in evidence.
I'm asking if he said it.
Sustained.
Did you, sir, tell the operator that there was a tree that looked like somebody had cut on it?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell the operator there was a white board leaning against the tree?
He's doing the same thing. He's reading from a document that's not in evidence.
Answer the question, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them there was something round and white underneath it?
I don't remember, sir.
I'll get a second guard. There's so many of these things. On August the 10th of 2008, sir, well, that's not me. Strike. Did you draw a map for the law enforcement officers as to where you had been?
Yes, sir.
Forget that date, any date. Did you draw a map?
Yes, sir.
And did you, when you drew that map, sir, draw in the privacy fence that extended from the last house on the corner of Suburban Drive and and Hope Springs Road?
I don't remember, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Bait stamp page 3992. Do you recognize that document, Mr. Kron?
Yes, sir.
Did you draw it?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you remember at the time and that you drew 3 years ago?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer what is now marked as offense exhibit FI in evidence.
If you can identify when that was drawn, I would have no objection.
Your signature on this document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is there a date below it?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
12/17/08, sir.
12/17/08.
We received an evidence as defense exhibit number.
Number 66.
You may.
If I can.
I'll do it.
Maybe it works better that way. Mr. Kron, you see where you've labeled this fence here?
Yes, sir.
Is that a wooden privacy fence that comes from the last house?
I believe so, sir.
And then you drew right off the end of that an area. Can you tell us what you're seeing there, please, sir?
Well, the line represents the water. The line with the little thing sticking up represents the tree. And that was down, and then I believe where the X is about in the area where I was, sir. What I believe I saw, sir. Actually, no, because the bag is, I just looked at that. No, the X next to the board is where I saw what I saw, sir.
My fingers don't hurt. Could you show me on there, sir, where the tree with the board is? Can you touch it?
Oh, no, sir, right there.
And the bag, sir, relative to the tree?
Where that X is. Okay.
And the white, brown object that you think is a skull, where was that?
It would have been where the X was, sir.
Did you even able to see all that? Do you know, sir, or can you remember approximately how far from the edge of the road that find that you made was?
No, sir.
Can you see the edge of the road, sir, as you drew it?
Yes, sir.
Did you touch that also? And on the 13th of August 2008, neither of these two responding deputies went with you to that spot?
I never took him to that spot, sir.
When you were in that area on August the 11th and 13th, sir, did you smell anything peculiar?
No, sir.
Did you in any way lift a bag?
No, sir.
When you went into that area, sir, had the thought crossed your mind that you might be looking for Kaylee?
Would you please clarify what date are we talking about? Are we talking about August or are we talking about December?
August the 11th, 2008. When you first went in there.
I never went into the woods on August 11th, sir.
You didn't go in the woods to relieve yourself on August 11th?
We've already established that, but after that, no, sir, I never went back into the woods.
Did you tell any of the, or either of the deputies that you had found a bag that you thought may have bones in it?
No, sir.
Specifically, sir, did you tell Deputy Richard Kane that you think the bag has bones in it?
I told him I saw an object would appear to me to look like a skull.
But did you tell him, sir, that the bag looked like it had bones in it?
No, sir.
And the bag you found was on dry land, was it? Not in water?
Once again, what date are you speaking
August the 11th, 2008.
Sir, I never was any closer to that bag than 30 feet. I never went into the woods. I just saw it from the outside of the veil of the trees.
Yep. The area on August 11th that you went into the woods, was it dry or the ground? Was it dry or underwater?
It was dry.
At the time that you were in those woods on that occasion, sir, were you aware of there being a reward offered for finding Kaylee?
I believe so.
Pardon?
I believe so.
Did you believe that reward to be $255,000?
Something like that, sir, yes.
And on that date of August the 11th, that you described that you saw something and have described it as you have to this jury, were you aware that right around the corner on Hope Springs were a whole lot of media trucks
Yes, sir.
and people?
Yes, sir.
And did you go and tell anybody that you had found what looked like a skull and bag of bones?
No, sir.
Anything like that to anybody other than Mr. Dean?
I never said I found a bag of bones, sir. I never said that.
Did you tell anybody that, sir, you found what looked like a skull? Did you tell anybody other than Mr. Dean?
I never said I found that, sir. I said I saw something that appeared to look like that.
And did you go tell anybody else that you found something that appeared to look like that?
A roommate.
Your roommate. But none of all those media trucks that were there, or none of all the people in the area?
No, sir.
And on that date and fact, sir, did you describe to anyone that what you saw appeared to be white, looked like the top of a skull sticking out of a bag?
Yes, sir.
And was, sir, the bag that you saw in August of 2008 the same plastic bag that you saw in December the 11th, 2008?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Do you believe it's the same bag?
I wouldn't know.
You recall, sir, having your deposition taken on July the 30th of 2010 at the State Attorney's Office in the adjoining building right down here, where Ms. Linda Drain Burdick was present, Jose Baez was present, Michelle Medina was present, and I was present, and your lawyer David Evans was present. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, court, I direct you to page 18, question on line 19. The question to you, sir, at that time was, do you believe the bag you saw in August was ultimately the same plastic bag that you saw in December? Answer, yes, sir. Do you remember the question and answer?
Yes, sir.
Were you attempting to tell the truth at that time?
I was told that it was the same bag, so yes, sir. I never came to that conclusion on my own.
You were told it was the same bag?
Well, not really. That was a bad way. I shouldn't have said that. No, sir. I don't know. I don't remember. If I said yes, then yes, it is.
After you found that skull at that time and place, sir, did you try to get your coworkers to go with you to look at it?
What date are we speaking of?
August the 11th, 2008.
I tried to point it out to them, sir.
So you did talk to them about thinking you saw a skull?
I told them I saw a white object, they saw the dead snake, and everything from that point out became about the dead snake.
And on that same depositions we just identified, going to page 19, the question on line 19. See if you remember this. So what did you do upon seeing the skull? Answer, I tried to get the two guys that were with me to look at it, but they were too busy playing with the dead snake. You remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now 12 o'clock. We're going to be in recess.
All right, let's keep rolling.
Did you make any exclamation about what you saw and found? That is, did you say anything else to anybody?
No, sir. We found a dead rattlesnake, and that pretty much took up the rest of the afternoon.
Now, as they're continuing on about August 11th, Cheney Mason was really trying to get Roy Kron to possibly admit that he had actually gone into the woods and perhaps had some interaction with this suspect possible skull that he saw.
Just give me a moment until we get ahead of this.
Welcome back to our return from the lunch break. We've team is on with the jury, with the jurors during 30 S and
Did you, on that date and time and place, sir, see a bag that appeared suspicious to you?
To this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations, bearing the signatures of Linda Drain Burdick, Jose Baez, and Casey Marie Anthony. Last stipulation, on August 13th, 2008, Roy made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff's Office at 15:14 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations, bearing the signatures of Linda Drain Burdick, Jose Baez, and Casey Marie Anthony. Madam Clerk, would you announce the exhibit numbers, please?
FJ will become defense exhibit number 67, FK will become defense exhibit number 68, and FL will become defense exhibit number 69.
We'd like to publish those at this time. I think they're ready to go.
I don't have them. I called the non-emergency line.
How can I help you, sir?
I'm a meter reader with Orange County, and I had the web today that included the Anthony's home. Okay, and I went down to the school and came back, and when I was coming back, I stopped between the two swamp areas there. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about or not.
No, but go ahead.
There's a stretch of road there that goes from like where the start of the road is down to a school, and in between it on either side there's a swamp. And if you're heading back out towards the main road on the left-hand side in an area, I noticed something that looked white, and there was a like a gray bag down in there.
I don't know what it is. I'm not telling you it's, Kaylee or anything of that nature. So I just,
Do you know what street Anthony Home is on?
yeah, it's on Good Hope, isn't it?
Okay, Good Homes, and what's the nearest intersecting street?
It's the one that comes off of, isn't that? It's like Suburban or something like that?
Hold on, I just want to bring up the map. Hold on.
Because I just read that. That's still what I have today to read the meters on.
Hold on.
And it could be nothing.
I don't find Good Homes intersecting with Suburban anywhere.
What is it intersect with?
Oh my God, all kinds.
No, it's show you like 3 roads it intersect with.
Good Homes Road?
Yeah. If you live off of the second, that little subdivision. There's like an elementary school or something back there.
You don't know what the name of it is?
Oh God, no. It's in my GPS though. I might be able to pull it up. Hold on. Do you see a something? Oh, let me go pull up GPS. Coming up now.
I'm looking at the phone book.
Phone map, sorry. Hold on. Should be up in a second. 3 or 2.
Is it Anthony House on Holly Street in Zellwood?
No, it should Suburban Drive. It's like the school is 8701 Suburban Drive, but it's actually at the end of the road, not at the beginning of the road. And that's where and their road comes off of Suburban Drive. And I work with Curryford, at the headquarters of Curryford, and we were there reading that today. And,
okay, I have the map now, okay?
Yeah.
8701 Suburban is in Chickasaw Oak subdivision.
Yeah, that's
the nearest intersecting street is Chickasaw and Lumberton.
Right, if you go down that road, that's where the school's at. In between from where you can get onto their road at and down, there's a swamp area. If you're heading towards the school on the right and left, if you're heading towards the school, it'll be on your right-hand side. And there's like a big swamp area there, and we found a dead 4-foot eastern diamond route back there, but that's not really the thing. There's like 2 little areas you can go, and there's a big long tree laying down, and there's a lot of swamp back in there. Well, back behind one of the trees down there with a gray bag, and then a little bit further up, and I saw something white. But after I saw that 4-foot eastern diamond rattlesnake, I'm not going in that route.
Okay, so if you're going on Suburban,
you're heading down towards the school.
Okay, and it's after Chickasaw on the right-hand side?
Yeah, there's the road kind of stops, and then there's like this, you go down, and there's a 6-foot tall fence on the left-hand side, and then a right-hand side open heading towards the school, and it's all swamp area on both sides. And it would be on the right-hand side that I saw what I saw.
Okay, I'll let him know.
I appreciate you. Once again, I have no idea what it was, so I don't want to waste any more of the county's money, but I'm just telling you I saw something.
Not a problem.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, hi, my name is Roy Kron. I'm here with Orange County. Yesterday, I read the Anthony's route. We got done, and I got done, and I went down here to the school down there at the bottom of Suburban. I called the thing yesterday. I don't know if this is what y'all looked at today or not, but on the way back up, I stopped in the middle there where there's a swamp. If you're coming out, there would be a fence on the right-hand side and just open, swamp area on the left-hand side. I went down, I went down, and there behind one of the trees was a gray vinyl bag, like a pool cover or something like that. And it looked rather suspicious. I didn't touch anything. And then a little bit further up, you can tell someone ran across with a mower, but the weeds are still behind that area. There's a fallen tree that someone had tried to cut on it at one point. But there was a white board hanging across the tree, and there was something round and white underneath of it. And I don't know what it is, but it just didn't look like something that should be there.
Can I have some cross streets, please?
There is no cross streets. If you turn on Suburban, go down past, the first street, go down past the second street, where the road returns and goes to their home. If you go all the way down to the end of Suburban, there's a school down there.
Okay, Suburban and where, sir?
So, off of Chickasaw. It's like right by their house, now. You go in off of Chickasaw, you go down Suburban, you go past Lamberton, the first one, and then the second one is Springs, and then if you go all the way down, there's a school there. If you're going down to the school, you're going to hit a wood area. If you're going towards school on your left-hand side...
What's the name of the school, sir?
It's just the elementary school there. I don't know. I just read the meter already yesterday. I didn't really... I just, looked at my meter number. I really don't pay attention to that the rest of it. But if you go down there, there's a swamp on the left-hand side, and there's a fence, about a 6-foot high fence there. On the other side of the road, there is another swamp right there, and that's where the gray bag is, we're down more towards the school, and then the area is all right in there. That's also where we found a dead 4-foot eastern diamondback rattlesnake, and that's why I didn't go any further into the swamp.
Okay, Roy, what's your phone number?
My phone number is 321-987-6542. I work for Orange County Utilities.
Okay, sir, I want to send this call up. I'm going to take a look for the bag. I also have another phone number that I need you to dial. Is the phone number set up for anything doing with the Kaylee investigation?
Oh, what, the flip line?
Yes, sir.
I really rather would not be a county employee and all that. That's why I'm talking to you all.
You can still do it regardless if you're a county employee. You can remain anonymous.
Not if they find a freaking body.
Yeah, so you can still remain anonymous if they do find a corpse.
Okay.
Because we definitely need your contact number because all information is compiled there. And if anything does come up out of it, we'll see who else has also called about it and put it all together.
Okay.
Please do that. Do you have the phone number?
What is it? Go ahead.
1-800-423.
Hold on a second. 423?
Tips.
All right, boss.
Thank you, Joy. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
How can I help you?
Yeah, it's Hidden Oaks Elementary School.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Roy Kron. I'm here with Orange County. I had the Kaylee's route Monday, and there's an area in between where Suburban ends down at Hidden Oaks Elementary. There's a swamp area that I saw something that I called in a tip the other day, and they said they would dispatch an officer out to me when I got there. And I'm here.
Your name?
My name is Roy. Last name is Kron. K-R-O-N-K.
Let me have your phone number.
321-987-6542.
And exactly where are they going to meet you on Suburban and West?
I'm in between. I'm not near any of the roads. I'm just in a swampy area that's between where the Anthony's Road starts and Hidden Oaks. There's no street here. It's just swamp on either side of the road.
Okay, can you go back to the intersection of Suburban and Hope Spring and wait for them there?
Is that the nearest intersecting street to where you are?
Yeah, if they come around the corner, they can see me sitting here.
Okay, so you're right past Hope Springs.
Right, yeah, I'm sitting facing the road in the opposite direction, and I'm in a blue Ford Cavalier.
All right. I'll have somebody out there as soon as I can.
All right, thank you.
You have a good day, sir.
You too, bye.
Mr. Kron, do you remember those calls?
Yes, sir.
No. Now, after you made the call on the 11th, what did you do?
That was the second day, sir?
That was the first day. What did you do
Nothing.
after you made the call?
Nothing.
Well, did you go home and lay out by the pool and relax or what?
The call wasn't made until about 9:30 at night, sir.
What did you do after you made the call?
Nothing, sir.
Nothing.
Yes, sir.
Went home
I was already at home, sir.
and went to bed? That's it?
Probably watched a little television, then went to bed, sir.
Okay. And on the next day, the 12th, when you called, you just heard that again?
Yes, sir.
And after you made that call, what did you do?
Watched a little television, and went to bed. That call was also made after 9 p.m.
All right, sir. After any of those calls were made, do you recall making a statement on January the 6th under oath to Corporal Yuri Melich?
No.
You remember January the 6th, 2009, sir, giving a recorded statement to Corporal Yuri Melich when your counsel, Mr. David Evans behind us, was there, and Eric Edwards. You remember doing that?
I don't mean to be rude, sir, but you're being a little vague. You're saying a recorded statement. I went with Mr. Evans to the police office, and we sat down and we had a conversation with Mr. Melich. I do remember that.
On January the 6th, 2009, at 15:30 hours, that's 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
You and your attorney went and gave a statement to Yuri Melich under oath, did you not?
I believe so, yes.
And do you remember being asked specifically about your crime line calls?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked whether you had been on the street before?
Yes, sir.
Did you just hear your calls saying that you had read the meters on the Anthony's house street?
Yes, sir.
So you knew where the Anthony house was, didn't you?
At the end of the day, yes, sir. At the beginning of the day, no, sir.
On the 11th of August, sir, the first day you called, did you have any conversation with your coworkers about the area and that being a suspicious place, maybe to hide a body, any kind of conversation like that at all?
We were all discussing that, yes, sir.
You all were discussing whether that would be a place to go and look.
Mr. Dean said something to that effect, yes, sir.
And so you did.
No, I had already thought that before he ever said anything.
You thought it first.
Yes, sir.
Did you and Mr. Dean ever have an argument about whose idea it was first?
Yeah, he said it was his, but I didn't agree with him.
He said it was his idea to search those woods first, and you said no, it was mine, Roy's idea.
I had already thought of it before he verbalized it. I don't verbalize things of that nature, sir.
And you told us earlier, sir, that I think your words were it may have been a skull or looked like a skull that you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell Corporal Melich, page 6, big stamp 5615, starting at line 9, that you were 99.999% sure it was a skull?
Yes, sir, but I also stated that I did not know what it was made of. It could have been a prop. It could have been something ceramic bought at a flea market. I also stated I had no idea what it was, but yes, sir, it did look like a human skull to me.
Did you tell him at that point in time, I carry on here with page, line 11, and honestly, it was a hot day. I just wanted to go home. I wanted to take a shower. I wanted to, drink a soda, relax, and get in the pool.
Yes, sir.
And on the next day, you called again, as we heard.
Yes, sir.
Did you work on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
Same route?
No, sir.
On the 13th, when deputies responded, you remember who you talked to?
I believe it was Officer Kane, I believe.
Anybody else besides Kane?
I told you this morning that there was a female there, but I never got her name.
Okay. And, sir, did you tell them that you had looked down to see the skull?
When I meant down, I was as far from here to that corner there. I was at a height above what the object was, so I was looking down at it from a distance.
Did you point out to Deputy Kane where you were looking down at the skull?
I pointed in the general area where it was, yes, sir.
And did you get within 6 to 8 feet of it and point down to him?
No, sir.
You remember that same statement to Melich and Company?
Yes, sir.
And in that statement, did you tell anybody that you got within 6 to 8 feet of the skull?
No, sir.
Did you watch Deputy Kane go into the woods to look?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Did you see him get close to where you had seen the skull?
Am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to say what happened?
Did you see Deputy Kane get close to where you
Deputy Kane went down to the water line, did this, walked back up the bank, slipped on the mud, and then chewed me out for a half an hour. That's exactly what happened.
Did he get within 6 to 8 feet, sir, of the area you said you saw the skull?
No, sir.
Oh, same sworn statement, page 8, page 5617. You were asked by Corporal Melich, how close did he get to this object that you pointed out? Your answer was, well, I'm sorry, if I was, for the sake of argument, 8 feet away from that, he might have been 6 feet away from it.
Well, that's what I said, and that's what it was.
So you were 8 feet away and he was 6 feet away?
That was 3 years ago, sir. From what you said, that's what I said, that's what it was.
Well, you pointed to the corner of this room back over here. That's a good deal more than 6 or 8 feet, isn't it?
Once again, on the first day, the 10th, I was from here to that corner to where the object was. I did not go back to that area until the 11th. No, on the 12th, excuse me. Whatever the day Officer Kane came out was the day that was the first time I had been back to that area since the first day.
And later on in that conversation about where things were, so were you asked and did you discuss now how sure you were that there was a skull that you saw?
I don't recall that, but it's possible.
On page 12, page 5621, Corporal Edwards asked you. So on a scale of 1 to 10, let's even.
I don't have the document. I need to see it.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I do not have the document which you're talking about, so I need to see it before I can rule. Approach the line with the court reporter. Okay.
Well, you can look at this statement my last identified sir. See if that refreshes your recollection as to how sure you were about it being a skull.
Yes, sir, but as I stated, I did not know what it was made of.
Did you tell the authorities under oath on that date, time, and place that you were 100% certain that it was a skull?
No, sir, I believe I said 99.99. Okay. Solid agree. Okay.
Did you tell those authorities at that time and place under oath that you were 100% certain it was a skull? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Kron, after the 13th, and you're meeting the detectives out there, did you go back or do anything with the authorities prior to December of 2008, after
No,
the body was found?
No, sir.
Were you involved in any capacity with this investigation?
No, sir.
Did you go on Good Morning America show?
Yes, sir.
When did you do that?
It was in January, but I don't remember the exact date, sir.
And did you get paid for doing that?
I was paid for a licensed picture of a snake, but I knew that there would probably be an interview involved, so.
Were you paid $15,000 for doing that, sir?
I was paid $15,000 for a licensed picture of the snake, sir.
Did you collect money from Crime Line?
Yes, sir.
$5,000?
Yes, sir.
Did Orange County pay for your lawyer? Still doing so today?
No, sir.
Orange County did not pay for your lawyer?
Orange County paid for my attorney until I was terminated, and then they stopped paying him, sir.
Mr. Evans sitting here?
Sustained.
Now, after these initial involvements, sir, have you been questioned about your conversations with others such as Mr. Dean and other officers?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Let's just take the stack in which I found. Do you have a son named Brandon Sparks?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember calling him around Thanksgiving of 2008?
No, sir, that phone call never happened.
Pardon?
That phone call never happened, sir.
Well, you know what phone call I'm talking about?
I never called my son on that date, sir.
Did you call your son anytime in November and tell him that you were soon to be famous?
No, sir.
Words to that effect.
Sorry, excuse me. No, sir.
You did not do that?
No, sir.
When, well, I'll strike that. Between August 13th and December the 11th, did you ever go back out to Suburban Drive in that time frame?
Only when I had that route, sir, but I never stopped at that area ever again.
Did you have occasions to drive by the Anthony residence?
No, sir.
Did you get out of the car again and have any curiosity about the area where you had seen the skull?
No, sir.
After Deputy Kane met you there on the 13th, and you say he chewed you out,
Yes, sir.
did any law enforcement officer thereafter ask to look into or inspect your vehicle in any way?
No, sir.
Was a cadaver dog ever taken to inspect, nose around, whatever, your vehicle?
No, sir.
Were you ever asked to submit any samples of DNA?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, was there any other investigation about you by the detectives?
I really don't know, sir.
Do you know whether or not they subpoenaed your phone records, sir?
He has no knowledge of any investigation done.
Overall, you can answer the question.
I remember allowing Mr. Melich to take a photograph, if you will, of my phone when Mr. Evans and I were in his office, but other than that, no, sir.
You did not know your phone records had been subpoenaed by
No,
the law enforcement?
No, sir.
Were you ever questioned by them about your phone records? Who you got called from?
No, sir.
Did you have no contact whatsoever with any of these people between August the 13th and December the 11th?
What people?
What people?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Detective Melich, Detective Allen, Edwards, FBI Savage, FBI Mapplier, any of the law enforcement people that you met.
Between what dates again, sir?
August the 13th and December the 11th, 2008.
No, sir.
Okay, well, let's move ahead then and talk about December the 11th. Were you on the same route again?
Yes, sir.
Reading meters?
Yes, sir.
Read Anthony's meter on Hope Spring?
I did not get that far, sir.
Go back to the site on Suburban Drive where you said you had seen a skull on August the 11th.
Yes, sir, I guess so.
Did you go by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Did you go into the woods?
Yes, sir.
Were you searching again when you went in the woods?
No, sir.
On December the 11th of 2008, sir, did you find what turned out to be the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, sir.
And did you find those remains the same place you had last seen them, or were they somewhere else?
I had never been to where that bag was, so I would have no idea, sir.
Well, now, you told us about seeing a bag and seeing a skull, and then you drew a map, which we have presented.
Yes, sir.
When you went on December the 11th, were the remains, including the skull, the same place that you had seen them in August, or had they been moved?
I cannot answer that question, sir. It was in August, it was flooded. December, it wasn't. It was much more grown up in August. It was much less in December. I have no idea.
Did you ever, after August the 13th and prior to December the 11th, renew contact with law enforcement to ask what's going on with finding the skull that I found in August?
No, sir.
You just let it go?
Yes, sir.
And when you went in on August the 11th, sir, you said to us you saw the bag and the skull. We went through that. When you went back on December the 11th, you see the same bag?
No, sir.
Same skull?
I would have no idea, sir.
And when you went back in there on December the 11th, sir, and you saw this skull, did you do anything with your meter stick?
Yes, sir. I was standing behind it, so I was looking at it from behind, and I still didn't think it was real. So I very gently took it and put it into the right eye socket, and I gently pivoted it up, and I looked down, and I realized what it was, and I set it down as gently as I could, and went up and called my area supervisor.
And for the record, your meter stick, would you describe what it is, please, sir?
It's just a piece of metal about 4.5, 5 feet long with a curved end, and then we tape it up on the end of ourselves to make it more comfortable to carry.
For lifting lids of meters to the ground?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you put that stick in the eye socket of this skull and lifted it up to be sure what it was?
Yes, sir. I apologize for doing so, but like I said, I did not know what it was.
And then you put it back?
Yes, sir.
There's no question in your mind that you lifted it up with the stick to look at it?
I gently pivoted it up. I never took it off of the ground, sir.
It wasn't stuck in the mud, was it?
No, sir.
Wasn't stuck in anything, was it?
After finding what I found, the shock of it, I just really can't tell you. I mean, that was a very horrific thing for me to find, obviously.
And after you did that, sir, did you call your boss or 911?
I called my area supervisor.
You didn't call crime line?
No, sir.
You didn't call 911?
No, sir.
You went back to your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
You called your supervisor and said what?
I told him that I needed him there immediately, that I had found a human skull.
And did you say where you were?
Alex had been with me on the first, that route is actually a 3-section route, and Alex had been with me right up into the end of the first section, and so I can't remember if I told him where I was or not.
Who was that supervisor that you spoke to?
Alex.
No last name?
Horrible thing, sir.
Did you then hear discussions on the utilities radio about what was going on without telling us what they were?
I pretty much tuned all that out.
Did Deputy Sheriff show up pretty quickly?
I believe so.
You remember who you talked to first from the Sheriff's Department? Did you ask one of the deputies who arrived if you were still entitled to the $225,000 or $55,000 reward?
No, sir.
You have any discussions about that entitlement reward at all?
I really don't remember, to be honest with you.
You remember one of the deputy sheriff's name was Pamela Porter?
No, sir. I don't remember any names from that day. Well, other than Detective Melich, but other than that, no, sir.
Did you ask that female deputy if you were still being entitled to reward if that's the baby and she's dead?
I might have. I honestly don't remember.
Did you also tell Deputy Porter that you wanted to keep it quiet so your ex-wife wouldn't find out about the money?
I might have said that jokingly.
Did you talk with Pamela Porter about why the Sheriff's Department had not done anything when you had called before in August?
I probably did because I was still upset about that time.
Okay, everybody, we got to take we have to take another break. So we're just going to call this a lunch break. So we'll be back around hopefully 1:45 or between 1:45 and 2 p.m. for the continuation of this trial. So we'll be right back. I guess not right back, but as soon as we can. But we got to take a little break here. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you right back here around 1:45, 2 o'clock. All right, we're back, everybody. 142 on the button, exactly as I said. I don't know if I said that, but we're back. Let's finish up with Mr. Kronk, Roy Kronk.
You were upset still in December about them not doing anything in August?
I just simply tried to do the right thing, and for my efforts to try and help and be a good citizen, I basically got chewed out for half an hour and was just called horrendous things, and yeah, I was still pretty pissed off by that.
You were angry with the sheriff's department?
No, I'll never be angry with the sheriff's department. It wasn't their responsibility. One person doesn't make a whole department, sir.
You were just in general anger because nobody believed you about finding the skull in August.
Asking for speculation as to what another person did or didn't.
Were you angry, sir, that you apparently were not believed?
No, sir.
Do you remember talking to, in fact, your supervisor, Alex Roberts, on
Yes.
that day?
Excuse me, yes, sir.
Did you talk to him about the fact you were going to get a reward?
I think we were jokingly talking about it, but it wasn't serious at that time.
Did the joke include talking about having won the lotto?
I can't remember if that was said or if it was said that I should play the lotto that day.
And did you also tell him that you didn't want your ex-wife to find out about the money?
Alex was aware of the problems that I was having with my ex-wife, and so, yeah, probably.
And on that particular day, by the way, you had not read any meters in the neighborhood?
In that neighborhood, no, sir.
You just went straight to the site where the remains were found?
No, I went into the woods to relieve myself.
Do you remember talking also to the detectives about the issue of the reward you were looking for?
We were discussing the crime line tip, sir. We weren't talking about the other one, sir.
Okay. You were joking, you say, with Alex Roberts and the others about finding this body?
We were joking about the money, sir. I never joked about finding the body, sir. That's not what I said.
And is that after the discovery, the time that you and Mr. Dean or others were arguing about whose idea it was first?
Once again, sir, you've completely lost me. Are we discussing August or are we discussing December?
No, I'm talking now about after the body's been found. Did you have any I told you so conversations?
No, sir.
Okay. And since you raised it going back to August 11th, Mr. Dean, were you real clear with him that you said you found a skull in there?
I told him when I saw something that appeared to be that.
And did you all have a conversation about that would be a good place to dump a body?
I believe so.
Did you tell Mr. Dean that that'd be a good place to dump a body and nobody would smell it? Words to that effect.
Words to that effect.
And in August, when you first found the body, the whole area was dry enough to walk around in, was it? The area where you went.
I never discovered a body in August. And no, I stated before and I state again that in August it was in water.
Was it dry enough for you to walk around there and not get wet anything?
When?
In August,
No, sir. I never walked in that area, sir.
where you found the skull?
No, sir.
Did you, I mean, I think I'm understanding. You're telling me now that you completely deny making a phone call to your son at all in November? You deny, I've already asked you this, and so it's just predicate. You deny the call, deny telling him that you're going to be on TV, and further saying it would be tomorrow?
No, sir. What I told him is I called him on December 11th. And I told him on December 11th that I had found something and that if he looked on television that night, he'd be able to see me for the first time since he was 8 years old. I never denied making that phone call, sir.
Do you remember also talking to Kethlin, I think it's Kethlin, Kutcher, Cutcher, from Sheriff's Department?
Name doesn't ring a bell, sir.
You don't remember any conversation at all with that person?
I told you I don't remember the name, sir.
You say there was a woman there, though, with Deputy King.
Yes. I alluded to that earlier, sir.
Do you remember talking with Deputy Melich about your whole history in August of what you did when you went to the bathroom and what you found and so forth? Did you ever talk to him later about that? Detective Melich?
Well, I never technically found anything. I saw something that looked like a skull. You're making it sound like I was standing over top of it. That never happened.
Oh, it's the same skull you told us a while ago that you were 100% certain was a skull.
Right, but I also said I did not know what it was made of because I never got any closer to it in August than maybe, as you said, on the 13th of 8 feet. I never stood over top of that, sir.
Were you instructed by anybody to not talk about the August reports and finding?
No, sir.
All right. Your Honor, may I have a few minutes here? In fact, I'll recess for a few minutes.
Okay, we'll take a, but you want the short one or you stretch it? Always stretch it?
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, did you heed all my previous admonitions? Mr. Mason, you may continue, sir.
All right, Mr. Kroc, I want to direct your attention to some different categories now, and we'll explore those. Did you say that you had had no contact with your son, Brandon Sparks, for a long period of time, or you just didn't make the call in November?
The phone call that my son is talking about never happened.
No. How frequently, if at all, did you talk with your son during a period of time between August and December of 2008?
I believe I talked to him a total of about maybe 12 or 15 times.
And were you calling him or him calling you or both?
Both, sir.
What, did you call him on a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What was the number you called?
I have no idea.
And what was the number you called from?
My phone number,
Which was?
321-987-6542.
Say it again, 321 what?
987-6542.
You have no idea of the number of Brandon Sparks that you called.
That's why I put it in memory, sir. I don't really pay attention to those things.
And sir, on any of those conversations that you had, did you tell him that you were going to be famous?
I don't believe so.
Did you at any time tell him you were going to be rich?
No, sir.
Any words to that effect at all? You were going to make money?
Not really, no, sir.
Not really. Does not really mean yes?
We were talking about when he got out of the Coast Guard, possibly him and I possibly going into business together. But other than that, not really.
By the way, did you talk to any of the detectives about you needing money yourself?
No, sir.
Did you make a comment to any of the detectives that Roy has to eat too?
No, sir.
You remember, sir, on January the 6th of 2009, giving a sworn statement to Detective Yuri Melich, Corporal Eric Edwards, and with your attorney, Mr. Evans, present?
Yes, sir.
I direct court and counsel to Bates stamp 5633, page 24. Did you engage in a conversation with Detective Melich in general about you needing money, but wanting to stay out of the media and so forth?
We discussed several things. That's very possible.
And did you talk with the detectives about you keeping a low profile?
Yes, sir.
At that same time and place, did you tell them, oh, Roy has to eat too?
Jokingly, I probably did.
Jokingly on line 17. Roy has to eat too.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have occasion to engage in conversation with the detectives about your story changing in any regard about what you found and how you found it on December the 11th?
Yes, sir. I told him that once I had a chance to think about it, I realized that I had made a mistake in my original statement.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Show you what has been marked, sir, as defense exhibit identification FM. You recognize that statement?
Yes, sir.
Is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
What's the date of it?
December 11th.
That's the date of this?
That's right.
Sustain.
Mr. Funk, did you tell the detective in your statement on that day anything about the bag that you poked with a stick?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them that the bag opened and a small human skull, with duct tape and hair still on it, dropped out?
Yes, sir. That was my original statement.
You did not tell them in that statement that you had lifted the bag, did you?
I really don't remember.
Did you in fact lift the bag?
Yes, sir.
About 4 feet off the ground?
It was arm length straight out. Yes, sir.
Arms length standing?
Yes, sir.
You did not put that in any of your statements, did you?
No, sir.
And you didn't put in your statement about sticking your reader stick into the eye socket of the skull and lifting it, did you?
No, sir.
And do you remember in your conversations with Detective Melich being asked essentially if you had told them everything and if there's anything important you needed to add?
We had a verbal conversation where I mentioned those things. I just neglected to write them down.
Neglected to write them down. You neglected to tell them too, didn't you?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that the first time, sir, that you ever mentioned using your reader stick to lift that skull was when you were answering questions at a deposition conducted by Mr. Baez and myself?
I honestly do not remember, sir. I remember when I was with you all, but before that, I really don't remember.
Is it true that in fact you lifted the bag as you just demonstrated your arm out in front of you, roughly 4 feet before off the ground?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that when you did that, the skull dropped out, rolled out of the bag?
No, sir.
Which was that?
I told you, I made a mistake on my first statement.
Forget the statement. What's true?
The truth?
You lifted the bag.
I lifted, yes, sir, I
Did
did.
the skull pop out?
No, sir.
Did it roll out?
No, sir.
Did it come out in any way?
No, sir.
But is it the truth that you lifted the skull with your stick
When the bag was all on top of it, yes.
after you moved the bag?
Yes, sir, I've never denied
After
that.
you moved the skull?
I gently lifted the front of the skull up. I never intended to move it. I didn't even know what it was at that time, sir. Had I known, I never would even have done that.
So is today's version the skull rolled out of the bag or did not roll out of the bag?
It did not roll out of the bag, sir.
You recognize that you said that before under oath, and now you're saying that was a mistake? Well,
Let me see the statement.
yeah, hang on just a second, Your Honor. See if I can find that. Apologize, I'm having to look this up. There's so many statements by the witness. Your December the 11th statement, when you said it dropped out. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever say that it rolled out?
That whole period for me is kind of a little fuzzy. I mean, once again, after finding I found it really unnerved me, and so I just kind of remember going back up to my truck.
Okay. So as we sit here today, whatever this date is, and I think it's still June 2011, did the skull present itself lying there before you lifted the bag on December the 11th? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So you lifted the bag just to see what was in the bag,
Yes, sir.
and then you see the skull, and then you lift it?
Held the bag out. After like the third shake, the contents of the bag shifted, and I looked down at my feet, and that's when I discovered the skull that's basically at my feet.
When you were holding the bag up, that was 4 feet or so off the ground, sir, did anything fall out of it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know how many statements you gave to law enforcement in connection with this case, sir?
No idea, sir.
Between handwritten statements, interviews, depositions,
No idea, sir.
and that all that period of time from December the 11th until you were in the second phase of your deposition, you're telling us you never told anybody about putting the meter stick in the skull and lifting it.
I believe I did. I believe I even mentioned that in my ABC interview.
Do you remember at any time discussing with Detective Melich or others, in fact, that you had called back in August to alert the sheriff's department to you having found this vinyl-like bag in the woods with a skull?
I told them that I had made a crime line tip. Yes, sir.
Did you have discussions at that time about, boy, you need to keep that a secret? Don't tell anybody?
What aspect are you talking about?
When you were talking to Detective Melich about the fact, when you're talking in December with him and in January, that you had called back in August to report this?
Who are you referring to, sir? The police, or who are you referring to?
Any of them, Detective Melich,
No, sir.
Detective Allen,
No, sir.
any of them at all?
No, sir.
Ones at the scene on December the 11th that came out there to talk to you after you made the more formal discovery.
Once again, you completely lost me.
At any time, did you tell the law enforcement officers that you could call back in August, and as a result were told, don't say anything about that?
You're not being specific enough. Please specify what you're talking about.
Mr. Kron, very good, sir. Did you ever have a conversation with any of the law enforcement people in connection with this case in which you were instructed, told, otherwise suggested, to not talk about your earlier reports in August?
To the police?
Yes.
No, sir.
And were you remember a conversation about, you, as we said earlier, keeping a low profile, keeping out of the public?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, sir, did you have any conversation about not telling the world?
Sustain.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Clark, you have a computer?
Yes, sir.
If you have a computer in the relevant times in summer of 2008,
Yes, sir.
were any of your computer records requested by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Any searches, as far as you know, ever made on your computer?
Not that I know of, sir.
Now, one other thing I want to talk to you about. On December the 11th, after you found these remains, had you been working the day before?
No, sir.
You had a day off, in fact?
Yes, sir.
And was there a special purpose why you had the day off?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Clutch went out of my vehicle.
You had to have car repairs?
Yes, sir.
And, sir, did you have a need for some money on that day, the 10th of December?
Yes, sir.
Over $1,000 you needed for truck repairs?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, do you recall saying specifically on that date anything to your son or anybody else about needing money?
I might have mentioned it to him, but I don't remember specifically, sir.
And it's the very next day, December the 11th, if you go back to Suburban and you make this find.
Yes, sir.
I will show you what has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit FN. Ask you if you recognize it, sir.
This is the bill for my car to be repaired, sir.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the bill you got for your repairs on your truck on December the 10th?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer this next exhibit in evidence, Your Honor.
What says the state of Florida?
No objection.
You received an evidence as defense exhibit numbered. You want to publish?
Yes. Wait for it. I want a little delay to bring this on through in there.
It's upside down.
Did you see that? You have no time to get. Thank you. All the questions I have this time, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kronk.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
No, ma'am.
Do you know Lee Anthony?
No, ma'am.
George Anthony?
No, ma'am.
Cindy Anthony?
No, ma'am.
How about some investigators by the name of Dominic, Casey, or Jim Hoover?
No, ma'am.
Know those guys?
No, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, you're not even from Orlando, except for recently, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't even live in Orange County. You live in St. Cloud, which is in Osceola County near Kissimmee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when did you move to Florida?
Like August, no, it was August 1st or 2nd of 7.
2007?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified already that you got this job working for Orange County Utilities at the end of May of 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
You underwent a period of training with Orange County.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as neighborhoods in Orange County, since you weren't from here and didn't live here, how did you even become familiar with these places where you needed to be?
I had a GPS, ma'am.
Okay. So when you got your assignments on a daily basis to go read meters in someone's neighborhood, you had to put the coordinates or whatever into a GPS so you knew where to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Finally, after a period of training, you were allowed to go out and about in Orange County and read the meters on people's houses.
Yes, ma'am.
And it wasn't until August 11th of 2008 that you ended up being assigned a route that included the Anthony's house on Hope Spring Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
You read their meter that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been the first time you were ever even in their neighborhood?
One time before, when I was training with David Dean, we happened to be in that area and he drove me by the house. So that was actually the first time I was ever there.
And aside from that and reading their meter on August 11th, the only other time you said you were responsible for reading meters in that neighborhood in November,
Yes, ma'am.
and then December 11th of 2008, they would have been on your route.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as August 11th goes, and I want to make sure we have this chronology down correctly. So if I say something wrong, correct me.
Yes, ma'am.
August 11th, you finish your route, and then in the afternoon, coworkers of yours meet with you on Suburban Drive before you all head back to the office on Curry Ford Road,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. What happened was is that, like I said before, that's like a 3-neighborhood route. And the last part of that route is like right, if you're heading, I guess, southerly, there's like a little neighborhood that goes down, and it's just like a little street that goes out and comes back up. I was almost finished with, the second part of the route when David with a new trainee, Chris, came by and said, what have you got left? And I said, well, I've got this. And they said, okay, well, just finish what you've got. We'll go do that for you. And then there's a shady area down between, before you get to the school, and just meet us there. And then, of course, they just give me the numbers. I just punch them in my hand down.
All right. Because, of course, in August in Orlando, it's hot as blazes,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So you guys kind of help each other out, finish each other's routes so that you all can be done for the day because you start at 7:30 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am. We got in at 6:30. We were out by 7. And obviously, when you're doing an area, you have easy routes and hard routes. And whoever gets done first will always go find the people that are still out there because it's just brutal this time of year to be out there and doing that kind of work. So,
And you're walking the neighborhoods all day long in that heat.
yes, ma'am.
So at the end of, or close to the end of what would be a normal shift on August 11th, you and these other guys are stopped on Suburban.
Yes, ma'am.
This is when you have to relieve yourself in the woods.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you are in there, you look around
Yes,
and
ma'am.
see something, as you've described to the 911 operator, ultimately, or the non-emergency line individual, that you thought was suspicious.
Yes, ma'am.
You come back out of the woods, correct?
Yes,
After
ma'am.
you relieved yourself, made this observation. The other guys who worked for Orange County Utilities are there, and you make some reference to the fact that you saw something suspicious in the woods to Mr. Dean, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They were still at their truck, and I was walking towards that area, and I had stopped, and all of a sudden, both of them started screaming, excuse my expression, like little girls. And I'm like, what?
About the snake.
And I looked down, and there was a dead rattlesnake next to my foot.
Okay. So then, as you've already told us, everyone gets all excited about the snake, loads it up in the car, and
Yes, ma'am.
goes off and acts silly about it. Okay. So that's your last discussion with those guys out there about what you saw or thought you saw at that point in time in the woods off of Suburban.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Okay. That day, you described to the 911 operator that on both sides of Suburban, it's a swamp. Is that because it's all, or was all wet in through there?
Yes, ma'am.
You also indicated at some point that you were looking down on something. Is that because the street level of Suburban goes out for a bit and then drops off into like a bowl?
Yes, when you're coming, excuse me for interrupting, I'm sorry. There's a grassy area, and then there's like this veil of vines and all that at that time, and then it immediately slopes down into a lower area, and that's where all the water was collected and the debris and everything else.
All right, so where it slopes and then is lower than street level, was that full water?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on August 11th.
Yes, ma'am.
You eventually go home that evening. You indicated that you had a discussion about the observation that you had with your roommate after 9 o'clock. That night is when you make that first call that we heard, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was not allowed to interrupt her while she was watching television, so I had to wait until 9.
Okay. So you're at your residence in St. Cloud, which is in Osceola County, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you find a number for Orange County non-emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And somehow, in that process, you get transferred over to what sounds like a 911 line. They ask you what your emergency is, don't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, what you said to them has been recorded, and we heard. Did they ask you at 9 o'clock at night to go meet them somewhere that's not on this recording?
No, ma'am.
Did you have some expectation that you were going to leave your house in St. Cloud that night in the dark and go try to explain where this was and what you saw?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you gave them that information, and then what they did with it was up to them.
Yes, ma'am.
The next day, you call again with the same information.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? And this is also after 9 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, did you have some expectation that you were going to leave your house? Were you in your house in St. Cloud?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have some expectation that you were going to leave your house and travel to Suburban Drive after 9 o'clock at night in the dark and meet with a deputy and explain exactly where along Suburban you were talking about?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you call Crime Line, excuse me, you call Crime Line that same night,
Yes, ma'am.
second day, give them information, and then on the 13th, after work, while it's still light out,
Yes, ma'am.
you call from the location wanting a deputy to meet you there so you can tell him or her, whoever arrives, what you saw and where it was.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can be specific.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is the event that you've already described for the jury where a deputy from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, a male deputy with a female, meet with you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's the male that goes down that slope that you talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that he just did a cursory sort of looking around, didn't do much of anything,
Yes, ma'am.
and then proceeded to either argue with you or berate you about why you were wasting his time or the county's time.
Yes, he was berating me.
The female stayed up on the road,
Yes,
did she?
ma'am.
Did you stay up on the, I guess for lack of a better word, the berm, or did you go down into that lower area where this deputy went?
I stayed on the grassy area, ma'am.
Up higher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what you could see at that point was that he spent next to no time looking around, came out, slipped, fell, got annoyed,
Yes, ma'am.
and you didn't like that.
No, ma'am.
So he says there's nothing there, you leave.
Yes, ma'am.
And because of how you were treated, you let the matter go.
Yes, ma'am.
Aside from your work responsibilities, had you ever been at the Anthony house?
No, ma'am.
Let me ask you this first. Mr. Mason talked about you're needing money on December 10th
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you had a clutch go out in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have needed money in June or July or August, September, October, November 2008 for other reasons?
Yes, ma'am.
So aside from your work responsibilities, you've never even been near their home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You've never had any access to Casey Anthony's Pontiac Sunfire, I take it.
No, ma'am.
You've never had any access to the garage of the Anthony family residence, I take it.
Overruled.
Have
No,
you
ma'am.
ever had access to the home of the Anthony family?
Other than the meter in her front yard, no, ma'am.
Okay. And when you read their meter on August 11th of 2008, well, there were a bunch of people around, weren't there?
Directly across the street, there was tons of media there.
Okay. You've never had access to the inside of their home, I take it.
No, ma'am.
You've never had access to their backyard.
No, ma'am.
You've never had any access to their computer.
Overruled.
You've never had any access to the computer in the Anthony family residence, I take it.
No, ma'am.
You've never had access to any of Kaylee Anthony's clothing, I take it.
No, ma'am.
You've never had any access to Kaylee Anthony's diapers or pull-ups or underwear, anything like that.
No, ma'am.
You've never had access to any of the laundry bags that may be in the Anthony home or were at one time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never had access to any of the garbage bags in the Anthony home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Never had access to any of Kaylee Anthony's blankets, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And never had access to any of the duct tape in the Anthony family home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect. May the witness be excused. Witness is excused, subject to recall. You will be contacted, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The defense may call the next witness. You may.
We need a break, Judge, or?
Go ahead. We'll be at ease for a moment. The defense may call the next witness.
Defense calls David Dean.
Over here, sir. This way. Raise your right hand and say out loud.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
What is your name?
David Dean.
And how were you employed in August of 2008? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm an Orange County meter reader.
Okay. Are you still employed with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to August 11th, 2008. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you reading meters that day?
Yes, sir.
Did there come an occasion when, on the 11th, when you stopped off of Suburban Drive with some coworkers?
Yes, sir.
Who was there?
One of my coworkers that I was training, and Roy Kron.
And why were you there?
I was asked to go help Roy out and assist him, and then we stopped there just to rest before we headed back into the office.
And was, actually, I'd like to show you a map. I'd like to show you Defense 57. May I approach?
You may.
Actually, can you step down to show us where you parked?
Where's your hand out?
Can you step over here because you're kind of so the jury can see. Do you see this location?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify Suburban Drive?
It would be this one right here.
Okay. And can you identify Hope Spring Drive?
It would be this one right here.
Where did you guys park?
We parked right in about this location right here. Yeah, about this location right here.
Okay. And how many trucks were there?
There was two.
Okay. Whose truck was where, if you can?
Okay, my truck was pointed this way, and Roy's truck was pointed that way.
And how many of there were you?
There were three of us.
Okay. And what happened today?
Roy went to assist Roy, and he had a couple meters left, so we went down here to the master meter for the school and the lift station across from it. And then afterwards, I said, let's go down here and park under the shade over here before we go back in. So about 35 minutes, we have to head back in. We haven't taken a break yet. So we headed down there just to hang out in the shade a little bit.
And what was going on down here?
I guess that's where the Anthonys live, and that's where all the media was and everything, I guess.
Now, while you guys were parked here, you were aware of all of the media activity here?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you guys say about that stuff?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question. Did you discuss the media?
We didn't discuss the media, no.
Okay. Did you at any time say to Roy anything about this area here?
Overall, is what he said.
Yes. At the time, when we pulled up there, I told him that I felt that the little girl's body may be in the swamp here somewhere.
Okay. And what happened after that?
Well, Roy, we were talking, and then he went into the swamp to use the restroom.
And then what happened next?
When he came up, we were standing there in the back of my truck, and then he walked along the line of the bushes and everything, looking down inside of it and everything.
Did he advise you that he saw anything?
Yes, he said he'd seen a skull down in there.
And then what did you guys do?
Well, I said a skull. I said, well, got to go look at it and check and see if he's seeing something.
Okay. And then did you go look at it?
Well, I was heading that way before I almost stepped on a big rattlesnake.
Okay. And was the snake alive or dead?
No, it was dead.
Okay. Everything. And did you find the snake more interesting than the skull?
At that time, yes, I did.
Okay. Did Mr. Kronk try to draw your attention more over towards the skull and away from the snake?
No. After I picked the snake up and put it in the back of the truck, he left and came back over to the truck. And that's when I figured that maybe he was just joking with us, that he wasn't serious about it. Because if you're serious about it, you would keep telling us to come over.
And this skull ultimately turned out to be that of Kaylee's. I would try the question. Prior to this day, was it common conversation at your office where Roy worked about this case?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you discuss this
Sustained.
case?
Rephrase your question.
Yes. Did you discuss this case at the office?
Yes, sir.
Was it on the news every day as far as you could see?
Yes, sir.
And this was the most high-profile missing person in the country at the time.
Sustained.
As far as you know, sir, were there any other?
Sustained.
And let's talk about. Okay, so after he's done seeing the skull, he doesn't say a single word to you, does he?
No. Everything turned on to the snake afterwards.
And he doesn't try to get your attention to come over at any time?
No, sir.
Nor does he say anything to Chris, hey, come on over here and look at this?
No.
Does he mention anything about coming and getting the media to let them know about the skull?
No.
When you get back to the office, what happens there?
Well, we pull into the parking area, and then people gather around. I showed this one guy, I said, come here and look, and he's seen a snake, and a whole bunch of other people came around, started taking pictures of it, and I'm holding it up and everything, and that's about it.
Did the topic of the skull come up again?
No, not to my knowledge.
And the next day, did you see Roy at work again the next day?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he called 911 about the skull?
No, he didn't.
The day after that, did he tell you he called 911 the third time about the skull?
No, he didn't.
The day after that, did he tell you he called 911 4 times?
No.
Did he tell you he called Crime Line?
No.
In the month of September, did he ever tell you he called the police 4 times about the skull that he had mentioned on Suburban Drive?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Month of October, did he talk about ever calling 4 times?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he met a deputy out in this area?
No.
Did he tell you that the deputy came out and looked in that area and didn't find anything?
I can object to the eliciting hearsay, and he's leading the witness.
Sustained.
Did Roy Kron ever mention anything up until December 11th, for the entire 4 months, that he had called or seen anything off of Suburban Drive?
Objection, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained is asked and answered.
Were you made aware of anything involving Roy and the skull that happened anything within those 4 months?
No, it wasn't.
Is the next time you heard anything about the skull on December 11th, 2008?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did...
You have any more questions about that diagram?
Oh, no, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, you can resume the seat.
Can I give this somebody, or?
We'll get it from you. Now, Mr. Dean, on December 11th, you heard a call come over the radio, right?
Yes, sir.
And on this call, you heard Mr. Kronk mention that he found a skull.
Exception.
I would say excited utterance, Judge.
Improper foundation.
Sustained.
Did you recall a radio transmission on that day from Mr. Kronk?
Yes, sir.
And did Mr. Kronk, it was in the morning of December 11th, right?
Yes, sir.
And did Mr. Kronk sound pretty excited or emotional?
Objection, leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Can you describe Mr. Kronk's demeanor on this call, this radio call?
Well, without seeing his emotions or anything, I guess he was not, excited. He came over and explained what he had found.
And it was quite a startling event, wouldn't you say?
Calls for an opinion.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Would you describe what he was describing as a startling event?
Yes, I would.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What did Roy say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
I think the witnesses testified as to the statement and demeanor of the declarant.
Sustained.
As far as you know, was the call over the radio at or near the time when he found the skull?
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
Judge, may I proceed? I think all three prongs of the excited utterance are met. The excited state, at or near the time of the event, describing a startling event.
The witness said that he spoke at a normal voice
That's not
and
what
was
he said.
not describing any startling event, and the witness has no personal knowledge of any startling event.
I would ask that the court reporter read back his exact statement because he did not say that.
Sir, when the call went over the radio from Mr. Kron, describe his state of voice. Was he shouting? Was he talking in a normal tone, or just what, sir?
I would say he was talking in a normal tone.
I would ask that the court reporter read back his original answer before the leading speaking
That's,
objection by the
that's the answer he just gave. Objection sustained.
What did you say to Mr. Kron when that call came in?
I said, I told you she was in there.
Okay. And that, in fact, was what you had told him back on August 11th, correct?
And that's correct.
And that's what you were referring to?
Yes.
You did not see a skull on August 11th, did you?
No, I didn't.
Nor did anyone else other than Roy?
Objection leading.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
Did anyone else say they saw a skull other than Roy on that day?
No one else.
Sustained.
Did anyone else, as far as what you can see the skull?
No.
If I can have just a moment, Judge. That snake that you confiscated or took from the suburban drive, did you keep that snake?
Yes, I had it for a while.
Okay. And did you put it in your freezer?
Yes, I did.
And did the police come and take it from you?
Yes, they did.
You know if they gave it an autopsy?
That was what they said.
And how far into the woods did Roy go that day on August 11th?
I'd say about maybe 25 feet into the woods.
25 feet into the woods. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dean.
How you doing?
Okay. You made two statements to the jury that you felt like the little girl's body might be in there. That's something that you expressed to Roy Kron on August 11th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're telling us is it was your idea to have Roy Kron look in the woods, or what you said led Roy to have a look in the woods. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on December 11th, when you made the statement, I told you she was in there, that's not because you had anything to do with this, is it?
Oh, no, ma'am.
You just thought that would be a good place for a body to be hidden?
Yes, plus what Casey had said to her mother at one time.
Are you talking about the close to home comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That area where you thought Kaylee's body might be, you've described as a swampy area? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so have you had, or did you have the opportunity in August of 2008 to see what the condition was of the woods there?
It's pretty dense to see inside there, but what I saw, it was dry in areas and everything. The late August rain hadn't hit yet.
Okay,
And,
so you were referring to it though as a swamp?
yes, it usually is a swamp. A lot of cypress in there.
So you're familiar with Suburban Drive from your work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that there are times of the year where it's full of water and other times where there are parts that are dry?
Overruled.
Yes, I would say that.
All right. And were you familiar with the fact that shortly after this August 11th incident that a tropical storm hit the area in
Yes,
Orlando?
ma'am.
Tropical
Yes,
Storm Faye?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dean. I have nothing.
Redirect. You may.
Mr. Dean, these woods were dry enough for Mr. Kron to go into the woods 25 feet, weren't they?
At where he was at, yes, they were.
In fact, when here this is a swampy area, there are areas that are wet and areas that are dry, are there not?
At that time, yes, I would say so.
So if you go in there, you can walk all over the place, come to an area that's wet, walk around and find other areas that are dry as well as wet.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Are there spotted areas that are wet, spotted areas that are dry?
Yes.
And it was dry at that time.
Where Roy was, it was dry.
And if you went further down, you would find wet areas.
I don't know, it's so dense in that area, I mean, you can't see in there.
Okay. And you talked about Casey's statement. That was something you recalled, right?
Yes, I recall. Yes.
Did you recall George Anthony's statement that she was close to home?
No, I don't.
And that's because nobody was ever looking at George Anthony, was it?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Right.
Any recross? Okay, sir, you may the witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Your Honor.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Alex Roberts, ALEX ROBERTS.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, no.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by Orange County.
And what do you do for Orange County?
I'm the senior meter reader.
And in August through December of 2008, did you work as a supervisor in the Orange County meter reader department?
Yes, I did.
Did you supervise Mr. Roy Kron?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to the date of December 11th, 2008. Were you supervising Mr. Kron on that day?
Yes.
And were you aware of his actions on that day, of where he was supposed to be and so on and so forth?
Yes.
And the day of August 11th, did he read any meters in the Anthony family neighborhood on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall giving a deposition on April 3rd of 2009?
Yes.
It was a long time ago.
Excuse me?
It was a long time ago.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And on that date, you were under oath?
Yes.
And I was there?
Yes.
Mr. Burdick was there?
Yes.
And do you recall page 36, lines 3 through 8? Sure. Let me rephrase that. December 11th, 2008, sir.
Yes.
That might have been my mistake.
Sounds more familiar.
December 11th, the day Kaylee's remains were found by Mr. Kronk. Did he read any meters in that neighborhood that day?
No.
So as far as you knew, he went straight to the woods.
Sustain unless you establish a foundation for his knowledge.
Yes, sir. You later found him near the woods of Suburban Drive, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Kronk, after his discovery, could no longer work that day.
No.
And you needed to have somebody else go and read that route that day.
That's true.
And you did that.
I did.
Okay. Now, when you arrived and you saw Mr. Kronk, what was he doing?
He was, I think he was smoking a cigarette and leaning against the county truck.
So as he was smoking a cigarette and leaning against the truck, what, if anything, did he say to you in reference to a reward?
Exception?
Impeachment, Your Honor. This was based on Mr. Kronk's testimony.
Impeachment based on Mr. Kronk's testimony.
Approach.
Yes.
The record, I will permit you to proffer the testimony.
Sergeant Lunsman, can you please describe Ms. Anthony's status at the jail? Custody status.
She's a protective custody, otherwise known as PC.
And what are the requirements of a PC inmate?
Well, one of the main requirements are that in Mrs. Anthony's case, because it's a high-profile inmate, we don't put them in general population. Or if an inmate comes in and requests it, they will go to the inmate affairs, and they will determine after investigating it whether this inmate actually deserves protective custody.
Okay. And does that require her to be in her cell for extended periods of time?
Yes, sir.
How long does she have to be in her cell?
23 hours a day.
And that 1 hour a day, what does she get to do during that 1 hour?
She's allowed to take a shower, go to the rec yard, go to the TV room, or get a book from the portable library that's in that particular unit.
And has she been in protective custody for the last 2.5 years?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get the question.
Has she been in protective custody for the last 2.5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how would you describe Ms. Anthony's demeanor?
Ms. Anthony is a model inmate.
What is she like when you see her and engage her?
It's part of my responsibility to go to that unit every day and do a supervisor tour, and also ensure that I speak to every inmate in that particular area. I have to engage them. I have to have a response from them, which I record on something we call an OP8. And every time I have spoken to Ms. Anthony as part of my responsibility and duty, she's been very pleasant, always smiling without hesitation, never give us any problem. Doesn't matter if I come early and I have to knock on her cell door to wake her up. She always responds very pleasantly.
Does her behavior, being locked up under those conditions, is it different than other inmates?
I'm sorry, sir, different in what way?
Does her behavior seem unusual to you?
My job is care, custody, and control, and that's what I do. And I pay little or no attention to the inmate's behavior, except if it's break real bad or they become uncontrollable in the discipline or behavioral mode. So I suppose to correctly answer your question, her behavior to me is the same as almost all the inmates in that area.
Let me ask you this: have you engaged Ms. Anthony outside of that small time that you're supposed to acknowledge them? Have you spoken to her outside of that area?
I have spoken to her, and she have engaged me when I walk around to do my tours. She have engaged me in conversation. Yes.
And is she always pleasant and happy?
Yes, sir. She's always pleasant and she's always happy.
And that is despite her current situation.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say this behavior has been constant from October 2008 till today?
From the day Ms. Anthony was incarcerated until the last day of work, which was Sunday, her behavior has
has never changed. She has been the same person. She is constant as it be. She's never up or down. She always smiles, and she's always pleasant.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Close examination by the state.
No questions.
Okay.
We would now call Marlene Baker.
Okay. The court will maintain this ruling that Sergeant.
Let's help you out.
Marlene Baker, Marlene, Baker.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How you doing?
Good. How are you employed and where?
I'm employed with Orange County Corrections, presently working in classification.
Prior to working there, did you work in the Lima dorm in the Women's Detention Center where Casey Anthony is housed?
Yes, I did.
And how often or how long did you work there?
In that area?
Yes.
At least 7 years.
Okay. And how long did you have an opportunity to observe Miss Anthony?
From the time she was first brought in until the time I left, which was 2010, I'm sorry.
So you had an opportunity to view her on a daily basis for a year and a half?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe Miss Anthony's demeanor?
Pleasant.
And when you say pleasant, can you give us some examples?
When we come in the mornings to do our visual inspection, she always had a pleasant attitude, even waking her up out of her sleep. You know.
And is Miss Anthony under current protective status, PC status?
When I was working there, yes, she was. I'm not in that area anymore, so I'm pretty sure she is. So.
Okay. And being under those conditions, does that often cause inmates a lot of stress? Being locked in a, how large is the cell?
6 by 8.
Okay. And she would have to be in that 6 by 8 cell for 23 hours a day?
Yes.
And does that often cause inmates quite a bit of stress?
Yes.
Especially those facing the death penalty?
All of them. It's being an inmate in a small area where you're confined, and it would cause any inmate, for the most part, some type of problems as far as being in that cell and confined for 23 hours a day, or some even almost 24. So, yes.
And did Casey Anthony's behavior ever change as far as her behavior, her pleasant demeanor?
Only when maybe she was upset about something, she would cry. But as far as, what do you mean?
Her general demeanor, did she ever allow her condition, did the conditions ever affect or change her pleasantness and happiness?
Maybe only when she was upset or crying about something. That's the only time.
Would that be often?
To my recollection, no.
Is it fair to say that she was always happy and pleasant?
She was always pleasant, yes.
Did she always smile around you? What's her demeanor? Can you describe it a little more? Give us a little more detail.
She smiled quite often, yes. Yes, I would say yes.
And this is despite the conditions that she was under?
Yes.
And was her behavior consistent from the day she got there to the day you left?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
State, any questions? Okay, court will stand by the previous ruling. It is not relevant or material to the material issues in this particular case. So if the state objects to that irrelevancy, I would sustain an objection.
I would also include, Your Honor, under our response that the before testified testimony also goes to the theory of defense.
Again, the theory of defense must be relevant and material in
testimony.
I have no idea what he would testify to.
These are all proffers.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Grund.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Grund, was there a time when you were in...
State his full name for the record, please.
Yes. Could you please state your name for the record?
Jesse Grund, Grund.
Mr. Grund, was there a time where you were engaged to Casey Anthony?
There was.
And do you recall a conversation that you had with Casey Anthony shortly after Kaylee was born in reference to her brother Lee?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell the court what prompted that conversation?
I felt uncomfortable with Lee upon first meeting him. He was very standoffish, very strange, very quiet, very sullen around me and around Casey and Kaylee, and I wanted to know why.
And did Casey express an opinion or a desire not to have Kaylee around Lee?
Yes.
And did you ask her why?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
She told me at one point in recent years that she woke up one night with Lee standing over her in bed staring at her sleep, and in another instance was groping her in the middle of the night.
And when she told you this information, did you want to continue the conversation?
No, I had absolutely no interest in continuing that conversation.
And why?
That was all I needed to know at that point. Anything Casey said I took as truth and fact. So she told me that that was why she felt uncomfortable around Lee. I didn't want to have anything to do with him.
And did you kind of cut the conversation off short?
I would say that I basically told her, if I remember the conversation correctly, that was all I really needed to hear.
I have no further questions, Judge.
State. Okay, sir, you may stand down.
Sir.
You want to give him some instructions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the court will have the defense's theory correct as I consider this matter. The state is objected on the basis of hearsay.
Your Honor, if I might specifically cite the court to 90.803.3, and this is the memory or belief indicates that then existing state of mind may be proven by such statements. And as we've discussed at the bench, there's an issue as to whether a state of mind in, I'm not sure that that proffer actually said when the statement was, but obviously I think counsel said it was 2006.
These are all proffers. Judge makes a ruling. Looks like they're going to be done for the day.
Madam Court Reporter, before you leave, email me the copy of Mr. Grunt's short testimony of the prophet so I can peruse it. Anything else for the good of the order? We'll be in recess at 8:30 tomorrow.
All right, let's move on.
Lake Eola downtown. Keith McHenry of Foods Not Bombs says he is honored that people he has never met are thinking of all kinds of crazy things to do.
I have no information about who these people are. I have no idea.
They show up and that was Ms. Vanel to appear by phone, Ms. Ashton? Do we know what number she was supposed to dial into? May be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who will be the defense's first witness for today?
Yeah.
Cindy and George.
All right, let's
taking
return to
the stand
jury.
again.
And the defense? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions during the prior recess? Okay, Mr. Byers, you may call your next witness, sir.
Defense calls Cindy Anthony.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Cynthia Anthony, Cynthia Anthony.
You may proceed.
Please accord, Ms. Drain. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
Mrs. Anthony, do you recall several years back when there was an incident involving your son Lee going into Casey's room at night?
Overruled at this point. Yes, no.
No.
Were you ever made aware that there were incidents of your son going into Casey's room at night?
Sustained.
Did you ever have to deal with an issue?
You may approach.
All right, let's go.
Objection sustained. Next question.
Mrs. Anthony, I just have a couple more questions for you. Do you recall testifying 6 months ago that you believed Kaylee was still alive?
Yes.
Okay. Were you testifying truthfully at that time?
Yes, there was still a part of me that believed that Kaylee was alive at that time.
And in January of 2009, you held a memorial service for Kaylee Anthony.
No, it was February of 2009.
And you had requested that Kaylee's remains be cremated.
Yes.
And approximately 1 year, actually 2 years later, you still held the belief that
Let him finish the question. Don't answer the question, Ms. Anthony.
you still held the belief that Kaylee was alive despite all of that.
Is there objection to the question?
Relevancy.
Relevancy?
I think it's relevant to the case of Chief Judge.
Objection sustained.
Was your ability to block all of that out part of your faith?
Sustained.
Mrs. Anthony, were you able to compartmentalize whether Kaylee was alive or not for almost 2 years?
Objection relevant.
There's a direct relevance to Ms. Anthony being able to do the same.
Sustained.
On August 14, 2008, ma'am, you went to visit your daughter in jail.
Possibly.
Okay. Do you recall seeing an evidence and also viewing a videotape in which you explained to your daughter that your husband George had blown up at the media?
I remember viewing the video. I'm not sure if that's the correct date, but yes, I remember the video.
Okay. And when you did that, there was an incident. Actually, express that to your daughter, did you not?
Express what?
That your husband had just blown up at the media?
Yes.
And this was in response to a question that a member of the media had asked as to what his opinion was of the theory that Kaylee had died by an accident.
Sustained.
This was in reference to a question as to an accident, was it not? I'll rephrase, Judge.
Okay, objection sustained. You can attempt to rephrase the question.
Why did you tell your daughter about your husband just blowing up at the media?
Relevancy?
Relevance, it goes to the actual way this child died. And knowledge, effect on the listener.
The media.
Objection sustained unless you can establish a foundation. She actually witnessed and knows how the child died.
Mrs. Anthony, you expressed that this was a new theory, was it not? Did you not express that in the jail video?
Yes.
In fact, you said the latest story, the new theory or the new story is that Kaylee drowned in the pool.
Yeah, let me clarify. It wasn't a new theory. It was the media's statement regarding that. It wasn't a new theory.
Right.
Didn't mean to answer that. Thank you.
In fact, a month earlier, on July 16th, is when you had told Detective Melich about that, correct?
On July 16th, I mentioned to him that I found the pool ladder attached to the pool.
And throughout that time while you were being questioned by law enforcement, you had also told police about the pool incident or the pool theory.
Yes, I mentioned to.
Sustained is deleted.
Did you tell the police numerous times about the pool ladder and your pool theory?
Relevance of her theory.
Sustained is the relevance of the theory. You can talk about what you told the police, but to some extent.
The statement on the jail video about this being a new theory is not true. It's not a new theory. You're clarifying it, is what I'm asking.
I said it's the latest story, I believe, from the media, or the theory from the media. It wasn't the latest. It wasn't the first time that we had discussed it with law enforcement. I was talking about what was portrayed in the media.
And Casey even said that after you had mentioned that George had just blown up at the media, Casey had even informed you, as what's in evidence, that she had heard, right?
She said she was aware that she had heard that her father had just blown up at the media.
And that wasn't true. That had just happened, correct?
I don't know if that's true or not. She could have heard it from someone in the jail.
You're aware that there are no televisions in the cells, correct?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to clarify that out. There were numerous occasions where you had made law enforcement aware of the pool ladder incident, correct?
Correct.
And sustained. I have no further questions.
Good morning. Good morning. You recall when you related what the media was suggesting to your daughter, that her response to that was surprise, surprise.
That was regarding not her father blowing up at the media.
But the suggestion by the media that the pool had some involvement in Kaylee's death, correct? The blowing up aspect of this exchange.
Sorry, that last question, Judge.
Basis of objection?
Calls for speculation. How did she know what the reason why my client made that statement?
Response from the state?
She was the individual who directed the comment at the defendant, and in context, the defendant responded. So the witness was explaining that the response was as a result of her comment about the pool rather than the comment about blowing up at the media.
Your Honor, my response to that would be that they're talking about the media. Surprise, surprise means the media's at it again. Not necessarily that it was her thought on the process.
Objection overruled.
When you came into the Orange County Jail that day, you were upset as well because what the media was doing outside was suggesting to you that Kaylee was deceased, correct?
Yes, the media was screaming at us and throwing out accusations like, what do you feel? How do you feel about your granddaughter drowning in your swimming pool? That was very upsetting.
Because at that time, you believed that she was missing and alive somewhere else.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect. Ma'am, you may stand down.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may call the next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Sir.
Remember him?
George,
You may proceed.
Sir. Mr. Anthony, I want to pick up where we left off during your testimony for the state. Do you recall when I asked you about a statement you made on July 24th of 2008 in reference to your law enforcement experience where you stated, we caught people out in the woods, in a house, and in a car?
To counsel reading from a document that is not in evidence, this is not impeachment, this is not refreshing recollection.
Just bringing them up to speed of the question.
Sustain. Ask them a question, but don't read from the document. That's not in evidence.
Do you recall the statement?
No, sir.
No, sir. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the statement?
Possibly.
You may.
I'd like to direct your attention to lines 1 through 5. Do you remember making that statement, sir?
Absolutely, yes.
How did you know your granddaughter would be found in the woods 6 months later?
Not in evidence. Move to strike.
I think all of those facts are in evidence, Your Honor.
The fact that he knew is not.
I'm asking
And I
how.
object.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
So you're asking about my law enforcement experience when I was doing law enforcement, not anything about my granddaughter Kaylee or anything like that, sir. That is taken out of context by you, sir. That is one about my experiences and what I knew of human decomposition and what it smelled like. That's what that's about, sir. You're taking it out of context.
Your question, your statement was in relation to smelling human decomposition in the woods?
Objection. This is not impeachment.
I'm not impeaching, I'm asking a question.
I would object to a prior statement being read. Relevance. Not impeachment.
Approach and bring the statement.
Mr. Anthony, did you?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anthony, did you tell the police that you smelled human decomposition in the woods before?
Yes, sir. I had experience with that in law enforcement up in Ohio, yes.
Did you tell law enforcement that you smelled decomposition in a house before?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell law enforcement that you smelled human decomposition in a car before?
Yes, sir.
Now, getting back to the woods, the wooded area off Suburban Drive during the months that Kaylee was missing, you'd actually walk that area, did you not?
I didn't specifically walk in the woods. I walked the perimeter of defense, and I can explain that if you give me a moment.
Please go right ahead, sir.
The reason why I did is because Sergeant John Allen came to my house with a stuffed animal of a cartoon character and asked if that had been in my home, if I had knowledge of that. And I told him no, and I asked him where he retrieved it from. He said at the end of the street. That's when I went for a walk.
And you were walking down that area during the 6 months?
Sir, I walked every street that I could in Orlando, specifically my neighborhood. Yeah, different times, sometimes to clear my head, sometimes to look up and ask what happened to Kaylee, where she's at. Whatever I could do, so that's what I did.
Were you also not spotted in another wooded area?
Objection to the fairness of the question.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
During that 6 month time period, were you in another wooded area, sir?
Objection to the fairness of the question. Other wooded area.
October of 2008, were you in a, not that wooded area, but a separate wooded area in Orlando?
Objection. Some wooded areas may be relevant, some may not. Without specifying what area, the question is vague.
Overruled.
Sometime in October, we were finding another location for our command center, the Kid Finders Network, our tents, things like that. Yes, I was down at the corner of Hoffner and Lee Vista in an area that I had called about through the county commissioner's office to see if that was vacant and if we could utilize that for our nonprofit Kid Finders tent, so that's the reason why I was there.
Okay. And you were going to put up a Kid Finders tent in the woods?
Adjacent to a street, so probably about 10 to 15 feet off the roadway, because there was a lot of activity, a lot of people coming by to draw attention not only to my granddaughter being missing, but other missing children. That's what that was about.
Now, the statement that you made to, actually, let me take back. On July 15, 2008, you actually, the first night that law enforcement came to your home, you actually pulled Detective Melich aside and you told him that the car smelled.
Not on the 15th of July, no.
The 16th of July.
Sometime in the early morning hours when he first had arrived, absolutely, sir, I did.
And you did that privately.
I can't remember if it was privately, there were other officers there. We had numerous people at our home in the morning. Did I talk to him about the car, about an Amber Alert, about so many things at night to try to find my granddaughter? Absolutely. I was hysterical. I was upset. I wanted answers. I demanded those answers to come to try to find my granddaughter, and I would still do that today.
The night the police were called, you were hysterical and upset?
Yes, I most certainly was.
Now, after Yuri Melich had gotten back with Casey, you also pulled him aside again, did you not?
No, sir, I didn't pull him aside, no.
Did you go to his car before he left and told him that something had happened to Kaylee and that Casey was lying?
Specifics on what him and I discussed, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of my driveway, probably about 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, that we had been up all night. I know that I did talk to him and ask him what was going on, what was progressing, what information did he have. I did all those kind of things, sir, as a concerned father and a grandfather, because I wanted some answers, and I demanded answers from him.
And you told him that something had happened to Kaylee and Casey was lying?
Sir, definitely something happened to Kaylee. She's no longer with us. And Casey was the last one that I saw with Kaylee. 1 and 1 adds up to 2, sir, in my mind. And no matter how you're trying to spin it, I'm upset because my granddaughter is missing. I don't know where she's at. I was told that that someone had taken my granddaughter, forcibly removed her from my daughter, or my daughter dropped her off at some house. I'm trying to put all the stories and information together, sir. Was I running on pure emotion and drive and demanding answers? That is my right as a father and a grandfather, and as whatever you want to spin it. Was I upset and falling apart at the moment? Absolutely. My family was being torn apart. And for you to say that I was doing something wrong, sir, you're wrong.
Just commenting on counsel's questions.
Just listen. Okay. Next question, Mr. Bass.
Yes, sir. Now, on July 24th, you went in and made the statement to law enforcement that you had smelled that car and you smelled human decomposition.
Yes, sir.
And you were sure of it.
I'm 100% positive.
Okay. And do you recall also telling them that Casey lives on the edge?
I possibly did. I don't remember the exact context. If I did, yeah, my daughter has a tendency to live on the edge. Yes.
Taking the statement out of context, not presenting the witness time, place, and persons present, and a chance to look at the statement.
Witness has answered that he recalls making it.
Did you have a full opportunity to answer the question that's presented to you, sir?
I feel comfortable with what I said, sir.
All right.
I feel comfortable with what I said.
Okay, thank you.
And you recall telling law enforcement on July 24th, 2008, that Casey takes these lies as far as she can take them.
Okay. Time, place, persons present, and the portion of the statement.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Do you recall telling law enforcement on July 24th, 2008, meaning Yuri Melich, John Allen, and Detective Shelley Mead, that your daughter takes things as far as she can take them?
I have page and line.
Page 29, lines 9 through 11.
Can I approach counsel under the context?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Your Honor, I'd ask counsel to read the question and answer in full and the rule completes.
I'm asking if he recalls making that statement, Judge, not impeaching him.
Your Honor, the rule of completeness, I believe, would, I don't want to make a speaking objection. The rule of completeness does require.
I'll bet you to do it on cross-examination.
Your Honor, if I may approach, I believe the rule
I know.
indicates it has contemporaneous.
Mr. Baez, are you reading the whole question since I don't have the statement?
Yes, sir, I'll read the whole question.
Okay, I don't have the statement.
When asked, do you think the reason your daughter doesn't want to tell us what happened is for fear that what her mom might do, might say, I told you so, or something like that? Do you think that it would be so disappointing to mom, and that's why she's taking this to the bitter end? And your answer was, now, my daughter lives on the edge. You know, from all the lies, the lies, all the contradictions, and like my daughter takes things as far as she can take them.
If it's written down there, I said that, sure.
And in fact, during that whole interview, you kept talking about negative things about your daughter, weren't you?
The document speaks for itself. Counsel wants to put in for the jury to consider the entire statement.
I'm asking.
For their own evaluation, positive and negative. That's the appropriate way to do it.
I'm asking him if he recalls.
Overrule it, Mr. Chairman.
Do you recall saying nothing but negative things about your daughter?
Apparently I did, sir. I was cooperating with the law enforcement any way I could get some answers about my granddaughter.
And the very next day, you went and visited your daughter in jail.
That's possible. I'm not sure of all the exact dates. I know we didn't go as much as we wanted to.
And you've seen the videos of you seeing your daughter in jail, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't say any of these negative things to her while you were visiting her, did you?
No, because I was trying to keep my daughter upbeat. I was trying to find out anything I could about where Kaylee possibly could be. I was doing everything I could, sir, to keep her as happy and as comfortable as possible. I didn't want my daughter in there, but she is in jail.
The day before, you're throwing her under the bus with law enforcement, and the next day when you talk to her, you're being very nice, right?
Move to strike counsel's statement of his opinion.
I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
As you've testified, on the 24th, you're saying negative things about your daughter, and when you are on the video talking to her, you're saying nice things.
Again, sir, I was cooperating with law enforcement on one day, giving them information to help assist finding my granddaughter wherever she was at. The next day, going in and seeing my daughter, yes, I was trying to keep her upbeat because I don't want to see my daughter in jail, but unfortunately, she is in jail. And that's what you try to do. You try to talk to your loved ones, to your daughter, whoever it might be in there, keep them upbeat so they're not in an emotional wreck when they're in a facility that they have no human contact with anymore.
So you were undercover of sorts?
No, sir, I was not undercover.
Move to strike.
Overrule.
You can answer, sir.
I was not undercover, sir. I was a father of a concern for his daughter and also for my granddaughter.
And you're aware that your daughter wanted to be bonded out, weren't you not?
Yes, sir. My daughter wanted to be out and trying to help find her daughter, yes.
And the reason she couldn't get bonded out is because you would not want to put up the house as collateral.
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Motion to strike, man.
Now, on October 14th, 2008, you went and testified against your daughter, did you not, for the grand jury?
Objection.
Not asking him any statements he made. Just
Your
asking.
Honor, the fact that the witness is subpoenaed and compelled to appear.
Approach.
Fourth, when you spoke to law enforcement.
Objection sustained. Next question.
Now, sir, you testified that on July 24th, when you spoke to law enforcement, you had stated that you were, I guess just now, that you were 100% sure that you had smelled human decomposition in the trunk of your daughter's car?
Yes.
And you testified to that in this trial a couple times.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to lie about that.
Do you recall giving a deposition, in this case, on August 5th, 2009?
It's possibly that was the day. I'm not sure. I've given a lot of information at different times.
You remember coming to the deposition?
Sir, whenever I've been asked to arrive somewhere, I've been there.
I was there.
If you're talking about August 5th, 2009, yes, there was.
Mr. Ashton and Ms. Burdick and Mr. George were there?
Yes, sir.
And you were placed under oath?
Yes.
And it was the same oath you took today?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked the question? And did you believe the smell?
Page and line?
Yes, page 220, lines 5 through 14. Do you remember being asked the question?
Give counsel an opportunity to defend.
And did you believe the smell? Did you recognize that smell as being the smell of human decomposition? And do you not recall giving the answer, sir? Not human decomposition. I knew it was.
Rule of completeness, but it appears counsel's going to finish the answer.
Go ahead.
I knew it was decomposition there. I knew there was something that just didn't smell right to me. As I went around to the driver's side, opened the driver's door, took my breath away for a second. It really did. I mean, it's 90 degrees outside. The car had been sitting there for over 2 weeks. So, sir.
Objection. Completeness, I ask the counsel also read the answer at page 221, line 7 on the same subject matter.
I think that could be brought up.
Read it.
This is the answer to his question, sir.
Pursuant to 108.1, read the entire context.
I remember opening the driver's door, trying to bend out the car a little bit, and I remember it stuck the key in the ignition. As I did, I knew the car wouldn't start. As I told the guy, I said, well, it's probably out of gas. And the attendant that was there, he's the one that says, oh my gosh, this really stinks. And I said, yeah, let me stop. And then the question is asked, let me stop you for a second there. Well, do I have to keep reading other questions?
I request the counsel read through the answer which ends at page 22, line 6, because it is the same subject matter.
And I would request to conduct my direct examination and allow Mr. Ashton to do his process.
Rule 1.8.1 requires, read it.
Okay, let me stop. Then the next question is, let me stop you for a second before you go on to say to that. Okay, as you approach the car, did it come into your mind that the odor might be from decomposition of either your daughter or your granddaughter? Your answer, not at that point, sir. No, sir. It never crossed your mind, Mr. Ashton asked? Not at the initial point, no, it did not. Okay, go ahead. After I tried to start the car, I remember the attendant saying how strong it was, and I said, yeah. I said, it's a little bit tough. I looked around inside the car. I couldn't see anything except my granddaughter's car seat and some shoes and other stuff. The car was messy inside. So I
ask
continued.
counsel to complete the answer.
And I remember getting out of the driver's seat, walking towards the back of the car, and I didn't say it directly to this gentleman. I didn't say it underneath my breath. I said, please don't let this be my daughter or my granddaughter. As I opened up the trunk, the only thing that there was a bag full of garbage, a white bag and a tie on it, a twist tie. And there was an Arm & Hammer liquid detergent. I don't remember what size. I guess about the size indicating there was a pizza box with maggots inside the box. I mean, in that bag, I remember that specifically because they were making a cracking sound like a hamburger on a skillet. I remember that specifically. I did not touch it. The attendant reached inside and says, this is your smell. He grabbed it, the trunk got shut, and walked over to dispose of it inside the... Okay.
Right.
So, sir, do you recall testifying in your deposition that you did not believe that the car was human decomposition?
Sir, that answer, I believe, speaks for itself. I remember being asked about this at the very beginning. When I talked about walking up to that car and getting about 3 feet away from it, and the smell that emanated from that car, I could smell it 3 feet away on the passenger side. When I opened up that car door, yeah, it smelled like decomposition, human decomposition. I will clarify that. If I didn't say that exactly at that deposition, at that particular point, that's because, again, sir, you have to, when you relive stuff over and over again that is traumatic in your life, you try to give the most complete answer that you can. Was it decomposition to me? Yes. Was it not my granddaughter or my daughter that I found in the trunk of the car? No, they weren't there. But there is a smell of human decomposition in that car, not the garbage that was in it.
And you testified that on July 24th, you told law enforcement it was human decomposition. August 9th, it's not, it's the trash. And today, it's human decomposition.
Sir, I didn't say that it was the trash. I did not say that. It was trash in the back of the car. There was maggots and stuff like that inside of that box or that plastic bag that I saw. I have been completely honest with that, sir, about my feelings and what I saw and what I observed. I'm not making anything bigger than what it is. I'm stating true facts of what I saw, what I observed, and what I went through that day and what my feelings were. Neither my granddaughter nor my daughter were in the trunk of that car. And I'm grateful for that because I don't know if I could have dealt with seeing them back there.
Now, sir, the explanation that you give during your deposition is clearly the trash, is it not? Would you like to look at it?
Sir, there's also a difference between trash and garbage.
And there's also a difference, sir, of saying it's human decomposition and not human decomposition?
I didn't say anything about not being human. I said decomposition. I'm going to clarify that again. I think I've done that very well. You're trying to take this joy of my life away from me, sir, and you can't do it anymore.
Would you like to
Let me answer this to you, sir. The decomposition that I smelled in the trunk of my daughter's car on July 15th, 2008 at Johnson's Towing smelled like human decomposition.
Would you
To
like
me, sir? That's what it smelled like to me. And my knowledge of law enforcement and what I saw for 10 years of law enforcement gives me that opportunity to know what that is. I can close my eyes at the moment, sir, and I can smell that again. How dare you, sir, try to tell me that I did something differently than what I did?
And that is why you called 911 right then and there, right?
No, sir, you're not calling 911.
That's why you drove that car home.
Sir,
Argumentative, ask and answer.
you are arguing with me, sir. I'm trying to be calm.
And then you went to work, sir, did you not? After smelling the smell.
Oh.
Then you went to work, sir, did you not?
Sir, after I knew that it wasn't my
Sir?
granddaughter or my daughter in the trunk of that car,
Sir?
I did get the car started. I left with my wife. We took the car home. Was I concerned about what was there and stuff like that? Sure. But then again, my emotions were all over the place that day. Did I go to work? Yes. I also explained in different times that I've spoke to law enforcement, to prosecution, to you, and things like that, of stuff that I can remember and stuff that I experienced on that day. I know exactly what I did, sir, and I'm not ashamed of what I did that day. There's no reason for me.
Strike non-responsive, Judge, for the question.
Overruled.
Now, Mr. Anthony, when you made this statement in your deposition, you were actually on a media blitz, were you not?
Vagueness of the word media blitz.
You were going on multiple. Did you go on multiple media outlets and advocate the innocence of your daughter when you made this statement?
You're going to have to come up with dates, sir, and in particular times and things like that.
August 2009. Did you make any media appearances where you were advocating the innocence of your daughter?
Sir?
Possibly I did, without seeing the context or things like that, sir. I didn't want to believe back then that my daughter could be capable of taking the life of her daughter.
Judge, I'm going to object to the non-responsive. I asked him a specific question. If he was on the media, making media appearances on behalf of his daughter.
The question was actually specific purpose or opinion being expressed, and the answer is responsive.
Next question.
Now, sir, in January, late January of 2009, you attempted to commit suicide. Did you, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you even left a suicide note.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you expressed some guilt.
The best evidence of the document is the document.
Sustained.
Marked by like
You expressed some guilt, did you not, sir?
the document speaks for itself. The best evidence of the contents is the document itself. I have no objection to its admission of evidence.
Sustained.
Were you hospitalized shortly after?
Yes.
And within a week, were you then again making further media appearances?
I don't remember what I did shortly thereafter being released from the hospital. Possibly I did. Not really sure.
And these media appearances that you were making them to advocate the innocence of your daughter.
Possibly without knowing exactly what was asked of me and how I answered that. I can't go back and say exactly what I said on that particular date and time, sir. I can't.
Do you recall being on 48 Hours?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being paid $20,000 for that appearance?
You know, Mr. Baez, I have been nice to you. I have tried to answer every question to the best of my ability. And for what my wife and I might have retained from a news organization to bring awareness of my granddaughter, my daughter, and other missing children, that's what that article was exactly about. It had nothing to do with guilt or innocence or anything like that. We did that, sir, for self-preservation.
You are really not helping yourself,
for our children,
sir.
for not only my granddaughter, because how beautiful she was. and
Sir,
what she meant
you're really
to
not
us.
Subject to the
helping.
narrative, Judge. Non-responsive.
Just let him go, Baez. You got to let him go. It's not helping.
I did everything that I could possibly do to bring awareness of what my granddaughter meant to me, to my wife, and to my son, and to anyone else in this world that fell in love with her.
Was that the focus of the interview, or was your daughter and her innocence or guilt the focus of the interview?
Unfortunately, it just seemed like any time that any of the media came around to us, more focus was always placed on my daughter.
The focus of the media is not relevant to this case.
And while you were advocating for your daughter's innocence, sir, did you make any appearances on the early show?
Possibly did, sir. I don't remember my exact itinerary or things like that. But then again, anything that we ever did media-wise was always to bring information about my granddaughter, other missing children, and I always spoke about that. I always did.
And all of these media appearances stopped when the allegations of abuse came up, correct?
I believe that, sir, was done through you, sir.
Sir, do you recall finding out another way?
Relevance.
You may.
Oh, this is necessary after a long day of trial. Watching them banter. All right, taking a little break. Not us. We're not going to take a break. Oh, this is good.
So recognize presence of jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may continue, Mr. Bias.
Mr. Anthony, you were questioned by the prosecutor in reference to ever molesting your daughter. Do you recall those questions?
No, sir.
You don't recall being asked by Mr. Ashton if you had ever molested your daughter?
You have to be specific, sir, when that might have happened, could have happened. You're not being specific, sir.
First day of trial. You were asked.
Any question? Yes, sir, and I never would do anything like that to my daughter.
You know, of course, that sex with a child under the age of 12 years old is life in prison, don't you, sir?
Relative.
Sustained.
You're aware of the possible penalties of child molesting, don't you, sir?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
You, of course, would never admit to molesting your child, would you, sir?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you can.
Sir, I never would do anything like that to my daughter.
My question is, you would never admit to it, would you, sir?
Sir, I would never do anything to harm my daughter in that way.
Only in that way.
Objection.
Sir.
Sustained.
Now, sir, do you recall when we questioned you the first time in reference to the gas can?
Sir, I've been asked about those gas cans numerous times.
You may.
So there's no misunderstanding of which gas can we're talking about, Mr. Anthony. That is your gas can. Yes, sir. State's evidence to wait. That is your gas can.
Yes.
And on June 24th of 2008, that gas can was missing.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you reported that gas can as stolen.
This gas can and another gas can that I had. Two were taken.
And is that the first time you've ever reported gas cans stolen?
Yes.
And prior to that, you of course knew your daughter had used those gas cans many times to put gas in her car.
I had felt that way, asked her about it. Yes.
And you could even see the gas streaks on the side of the car.
Objection. Asked and answered in prior testimony. Repeating ground.
Overruled at this point, but let's get to the point.
If I had knowledge that my daughter had used this gas can or another one and placed it in gas that was inside of her vehicle, yes.
And do you recall in your testimony for the state, when I questioned you, you stated that there was a gas can that you were shown in your deposition that did not have duct tape on it when you gave it to the police?
I don't believe I said that, sir.
Okay. I'll ask you again, sir. When you gave the police that gas can, did it have duct tape on it?
Objection. Given on two occasions. Company specify which one.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
August 8th of 2008. The very first time they took those gas cans.
August 1st.
That's what I said.
Demonstrates that.
That's what I said.
I think so. You said it.
August 1st of 2008, sir. Did that gas can have duct tape on it when you gave it to the police?
It possibly did. I don't remember. All I know is they came to my home with a search warrant, and they took it from our father's shed that's on the south side of our home. I did not touch it at the time. They are the ones that reached in, said this they were here for it, and took it.
And that was after you told them of this alleged argument you had with your daughter over these gas cans?
That's not an alleged argument, sir. It happened.
That's after this. Well, there's no one else that can testify to this, right? Except you?
Oh, my daughter was there, sir. Her and I had a disagreement over the gas cans being stolen on the 24th. That's when I
was there anybody else there besides you and your daughter?
Myself, my daughter, and God knows the truth.
Okay. Now, anyone else on this earth? Dog? Anyone else you want to throw in there?
Objection. Asked and answered. Move to strike.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw. Now, on August 5th, sir, of 2009, did you state, when asked the question, okay, when they took it, is it your...
Line.
Yes, 208, line
Page,
9 through
line,
12.
date, who was there, and then
Yes,
give
sir.
counsel an opportunity to define it.
208, lines 9 through 12. Do you recall giving a deposition on August 5th of 2009, sir?
If you're talking about the one that the state attorney's individual there and you were court reporter, yes.
Correct. All those people were there, and you were placed under oath.
Yes.
And you were asked the question, okay, when they took it, is it your recollection that it had duct tape over the vent? And do you recall giving the answer, no, there was no duct tape on it on the vent? Do you recall giving that answer?
If was that my deposition, sir? That's what I said.
And do you recall being confronted with a photograph, State's Exhibit 107, of that gas can?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. May I push the witness?
You may.
We've got to get the sir counter up there. How many times he says sir in his answer?
And do you remember, sir, being asked, did you take the duct tape and put it on and take it off again? And your answer, no, sir, I did not do that. Do you recall Mr. Ashton asking you, but is it your testimony here today, under oath, is that there...
Page and line?
Same page.
What page?
Same page, lines 19 through 25.
What's the same page?
210, I'm sorry, Judge.
It's a different page. So 210.
Lines 21 through 25, actually.
Mr. Bias, the jury can't see Mr. Anthony, so kind of reposition the gas can.
The question being asked by Mr. Ashton, but is it your testimony here today, under oath, is that you have a specific recollection that when the police officers took this from your home on August 1st, 2008, that piece of duct tape was not on this can? And your answer, and you were asked, please answer out loud, yes or no. And your answer was, it was not on the can. Yes, it was not on that can. Do you recall giving those answers, sir, under oath?
Yes, sir, I did. You just read them. Yes, I agree.
Do you recall whether they, when police took that gas can on August 1st, 2008, did it have duct tape on it?
Well, sir, if I'm going by this photograph, apparently it does. But also, if I might expand on this gas can was taken a second time, I believe, probably 10 days or so after that, for a second time.
You were asked specifically August 1st, 2008, were you not, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you were shown that specific photograph?
I don't know if I was shown this specific one at the prosecutor's office that day, or the state attorney's office. I believe, sir, I was shown a bunch of different things that day.
Are you trying to say now that you were shown a different photograph of another gas can?
Sir, this gas can is the only one that's ever been talked about. I know I was shown, at least I believe, to my best recollection, I was shown another photograph of this particular gas can. So that's answering your question, sir.
Now, sir, I'd like to show you the certified copy of your deposition. May I approach the witness?
You may.
In the back of that deposition, sir, there are the exhibits. Do you see those tabs?
Are you asking me to open this?
I'm asking if you see the exhibits attached to the deposition. You'll see a tab.
Sure, I see something. So you're not being specific on what exactly. There's a lot of exhibits there.
Sir, I'm going to ask you the questions. I'm asking you first, one step at a time, if you see the tabs where the exhibits are.
Yes, sir, there's numerous ones here.
Every photograph that you were shown in your deposition is on those tabs. Can you search through? And I direct your attention to tab 1 and 10. Go ahead and search them all and see if there are any other gas cans that were shown to you at your deposition.
I'm looking at number 1, and I just looked at number 10. It's the same thing that you just have right here.
My question to you, sir, is can you check them all and make sure that there were no other gas cans shown to you that day?
I just did. There's only the first exhibit, which is exhibit number 1, and exhibit number 10 have pictures of the gas can, photos of it.
Okay. So according to your testimony in this deposition, either the police planted that duct tape on that gas can or you were not telling the truth.
Objection. Is counsel quoting the deposition? If so, it can't be paraphrased. Improper impeachment.
Sustain.
Gonna have just a moment, Judge.
Okay.
When you had this alleged argument with your daughter, did the gas can have duct tape on it then?
No, it did not.
So after Casey was finished with the gas can and she returned it to you, there was no duct tape on that gas can.
I believe I've answered that on a few different occasions, sir. The day that my daughter tossed those or set them down very aggressively on the ground at the rear of her vehicle. Okay, and she said what she said to me.
I'm going to object to the narrative and ask that the witness be instructed to answer the question. It was a yes or no.
Overruled. He's answering the question.
Go ahead, sir.
The day that my daughter gave me back these gas cans on the 24th, that was an alleged argument. It occurred. And it wasn't really so too much an argument at the time. Sure, there was, maybe the voices were a little bit loud, but when she put those down on the ground forcibly and said, here was my exact words were, here's my fucking gas cans. I've said that before. This particular camera here did not have a little white plastic tab to air vent on top of it. It was not there. And I also believe I'm not mistaken is, did I put a piece of tape or something on it maybe eventually? Yes, I did, because anything that is volatile as gasoline, when it has fumes or something in it, can be a problem, and I didn't want that to occur. If I happened to put some kind of tape or something on it, maybe I did. I don't remember. And for me, and for you to say now that I put this on or what I testify to, sir, I'll agree with what's in here. I will. I'm not trying to be belligerent.
Judge, I'm going to object. Yes. Object to the narrative. We'll strike.
May the attorneys approach the bench along with the court reporter.
You have also testified the gas can.
You may continue.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony, I just want to clear this final thing up, if I may. When Casey gave you the gas can on June 24th, 2008, according to you, the gas can did not have duct tape on.
That's correct.
And you have also testified when the police confiscated that gas can on August 1st, 2008, after Kaylee was reported missing, that it did not have duct tape on.
If I'm not mistaken, sir, that I have said when it was retrieved from the south shed of my house, I did not touch it. If there was duct tape on it at that point, possibly I put something on it. I also said that when I retrieved that, when my daughter gave it from her trunk of her car in front of me, Sir, no, I'm trying to explain, sir. I'm trying to explain your question. You're not letting me answer.
I would object, Judge, to the narrative. I asked him a yes or no question. If he testified that when he gave this gas can to the police, it had no duct tape on it.
Question calls for a yes or no answer, sir.
Did you testify to that, sir?
I'll say no.
You didn't. So did the court reporter get your testimony incorrect?
Not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall reading in your deposition where you said it did not?
Not in evidence.
Sustained.
Did you testify that it was not in your deposition?
No.
Sustained.
May I read the question again to the court to impeach the witness, Your Honor?
Your Honor, the witness has been asked about the statement, has denied he made it, and I believe under 90.612 that is the question that can be asked and the answer given.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. When asked, page 210, lines 5 through 11. Court and counsel.
Read the question. Sure. Starting at line 3. You said page 210?
Yes, sir.
Question starts at line 3.
Yes, sir.
Answer is from 8 through 11.
Yes, sir. Do you recall being asked, sir? Sure, and it is metal. So does it fall apart? All right. But is it? So it's your testimony now that when they took it on August 1st, that it did not have duct tape over the vent. And your answer, didn't have any duct tape over the vent. And when it came back to me, or the last time I saw it now, it had duct tape on it. It did. I did not put it on there. Do you recall giving that answer, sir?
I do now, yes.
Do you recall being asked? But is it your testimony? I'm sorry, page 210, lines 22 through 25, to the next page through 10.
Read that and the witnesses acknowledged it.
Part of the impeachment.
Excuse me. Lines 22 through 211, line 1, the witness has already been asked and already acknowledged making mistake.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Anthony, on August 5th of 2009, you still believed that your granddaughter was killed by someone that happened not in the custody of your daughter. Isn't that what you believed in August of 2009?
Yes.
And in that deposition, you and I sparred in much the same way you sparred with Mr. Baez here today.
Yes, sir.
And during that deposition, you were upset that you were being called upon to give testimony implicating your daughter in the murder of your granddaughter. That was your emotional state in August of 2009, correct?
Correct.
But today, you no longer believe that your granddaughter died in the custody of someone other than your daughter.
Judge.
Sustained.
Here it goes to bias.
Sustained.
When you were giving the statement on July 24, 2008 that Mr. Baez discussed with you at length, did you ever tell the police that you thought your daughter murdered your granddaughter?
I didn't believe that at that time, sir. No.
In January of 2009, a month or so after you, let me strike that, you learned in December of 2008 that the remains of your granddaughter were found. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What effect did that have on you when you learned that Kaylee's remains had been found?
A deep hurt inside, tears, the whole gamut of just an emotional loss, a breakdown inside of me, and seeing what my wife and my son went through.
Up to that moment, had you held out the hope that Kaylee would be found alive?
Absolutely. Every day from July 15th until the day we were told it was Kaylee.
In January of 2009, you went, I'll give you a moment.
No, sir, I need to get through this. I need to have something inside of me get through this.
Do you need a break, Stanley?
No, sir, I'm fine.
In January, just let me know when you're okay.
Okay, sir.
On January 22nd of 2009, Mr. Anthony, you went and got a gun, didn't you? Counsel asked about this exact event.
Overruled. You may.
Now, state the objection again. I'm not quite sure what the legal basis of the objection is. Counsel.
Yes, that counsel has had no good faith basis for asking such a question when he knows that there was no gun involved in the suicide attempt.
My understanding of the events of this date are that Mr. Anthony went and got a gun that he did so with the purpose, I believe he will testify, he did so with the purpose of forcing people who he believed might know something about who killed Kaylee, specifically friends or boyfriends of the defendant, with the intention of forcing them to reveal what they knew and then taking his own life. It is revealed in the suicide note, and I believe he will testify that that's what happened. The defense has brought up the suicide. I do, so the court knows, intend for him to identify his suicide note, and in my case, I do intend to offer it because it shows that on January 22nd of 2009, this man had no idea who killed Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Did you want a proffer of Mr. Ashton's cross-examination?
Sure.
Okay.
Requiring a proffer?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Anthony, in August of 2008, you went and obtained a firearm, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Why did you obtain the firearm?
2 reasons. Number one, I wanted to go get answers that I believe I could get from individuals that I felt in my mind at the time was responsible for Kaylee.
You were going to force them at gunpoint to tell you information that you thought they had about what happened to Kaylee, based on what your daughter had told you.
Yes, sir.
What happened to that gun?
When I had picked retrieved the gun up, I think after about 2 or 3 days before I was allowed to take it out of the gun shop. An evening, I believe it was probably the 2nd or 3rd of September, I'm not really sure of the exact date, the Sheriff's Department and I believe a lady from the Corrections Department or something of that nature came to our house, came to Cindy and I's house, and because my daughter was home, told me that they had found out that I had purchased a firearm, and that was in violation of a firearm being in a home or alcohol being around someone who's incarcerated at my home, and the gun was taken from my car.
Before you had a chance to use it for the purpose you intended?
Yes, sir. It still had all the proper locks and mechanisms on it and things like that, yes.
Now, on January 22nd of 2009, you went to a hotel in Daytona Beach with the intention of taking your life.
Yes, and I still have those feelings every once in a while, even today.
Did you put pen to paper to leave an explanation for your wife and your family as to why you had chosen to take your life?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Show you state's exhibit. Actually, this is marked. This says defense MA. Is that correct? I mean, state's that. I'm sorry. Is that the note that you had on that day?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate statement of your thoughts, your feelings, your intentions, and your knowledge as of that day?
Yes.
Had you also sent some text messages or communications to friends, family members, or your lawyer about what you were doing?
I know that I had sent text messages as far as what I exactly said, but I also know that I called my family, my sisters, my mother and father. Basically to tell them goodbye, even though I didn't say that. I just told them not to worry. I wanted to go. I needed at that time to go and be with Kaylee.
And you expressed that in the note?
Yes, I did. Because I believe I failed her.
Were you prevented from accomplishing your goal by the intervention of law enforcement?
Yes, if it wouldn't have been for law enforcement, I wouldn't be here today.
That is a proffer of the testimony on those issues that I would offer.
Okay. All right. You have an objection to the testimony, Mr. Bias?
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one other. I'll add it just to be safe. Mr. Anthony, in that note, did you express some of the unanswered questions that were in your mind about what happened to your granddaughter?
I know I did. I don't know exactly what I wrote at that time. I do know that my penmanship throughout, at the beginning, at the end, I wrote over many hours that night.
Those would be the questions I would ask.
Okay, and objections to that testimony, Mr. Bias?
Much of it is beyond the scope of direct examination. I certainly don't see the bearing of the firearm. None of that was testified to, and none of that has anything to do with this.
Witness about his knowledge during the periods of July, August, about recollection of the testimony on.
Yes, sir. I could cover the areas that.
Okay.
Mr. Ashton just finished making.
Of Mr. George Anthony's attempt to commit suicide. The issue of suicide was brought out in the defense's cross-examination of Mr. Anthony. Those questions are a logical progression dealing with the issue of suicide and the fact that the gun has some relationship to all of that. So the court will permit this. You can mark him about the gun. State recognized present of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you may continue.
Mr. Anthony, in August of 2008, did you purchase a firearm?
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in purchasing this firearm?
I wanted to get answers from people that I believed were involved with my granddaughter missing.
These were friends or associates of your daughter that you felt had some information that they were not giving up.
Yes.
And you were going to use that gun to force them at gunpoint to tell you what happened to your granddaughter.
Yes.
Now, before you had a chance to do that, it's correct, is it not, that law enforcement learned that you had obtained the gun?
Yes, law enforcement had found out from, I don't know who, and law enforcement came to my home with someone from, I believe it was the corrections department, I'm not really sure it was, and advised of the violation of a court order that a handgun and or alcohol are not allowed inside of our home when our daughter is there.
And since your daughter was home on bond, you were not permitted to have a firearm in the house.
That's correct.
And did they take the firearm?
Yes, they did. They had taken it the same day that I had brought it home. It was in the rear trunk or rear spare tire area of my vehicle.
Chance to use it for its intended purpose?
No, sir, did not. When I brought it home, it still had all the proper cables, key locks, and things like that. No, sir, never did.
Now, on the 22nd of January of 2009, this is approximately 6 weeks after the remains were found, did you travel to a hotel in Daytona Beach for the purposes of taking your own life?
Yes, sir.
Why, on that particular day, did you decide to take your life?
Why that particular day I picked out, I really don't know. All I know is my emotional state, even through today, is very hard to accept that I don't have a granddaughter anymore. But for that particular day, I don't know, it just felt like the right time to go and be with Kaylee.
Did you call relatives and, perhaps not literally, but say your last goodbyes to them?
Overruled.
I wanted to talk to my parents, my sisters. I know I called my son and my wife and just said, no, I was okay. Yes, to say goodbye for the last time.
Did any of them try to get you to tell where you were? Do you remember the content of the conversation?
No, because really, I was supposed to be going to a meeting that day, and I just decided that was the time for me to get away from all this, to spend time with Kaylee.
As you sat in that motel room in Daytona Beach, did you put pen to paper and write a letter to your loved ones?
Yes, I did. And the letter itself, through drinking alcohol, taking pills, I started out to talk. I wrote this specific letter to my wife, Cindy, and just to tell her how I felt and how I didn't want to be in this world anymore.
Did you include in that letter questions that you had about what happened to Kaylee?
Absolutely, exactly what I said in that letter. I really don't remember because I never really looked it over. All I know is there were numerous pages I wrote, and I know that my penmanship, so I probably repeated myself numerous times. And all I know is I had to express what I was feeling and not feeling.
You wanted Cindy to know why you would be dead when she found the letter. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, because I couldn't tell her face to face.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Positive 8 pages. Tell me, sir, you recognize that as the letter that you wrote to your wife and family as you were preparing to take your life?
Yes, this is definitely a letter I wrote to Cindy and my family.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Anthony, but for the intervention of law enforcement, you would not be here today, would you, sir?
Judge.
Basis of objection.
Relevance and asked and answered.
Asked and answered. Sustained event. He's answered that.
In the proper heat, Your Honor, I haven't asked him then for the jury.
Yes, he has.
If you'll look back and review, I think you'll find it.
He can answer.
That's correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect. No those issues.
Do you need a break, Mr. Anthony?
No, I'm fine.
Mr. Anthony, Mr. Ashton questioned you about sparring with him at the deposition. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And this sparring even had Mr. Ashton questioning your truthfulness, did he not?
Attention to counsel's expression of his
Sustained.
Do
Motion to strike.
do you recall Mr. Ashton reminding you of your oath, sir, during the deposition?
I'm sure he probably did, sir. I don't remember exactly that day.
And this sparring that went on was to try and pin your answers down on these gas cans, correct?
To his conclusion about my intention.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
The questions had to do with the gas cans and the duct tape, did they not, sir?
I know there was some conversation that we had throughout the whole thing. I know there's different times we talked about specific things, gas cans, duct tape, my granddaughter, my daughter, a big gamut of things.
But the issues where you were sparring with Mr. Ashton about related to the gas cans and the duct tape, did they not, sir?
Well, to clarify sparring, that could be looked at two different ways. I mean, was there a verbal talking when I go by consider verbal sparring? Yeah, I guess that would be considered yes.
Now, would you Mr. Ashton classified my questioning with you about the gas cans and the duct tape as sparring. Would you classify that as well, sir?
Yes, I would.
Now, when you got that gun in August of 2008, your daughter was out on bond.
Yes.
She was under house arrest.
Yes.
And the first day that she came home, the entire family met with a person from the Department of Corrections having to deal with house arrest.
Yes.
And they explained to you the rules of someone being under house arrest, what you can't do and what you can't do, or what you can do and what you can't do.
Correct.
And you were even given a list of what could be in the house and what couldn't be in the house.
Correct.
And on top of that, sir, you knew that you couldn't have firearms in that house.
Correct.
And you knew if a firearm was found in that house, that Casey would have to go right back to jail.
Correct.
And in fact, when they caught, as soon as you drove up, within hours, the Department of Corrections was there.
Correct.
And they almost took Casey right back to jail, didn't they?
Yes.
You never, prior to Casey being out on bond, went out and bought a gun, did you, sir?
Sir, my emotional state when I purchased that gun was to go get answers about my granddaughter, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object to being non-responsive.
Listen carefully to the question, Mr. Anthony, and answer the question.
My question to you, sir, is before your daughter got out on bond and had those conditions, you never went out and bought a gun.
No, I didn't.
This attempted suicide that you had, you went out and bought a 6-pack of beer. That was the alcohol you were drinking, right?
I don't know how much I purchased at that time. No, I don't remember that.
Was it a 12-pack of beer?
I don't remember.
It was beer.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you took were blood pressure medication, were they not?
Oh, there was a lot of different stuff that I'd taken with me, sir. I just had gotten probably a week or so prior to that from a physician.
So you were drinking beer and blood pressure medication?
Sir, I had all different kind of stuff involved as far as nerves, something to keep me calm, or whatever it was. I took a large amount of medication along with drinking beer.
Do you know what was recovered from your hotel room that evening?
You know, sir, I do not. I don't have a list in front of me. I have no idea.
Now, all of this was subsequent to 2 search warrants being issued at your home, correct?
Are you talking a specific date, a time?
Yes, I'll go back and explain. You had a search warrant issued on your home December 11th, 2008.
As far as I know, I did, so I wasn't there to accept it.
You had another search warrant issued, well, let me stop there. The search warrant of December 11th, 2008, law enforcement went through a lot of your things, did they not, sir?
Sir, they completely went through the whole house.
My question to you, sir, is they went through a lot of your things.
Sir, everything inside the house I have knowledge of. I've either purchased it or something. Yeah, it's my stuff. It's my stuff.
Specifically things that would be associated with you.
Everything in that house is associated with me.
I'm talking about your car.
Sure, my car was in the garage.
And they went through it.
Yes.
And you know that car was not in the search warrant.
Relevance of whether it was in the search warrant or not.
Overruled at this point.
You know your car was not listed on that search warrant, right? And they went through it anyway.
Right, the whole house was turned upside down.
And they went through a lot of your personal things, not Casey's.
Sir, I wasn't there to see the search warrant. They went through the whole house.
And then they confiscated that gas can on December 11th.
I don't know. I have no idea.
You were given a property list of what was confiscated on December 11th, were you not, sir?
As I've stated, I was not there when the search warrant itself was served on our home. I was not there. And exactly what was taken all the time, I do not have that much of a detailed memory to know exactly. I believe it was like 70 or more items that were taken from our home.
And you're an ex-police detective, sir. You know that after executing a warrant, the warrant and all property taken is left at the home.
I would believe so if it was given to our attorney. I don't know what was all up behind. All I can tell you is our home was turned upside down.
And included, what they took was the duct tape on that gas can, correct?
Like I said, sir, I don't know exactly everything was taken from our home. I've answered your question, sir.
All right, let me ask you this way then, sir. When you came back from doing the Larry King show in California on December 11th, and you got into your home, did you see that gas can ever again in your home?
Well, sir, I never came back home to my home on December 11th, 2008.
Never came back home, sir?
I'm answering your question, sir. I did not come back to my home on December 11th, 2008. I did not.
December 15th, whenever you came back.
Sir, I don't remember exactly what site we came home, what time, or anything like that. All I've said is, and I'm going to say this again for probably the 10th time, and I'm not trying to get upset, but you're making me upset. I can tell you right now is our house was in shambles. Our house was turned upside down. Things were flipping around our house. It took us days.
Judge, I'm going to object to the narrative. I'm asking a specific question. He's refusing to answer it. I'm giving a narrative.
Overruled.
Okay. Mr. Anthony, you came back and you didn't go directly to your home. You went to the Ritz-Carlton, correct?
Sir, there was arrangements made for Cindy and I, yes.
Okay. And you stayed at the Ritz-Carlton for a couple of days?
Possibly. I'm not sure how many days it was.
Where they stayed?
Then you came back home before the second search warrant was executed?
Yes, sir, because I was there for the second one.
Okay. And you did not see that gas can or the duct tape in your home then, did you, sir?
On that particular date, on whatever date it was, I don't remember.
And you had in your possession all of the search warrant that was issued on December 11th, as well as everything that was confiscated during the first search warrant?
Sir, I don't know of all the, like I said, I know there was over 70 items taken.
My question to you, sir, is you had in your possession the items that were taken and the search warrant before the second search warrant was issued?
Counsel's vague question, items, what items?
The property list.
Sustain, rephrase the question. It's 12 noon now. So
Yes, sir.
we're waiting for lunch. They have some place. And I have another matter at noon.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Okay. All right, we'll be in recess for lunch. Please remember all of my previous admonitions.
All right, I don't think they have a continuation of trial today. Let me just make sure. Pretty sure that this is the end of today, but not for us. I think this is the end, unless it goes on. Yeah, that's the end. All right, let's move on. This was 6:29. I believe we're right here. We're almost done. We're almost done with the trial.
State recognized presence of jury and the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
And members of the jury, did you heed all of my previous admonitions during the recess? Bias, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony. Hello. I think where we left off, sir, was you had just gotten back from the hotel and you were at your home. And on December 20th, they issued a second search warrant of your home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were home that day.
Yes.
And you got confrontational with the officers.
Yes.
And in fact, you had to be removed and sent to the back of the house to wait outside.
I was asked to step outside.
And you told Sergeant Allen, page 79, line 17 and 18, of Detective Allen's deposition.
Going from someone else's deposition?
I'm going to ask him a question if I may.
Oh, sir.
You told Sergeant Allen, take your fucking minions and get out of my house.
Relevance.
Goes to the line of questioning.
Relevance?
Goes to this individual's state of mind prior to committing or attempting to commit suicide.
I'm sorry, Judge, the date, I think, is the 20th? This is the month before?
There's a series of events that occurred prior to that, Judge.
Objection sustained as to that question and comment.
They then confiscated further materials, did they not, sir, from your home?
Yes.
Okay. And the next thing that occurred in this investigation was the state attorney's office issued a subpoena for your fingerprints.
Probably happened right around that time.
Counsel for that event?
Do you recall, sir?
Rephrase the question.
Yes, sir.
Put a time period in it.
In December of 2008, do you recall the state attorney's office issuing you an investigative subpoena for your fingerprints?
I'm sure they did. If it happened in December of 08, it possibly happened. I don't remember the exact date, but probably was.
Okay. And how many times have you had an investigative subpoena from the state attorney's office issued to you, sir?
Relevance.
Relevancy?
It's a significant issue in his life, Your Honor, a significant event.
Objection sustained.
That is not something you provided voluntarily, is it, sir?
What is that, sir? What are you talking about?
Your fingerprints. That is not something you provided voluntarily. They had to issue a subpoena for you.
Yes.
This is also approximately when, in December of 2008, or shortly in early January 2008, is when the video surfaced of Dominic, Casey, and Jim Hoover searching in the wooded area. Is that correct?
That's possible. I don't know the exact time.
Now, you at this time had noticed this video and become aware of it. Did you ever ask Dominic Casey what he was doing there?
Objection. Point in time, vague question, and hearsay. And relevance.
Rephrase the question as to the time.
Yes, sir. In January, early January 2009, when this video first surfaced, did you go to your investigator, Dominic Casey, and ask him what he was doing in the woods?
Objection. Seems in fact not in evidence that this video surfaced in January 2009.
Overrule, you can answer the question if you can.
I didn't know anything about a video being shot until it was released.
Which was early January 2009. Do you not recall, sir?
If that's when it happened, sir, then that's when it is. I don't really remember.
So my question to you is, did you go and ask Dominic Casey what he was doing in the woods?
No.
They had just found your granddaughter in that same vicinity, did they not?
I was told that in December, but I did not get that information from Dominic Casey. I didn't have a conversation with him on that.
Have you ever had a conversation with Dominic Casey asking him what he was doing in the woods 1 month before Katie was found?
No, I never have.
Never sparked your curiosity?
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
After all of these investigations and search warrants and the subpoena, sir, in early January of 2009, did you feel the walls closing in on you?
Argumentative, assumes facts not in evidence.
I don't understand your question, sir.
You knew you were being investigated, didn't you, sir?
Not in evidence.
He asked for clarification, Judge.
There's no evidence that Mr. Anthony was being investigated.
I think we heard evidence by the answers.
Rephrase the question.
The pressure was getting to you, wasn't it, sir?
Argumentative.
Was the pressure getting to you, Mr. Anthony?
Argumentative.
From the beginning, July 15, 2008, I have always cooperated with any law enforcement, any FBI, any Florida Department of Law Enforcement, with you, sir, even anyone that I could get information about my granddaughter or help in any way to bring her back home. I did that.
All of that cooperation ended on December 20th when you asked sheriff's officers to leave your home, correct?
Well, sir, I've answered this question numerous times, and I'll answer it one more time for you. The loss of my granddaughter, when I first knew that she was missing, and the ultimate time it was found out that she was no longer with us, that was a tumultuous time in my life, my wife's life, my son's life, and everyone in our family's life, to lose our granddaughter and a potential to lose my daughter.
My question, sir, was all of that cooperation ended on December 20th, 2008, when you instructed the police officers in a not-so-polite manner to leave your home. Isn't that correct, sir?
I was upset that day, sir. I was very upset. I have every right to be upset that day.
Did you understand my question, sir?
Yes, sir, and I've answered your question. I was upset that day.
So from there on out, you stopped cooperating once you found out they were investigating you.
Sir, there's been so many people been investigated because of this, besides myself, and I have opened myself up for every part of the investigation.
Oh my gosh.
Is the answer yes or no, sir?
If you'd like to ask me if it's a yes or no answer, I have completely cooperated, so that would be a yes.
Now, prior to the suicide, you were, the day of this attempted suicide, you were calling everybody to let them know you were going to commit suicide.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
You called many, many people, did you not, sir?
Yes, I did.
You even called me.
Probably did. I don't know if I called you, and I probably did.
You wanted everyone to know, long before you were about to attempt to commit suicide, that you were going to do it.
Objection. Leading argumentative.
Sustain.
As to leading, sir?
Argumentative.
And after this alleged attempt, sir, you immediately left the hospital and went to Putnam County to be on television, did you not, sir?
No, sir.
Did you not go and have several media appearances shortly within 24 hours of leaving the hospital?
Not from leaving the hospital, no, sir.
Did you have, well, how long before you went and made media appearances?
If you give me a particular date or an instance you're talking about, sir, I can probably give you all the information you want.
Sure, January 22nd is the day of this alleged attempt, is it not?
No, sir, it wasn't an alleged attempt. It was an attempt on my, I tried to take my own life. So that's
Okay.
not alleged, that happened.
Okay, now, after that date, when's the next time you were on Fox News?
I have no idea, sir. I have no idea.
Was it within 48 hours?
I don't believe so.
And answer, Judge.
Sustain.
I have no further questions.
Just a couple more, Mr. Anthony. You were, you traveled to California with your wife to be on a national show hosted by a gentleman by the name of Larry King just before the remains were found. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact,
This is beyond the scope of redirect. He's discussing issues of December 11th.
counsel
Or
specifically
December
asked
10th,
about
I should say.
Larry King.
Overruled.
And the purpose of that media appearance was to publicize the disappearance of your daughter and the plight of other missing children. That's what you talked about.
Well, the disappearance of my granddaughter, yes, and how it's affected our lives.
And did you learn of remains being found before you left California or when you arrived?
In the morning, just prior to boarding our plane, we had gotten phone calls. I can't remember if it was Mr. Baez or not, or the Sheriff's Department, or in conjunction with one right after the other, but Cindy got some calls, and they had found a small child.
When you arrived back in town, you were whisked to the Ritz-Carlton, correct? So
Yes, sir. It was, when we arrived, within probably an hour after we had set on the plane, we were taken to, eventually what I saw was the Ritz-Carlton, yes.
You didn't arrange that or request that. Someone did it on your behalf, and you were taken there.
Yes, we were taken there, yes.
Did you have at least a small window of privacy with your wife to deal with the news that you had just heard?
On our plane ride back, we did have a little bit of time wondering what was going on. It's a 5-hour flight. When we arrived and we were told we couldn't get off the plane until everyone was off of it, and we had Orlando Police Department, numerous amount of people holding us back to get off. Really, the only time that Cindy and I could really comprehend what was happening with us is when we were in a vehicle leaving the airport, and we're both just completely just falling apart, wondering what's going on, what's next. To say what our exact emotions or thoughts were at that time, we were just trying to just console each other. Hold on. That's all we had was each other.
Were you all communicating with Mr. Baez during that period of time?
The only time I can remember we talked to Mr. Baez was later that evening.
In fact, you and your wife had dinner at the Ritz-Carlton at night with Mr. Baez. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
May we approach?
You may.
With Mr. Baez.
You may proceed.
Mr. Anthony, during the period from July 16th through December 11th, Mr. Baez asked you about how you cooperated with law enforcement. You said that you did.
Yes.
Did you also cooperate with Mr. Baez?
Yes.
Did you cooperate with anybody that you thought had the remotest chance of helping you find Kaylee.
Yes, sir. I would take any help that I could get.
And January 20th, that was the day after it was declared that the body from the woods was in fact Kaylee.
Object. Since facts not in evidence, it's January 22nd. Sorry, not the 20th.
I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
It was December the 19th that the ID was confirmed. Is that correct? I may have said January by mistake.
Yes, sir. It's probably the 19th or 20th, yes.
So what I'm getting at is this anger that you were expressing toward law enforcement was the day after you had final confirmation that in fact your granddaughter was dead.
Yes.
No further questions.
Read it right.
Mr. Ashton had asked you that you were taken from the car to the Ritz-Carlton. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
It was either car, SUV. That's irrelevant. But yes, we were taken from the airport to the Ritz-Carlton. Yes.
That wasn't by law enforcement, was it?
Whoever it was, I really don't know. I honestly still don't know to this day.
The people who paid for you to stay at the Ritz-Carlton was Good Morning America, wasn't it, sir?
Relatives.
This was brought up by counsel.
Relatives.
Yeah, you got to stay at the Ritz for 3 days, and you have no idea who was picking up the tab.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And did you have to do anything in exchange for that stay, that 3-day stay at the Ritz, like ran any interviews?
No, sir.
Have you, since then, been on that program?
I don't believe I was ever just on Good Morning America. No, sir.
You've never been on since then?
I don't believe I just was on Good Morning America. No, sir. I don't believe so.
No further questions.
May Mr. Anthony stand down?
So state's concerned, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You may stand down, sir.
Thanks, sir.
The defense may call the next witness.
Defense calls Brandon Sparks.
Please stand here, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Brandon Thomas Sparks, BRANDONTHOMAS, SPARKS.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sparks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bias.
How are you employed, sir?
I am active duty U.S. Coast Guard.
And how long have you been in the U.S. Coast Guard?
I've been in the Coast Guard for 5 years now, sir.
And what do you do for the Coast Guard?
I do drug addiction, migrant addiction, as well as search and rescue.
And does that duty often require you to go out to sea?
Yes, sir, for 3 or 4 months at a time.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Roy Kron?
Yes, Roy Kron is my biological father.
All right.
How long have you been estranged from your biological father?
Yes, sir, since I was 8 years old.
And around the summer or the year of 2008, did you get reacquainted with your biological father?
Yes, sir, I believe it was sometime in June that I reached out and made contact with Roy Kron.
And why did you reach out to your father?
Through his parents, Bud and Lois Kronk. They expressed an interest, and he and I getting to know each other again. Stated that he was rehabilitated from the person he used to be.
Object is not relevant.
Sustained.
Don't tell us what other people said, okay? And you then began to speak with him?
Yes, sir.
And how did you begin to speak with him?
We made contact with each other almost on a nightly basis from June to February 2009.
Where do you live?
I reside in Seattle, Washington. My family resides in Maryland. I'm currently attached to my unit, which is the Coast Guard Cutter Midget.
And that's based out of Seattle, Washington?
Yes, sir.
And in 2008, were you based out of Seattle, Washington?
No, sir. In 2008, my current residence was in Virginia Beach, where I was stationed to Station Little Creek.
Okay. And this contact that you were having with your father, was it how?
It was mainly cellular phone.
Okay.
Cellular phone now?
Cellular phone?
Yes.
Now, during the months of July through December of 2008, did you ever have any conversations with your father about this case?
No, sir. He would mention it before. He would talk about the search that was going on, but at the time...
This is direct impeachment evidence here.
Not conversations.
Well, you have to ask specific questions about specific
Yes, sir.
conversation.
Yes, sir. Did your father state to you that he knew something about this case?
Yes, sir. It did. At the time, though, I was not aware that it was about the case.
Yes or no?
Sustained question, Counsel.
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you he knew?
He told me that he knew where the remains were.
And when did he tell you this?
This was in November 2008.
How do you know it was in November 2008?
It was the time before December 11th when the epiphany that he mentioned the remains, but he never named the name to go with it. At the time, I thought it was far-fetched. So December 11th, when he called and told me that what they were mentioning in the news was him, that's my inkling. And I immediately asked him, why didn't he go get it before? Why did he wait this long?
And what did he say?
He didn't have an answer.
Go ahead.
He would avoid the topic, and then he would try to go on about.
Objection, Your Honor, this is supposed to be impeachment. Per se.
Specific question.
Yes, sir.
Counsel.
Yes, sir. Did he have make any other statements about this case?
No, sir.
Now, what was your telephone number at the time, sir?
It was 609-972-5483.
Defense. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit. RQ. State's RQ with the evidence. And there's a stipulation after that. Okay.
What's at stake? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a stipulation between the state of Florida and the defendant. Stipulation. The attached cellular telephone records are true and correct copies of the business records of Sprint and Nextel regarding phone number 609-927-5483, subscriber Brandon Sparks, from July 1st, 2008 through December 30th, 2008. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations, bearing the signature of Linda Drain Burdick, Jose Baez, and Casey Marie Anthony. We received an evidence as defense exhibit.
Number 71.
Mr. Sparks, those are your phone records, are they not?
Yes, sir. Just a correction. It's 609-972, sir.
Okay. And you voluntarily provided them?
Yes, sir.
Now, did your father ever mention that he had found Kaylee's skull?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was this prior to December 11th?
Yes, sir.
And how are you so sure that it happened in November?
Well, again, sir, the only significant event I would have to say that was in November was Thanksgiving. Prior to that, I told my wife and I told my mother as well, which my mother had stated that.
Don't tell us what your mother stated.
Of course.
Okay. And this was around Thanksgiving time when you went to visit your family?
Actually, sir, I had to reside in my unit, unfortunately, for Thanksgiving.
Okay. And do you hold any ill will against your father?
No, sir.
Did you at that time?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Well, I gotta say, he's a lot more believable than his father.
Right?
Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Sparks. Looks like you have followed in the footsteps of both your mother and father in the Coast Guard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2008, you said you were living in Virginia Beach.
Yes, ma'am.
However, it wasn't until October 5th of 2009 that you signed a statement that was prepared for you regarding whatever knowledge you might have in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In that statement, you refer to this telephone call that you've testified to here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may.
Let me show you what's been marked as. Defense 71 in evidence, and why don't you take a look at those and tell me if you can identify the phone calls that were made between you and your father, Roy Kron, during the period of time between July and December of 2008. Can you identify them?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, they're highlighted, aren't they?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone number for your father, Mr. Kronk, starts with 321, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that how you're identifying it? Because you had it programmed into your phone, correct?
No, ma'am. I believe I had the 757 number programmed on my phone.
Now, when you reinstigated or instigated contact with your father in 2008, you didn't tell your mother, correct?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you kept that from your mother for a substantial period of time after you initiated contact with Mr. Kronk, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me which phone call on there is the one that you're referring to in your direct testimony as having received in November of 2008.
I'm afraid I can't, ma'am.
You don't know which of the many, many, many phone calls that you had with your father in 2008 this particular one you're discussing was.
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you didn't remember that it was in November of 2008 until you were reminded of that fact by your mother and your wife, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not something that you yourself have an independent recollection of.
Until December 11th.
Until December 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
That's when you realized you had a conversation with your father in November?
I had knowledge of it. I just acknowledged the fact that he ever said it. I thought it was far-fetched.
So in October of 2009, when you signed a statement that was typed for you by somebody else, right?
What statement would that be, ma'am?
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't prepare the statement, you just signed it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In October of 2009.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you recalled that this conversation, one of many, occurred prior to Thanksgiving of 2008, correct?
This is already testified. It was December 11th.
Overruled. Your question again, ma'am?
When you had this statement prepared for you that you signed, that's when you realized or remembered or had help remembering that the conversation was prior to Thanksgiving of 2008, correct?
No, ma'am, it was December 11th that I recalled.
Oh, the conversation about the skull was December 11th?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. The conversation about the skull was in November. It wasn't until December 11th that it became relevant. At the time, he told me that he urinated in the ditch, went out and found remains of this little girl. And when I had said little girl, it's the little girl I wasn't looking for. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Roy Kron informed you of that on December 11th.
No, ma'am. He informed me that in November.
Okay. But you can't tell us where on your records that occurred.
No, ma'am, I
from
cannot.
November. You don't remember at all.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And after December 11th is when you realized, when you were talking with your mother and your wife, that any other conversation occurred in November, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The conversation that you're speaking of, Mr. Kronk also told you that he was going to be on television the next day, correct?
No, ma'am. He told me the day of that he was going to be on television.
And did you see him on television shortly after the conversation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You realize that your father did not appear on television until December 19th of 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
And this conversation that you had with him was perhaps not the day before, but shortly before that, correct?
It was that day, ma'am. Before that, he wanted to keep a certain amount of anonymity. Anonymity? Yes, he wanted to keep his identity secret.
Redirect.
Mr. Sparks, when you made the statement in 2009, that was when a defense investigator found you.
Objection leading.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Were you questioned by law enforcement in October 2009, or were you questioned by someone else?
To my knowledge, it was questioned by Detective Mr. Mortimer Smith.
Okay, and he worked for the defense, correct?
Yes.
After making the statement, has law enforcement ever called you up and wanted to speak with you?
No, sir.
Overruled.
No, sir.
So you've never even spoken to a gentleman by the name of Detective Melich?
No, sir.
You even know who he is?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, did you know anything about this case before, during 2008?
No, sir.
And why not?
Relevance is,
It goes to his lack of bias, Judge.
What?
It goes to his lack of bias.
He can answer the question.
No, sir, I knew nothing of the case until December 11th.
And how many calls have you had with your father over, or did you have with your father in 2008?
From June to February 2009, it was almost 3 to 4 calls a week.
And is that, well, what's the reason why you can't remember exactly which call it was?
Well, as I said before, at the time, I didn't pay any minds. He's always had, imagination to saying far-fetched things.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis of objection. Sustain.
On December 11th, when your father called you, is that when you first realized the significance of what he had told you 1 month before?
Yes, sir, it was.
I have no further questions.
Any additional question?
Just very briefly. Mr. Sparks, did your father tell you that he had taken this skull and had it at his home or in his car, or had done anything else to it in November of 2008, as you claim?
No, ma'am, the only thing he had said is
Okay.
that, Roger.
He didn't tell you that he had taken the skull from some sort of scene,
No,
correct?
ma'am.
Right. He told you that he located the skull, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That he contacted law enforcement, correct?
ma'am.
That there was a media blitz attendant or associated with this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That he was going to be on TV,
Yes, ma'am.
that you hadn't seen him since you were 8 years old, and that you should look for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The witness be excused.
Your father told you he was going to be rich and famous, didn't he?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not impeachment of the witness.
It was asked by,
It's also outside the scope.
it's not outside the scope. She was,
I will permit the question to be asked.
Yes, sir, I did.
no further questions.
The witness be excused. Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Very believable.
Defense, we call the next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you, sir.
Roy Kronk, R-O-Y, K-R-O-N-K.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Brock. Good afternoon, sir. I want to talk to you about something that was not covered with you yesterday, and that was a second statement that you made on December 11th, 2008.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, for a little background, if I may. After you made your discovery, you were put aside somewhere by law enforcement, correct?
Not really. I just sat in my truck.
Okay. And you were asked to wait there?
Yes, sir.
And then shortly after that, that's when a deputy asked you to write out your statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the statement where you state the skull dropped out of the bag?
Yes, sir.
Then you waited around for a while before the detectives can get there?
A lot was happening at that time, helicopters, a lot of other things, so I was just watching it all go by, so I really can't tell you.
Eventually, detectives got there and spoke with you?
Yes, sir.
They asked you to go down the block and so you could speak privately?
Objection, leading.
Just let me rephrase the question.
Did they ask you to go somewhere so they could speak with you somewhat privately?
I just went to their car as far as I know, so.
And it is at that time that you gave a actual official recorded statement, did you not?
I believe so. If you say so, I really don't remember.
They advised you were being recorded?
I really don't remember, sir.
Okay. If I show you that statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Lines 21 through 24.
Okay.
Did they advise you they were going to be recording the statement?
Yes, sir.
And you understood it and acknowledged it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, you told them what you saw and what you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you obviously wanted to be truthful?
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
And you obviously wanted to give them as much information as possible?
Well, I just wanted to tell them what happened, yes, sir.
And do you recall telling them on 2 occasions that you did not touch anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was after being asked if you had any physical contact with the skull?
I told them that I manipulated the skull with my meter stick, but is that physical contact?
So that's all you told them that you did, that you touched the skull with your meter stick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did not tell them that you put your meter stick in the eye socket and lifted up the skull?
Yes, sir. I explained that yesterday, yes, sir.
Okay. Would you like to review your statement to see if you said that?
No, sir. I know that I said that.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Where are we at? Okay. Yes.
There is no statement in here about sticking your meter reader stick in the eye socket, is there, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you reiterated what you said in your first statement, which was the skull dropped out of the bag.
Yes, sir.
Towards the end of the statement, you were asked if there was anything else that you wanted to tell them that you thought was important. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. That was 3 years ago.
No problem. May I refresh? Can I show it to you to refresh your recollection?
You may.
Okay.
Okay. And when you were asked that question, sir, you never stated, I called you 4 times back in August.
I mentioned calling Crime Line.
In the statement, there is no statement about Crime Line, is there, sir? No, Judge, this statement was never gone into yesterday.
Just a second, one at a time. I can't hear when both of you are talking. Verdict, your objection?
This question you asked today, so this is territory that was covered by Mr. Mason yesterday for several hours.
That was another statement, Your Honor. This statement was never spoken to or covered by Mr. Mason.
Objection sustained.
Who did you tell, sir, that you had called Crime Line back in August?
Objection, Your Honor, asked Mason yesterday.
I believe you gave a name, Judge.
I'll give you some additional leeway, but let's get in and get out. Continue.
Yes, sir.
The officer that appeared on the scene.
Was that the first male officer?
I believe so, sir, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you to keep your mouth shut?
He asked me not to mention it, but he never told me to keep my mouth shut.
Do you recall giving a statement on January 6, 2009, during an investigation where your lawyer was present?
Yes, sir.
A couple of other police officers, Sergeant Rob Hardyman and Mike Ruggiero from Internal Affairs?
I believe it was just one other officer in the room with us, I remember, sir.
Okay. And this was at 3:56 p.m.?
If you say if that's what the record states, I have no objection to that.
Do you recall being asked? You did. What did you say? And then answering, I told them I called Crime Line on it, and I said I reported this back in August. And then the question was, you told them that? And your answer was, yeah. And then you were asked, okay, so how did they respond? And your answer was, they told me to.
Objection to any listening and hearsay as to what other individuals said.
I'm impeaching, Judge.
Impeaching who?
Mr. Kron.
It's not his statement if you're reading what somebody else says.
I'm giving the answers to the questions. I'm reading the
Let me
questions.
see the statements. Approach the bench. Objection sustained.
Mr. Kronk, after you had made your statement on December 11th, your two statements, that the skull had dropped out of the bag, law enforcement came and spoke to you again on December 17th, did they not?
Yes, sir, they did.
They came to your home?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of that was to clarify your statements, was it not?
Sustained.
It was then when you changed your story. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Did you testify yesterday that your first story was changed?
Yes, sir, I did.
And the time that you changed the story was on December 17th when police came to your house?
Overruled.
That was when it was actually done, right?
That is when I first publicly did it, but I had changed my mind long before that.
Okay. But this is the first time that it was actually given to law enforcement, the change of the story?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason for that is because you couldn't have spotted a skull in August, and the skull couldn't have made its way into the bag in December, correct?
Sustained.
Your second statement, sir. Now the skull is out of the bag, as opposed to it dropping out of the bag on December 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you changed your story, sir, is because law enforcement had then found out about your calls in August and realized that you had made a statement that the skull was out of the bag, as opposed to in the bag.
Sustained.
Why'd you change your story, sir?
After I had a chance to calm down and get everything past what I had been through that day, there were many events in my mind.
On this, were you saying that when you made the statement that you were in an excited state? Or would you characterize your demeanor as calm?
I would characterize my demeanor as overwhelmed.
But my question to you is, would you say you came across calm or excited?
Sustained.
Now, on both of the statements on the December 11th, we've agreed that you never made a statement about sticking the meter reader into the eye socket, correct?
If I omitted that statement, it wasn't done intentionally. It was just, once again, helicopters flying around me and just really in a very overwhelmed type of a state at that time, sir.
On December 17th, when you're at home with police, you don't mention it then either, do you, sir? No.
Sustained.
How many statements did you give, sir, before you had mentioned that you stuck the meter reader stick in the eye socket? This is not asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, did you make 7 sworn statements before ever mentioning that you put the meter reader stick in the eye socket?
I have no idea. I have no idea how many statements I gave.
Was the first time you mentioned anything about sticking the meter reader in the eye socket? July 30th of 2010.
Sustained.
If I can have 1 minute, Judge.
You may. Mr. Kron, excused. Sir, you may be excused, subject to recall. You're up, sir. Okay.
To tear into the integrity of what Roy Kron said he saw and what he told police he saw, and it's clear that some things aren't matching up, but
Her at the pool range.
The reason why my client made that statement.
Response from the state.
She was the individual who directed the comment at the defendant and.
No.
Sustained.
How many statements did you give, sir, before you had mentioned that you stuck the meter reader stick in the eye socket? This is not asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, did you make 7?
It's politics. Could you tell us the name of this versus?
All right, we're having some problems with the weather in downtown Orlando right now. What we've done is we've jumped back to our secondary feed, which you can see comes from CNN at the little logo on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, but we're also having trouble with the audio because we were picking up President Barack Obama there for a second. Let's try and raise that up again and see if we can get that clean.
To that original class, and HIPAA law has changed a little bit because they.
Obviously, we had a little problem there syncing up the audio with the picture right there. Dr. Sally Kerath is a grief counselor, and we had been warned in advance that it was possible that she was going to testify as one of the final witnesses. By my count, according to what the defense said yesterday, they were going to have 3 or 4 more people before they wrap things up, and we've gotten through at least 2 of them today. So we're getting close to the end of the case, and thankfully, this interruption is happening at a time where not a lot of.
And found a woman from the University of Chicago area who was willing to come up to talk to med students in Wisconsin about her work. And she did. And she talked a lot about patients have the right to know their diagnosis. They have the right to refuse treatment.
I'll be glad to rephrase the question. I just need to know.
Doctor, listen carefully to the question and answer only the question that is being asked.
I need the name of the individual under which you trained.
I trained after that day with Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who came up from the University of Chicago and worked with us at the med school in Wisconsin.
Can you tell me whether or not you've given any seminars in grief and trauma-related issues, and if so, how many, approximately?
Well, I do maybe 50 a year, and 10 years ago I did, 100 years ago I maybe did 200 a year, so
hundreds,
thousands probably, yeah.
And to whom are you speaking on grief and trauma?
physicians groups, nursing groups, pharmacists, clergymen, firefighters, EMT people, police, dog trainers, interestingly enough, people that go into sites where there's a lot of angst involved. So helping groups, social work students.
Can you tell me, please, approximately how many hours over your career you have spent studying grief and trauma and related issues?
Well, that's a lifelong event. I probably read new research or go through new books that are coming out on grief and trauma, certainly 5 to 6 hours a week.
Okay. And approximately how many hours, if you totaled up your time with regard to teaching, reading, giving lectures, working with individuals suffering from grief or trauma-related issues, what would be the approximate number of hours over your lifetime that you have focused on this topic?
Well, if I work 20 hours a week and there's, let's say 48 weeks in a year, times 40, what's that, somewhere around 38,000 hours.
And what books, if any, have you authored with regard to grief?
I wrote Coping with Death and Dying, and if you want to know if you're dying, ask the cleaning lady. And I have been a contributor to the series of Chicken Soup books. And
The series of Chicken Soup?
And I did a piece not too long ago that Parents Magazine put out about explaining war and terrorism to children that they're using in foreign countries where there's a lot of terror and a lot of trauma.
Can we back up to Chicken Soup because it sounds like a cookbook? What do you mean when you say Chicken Soup?
The Chicken Soup books that started maybe 15 or 20 years ago occasionally ask.
Objection to relevance to your qualifications.
Could I just identify?
At this time.
Go ahead.
When those came out, they were really seen as a help book for everyday folks. And what they did is come to several people that they knew did different kinds of things and ask if we would tell one of our stories in the book about how people do get better. People can be dignified and can manage things. And so those little vignettes seemed to really ring a bell with folks that were struggling through some of the very same issues. And so that's what those books are. They're a set of short stories that are biographical for the most part.
Okay. My objection to the relevance of Chicken Soup books to your qualifications.
And what's the name of the Chicken Soup book that you participated in?
Well, I see it out in lots of them. The original one was Chicken Soup for the Surviving Soul.
Okay. And have you authored any chapters in any books having to do with grief?
Yes, I'm on the editorial board for one of the trauma journals, and I edit other folk stuff that comes in. And then,
Your Honor, not responsive. The question was, has she authored any chapters?
Yeah.
Not edited.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the speaking objections.
Objection overruled.
I've authored chapters that often have to be edited to fit in the space that they're supposed to be in.
How many chapters approximately?
Half a dozen more. I do more editing of other people's work to go into books.
Okay. And what is Compassionate Friends? And what is your relationship with that organization, very briefly?
Compassionate Friends is a now international organization that began in Illinois for a group of parents who had lost a child and felt that there should be support groups available for them. It is now spread all over the world, and we in Tallahassee have a chapter, and I was on its original board, and it's very active. And it's parents who meet with other parents to talk about those that are getting better, those that are getting worse, what kinds of things, and we try to break them down. And so parents of children who committed suicide or parents of children that died of a SIDS death. And so the research is pretty clear that groups...
Responsive to the question.
Sustained.
Dr. Kerath, tell me if you would, when you began studying trauma, could you get a degree in that, or could you get a degree in crisis intervention or things of that nature when you began doing your work?
No, there wasn't even class in it. It was when Dr. Ross said this is something I'd like to teach. That was the only even lectures in the country.
Now, can you tell me whether or not some of the work you have done has been responsible for classes and programs dealing with trauma in universities?
Well, we have several classes. I mean, the religion department has a class. We have a class in nursing. I see most of the pre-med students. There are classes in, I saw a survey the other day of something like all of the big schools around the country have, it's not a specific death and dying or grief class, a crisis intervention class, how to deal with trauma classes. And so now it's pretty typical to have that kind of class in a normal college curriculum.
And did you have involvement in actually setting up some of the curriculums for the study of grief?
Yeah, yes. One of the things that happens when there's a program and someone wants to start another grief program is they will go to states that look similar to them and ask us to send them a syllabus because they want to try to put a program together.
Okay. And I had asked you the names of organizations that have consulted with you or the types of individuals, and I don't recall if you responded. Can you tell me whether or not judges and pharmacies have consulted with you?
Objection. Not relevant. False.
Sustained.
Have you given testimony in cases as an expert in grief and or trauma in Florida or other states?
Yes.
And approximately how many times?
1 or 2 dozen times. Yeah.
Okay. Doctor, can you tell me whether or not everyone grieves the same way?
Objection. Your Honor, the witness is not given qualified. I have what I.
Are you turning the witness at this time as an expert?
Yes, sir. An expert in grief and trauma.
Mr. Ashton, any objections?
Yes, I would like to what I.
You may.
Good afternoon. Have you ever published any research studies in peer-reviewed journals on the issue of grief or trauma or death and dying?
Yes.
How many articles have you published?
Oh, half a dozen.
And on what subjects?
Compassion fatigue, compassion energy, end-of-life issues for children and how parents choose to dispose of their belongings, gay women with AIDS and their treatment in hospice situations.
And what are the peer-reviewed journals in which these were published?
Southeast Research Journal. After Katrina, we wrote a grant for.
Objection, Your Honor, not responsive. I just asked for the journals.
Well, I was going to tell you they were online journals, and the online journals.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Southeast something journal? Say that again?
Research.
Research journal. And is that a peer-reviewed journal?
Yes.
All right. Any other journals?
There are other, well, the book, the Parents Magazine book in which they chose those of us to write.
Well, Parents Magazine is not a peer-reviewed journal, is it?
Well, it was a book they wrote explaining war and terrorism to children, and they asked for input and then chose which folks they were going to use.
But is Parents Magazine a peer-reviewed journal?
It was a book, not Parents Magazine.
The book is peer-reviewed?
Yes, the book is peer-reviewed, and it's sponsored by Parents Magazine.
By what organization was it peer-reviewed?
By the editors of Barnes & Noble.
Well, Barnes & Noble is not it's a publishing house. It's not a peer-reviewed journal, right? It's a publishing house. Barnes & Noble, they publish many books. But what I'm asking for is serious peer-reviewed research journals that you have published. And I'm questioning your Honor qualifications, Your Honor.
Overruled at this point.
So what I'm concerned about is, you know what I mean when I say peer-reviewed journal?
I do. Okay. And I know that when that book was proposed, they went around the country and asked folks that worked with kids who had been terrorized or in foreign countries to please submit an article that they thought would be appropriate. Then they read it among the reviewers and told us whether or not we were going to be included.
All right, but what I'm referring to by peer-reviewed journals is where you submit a journal article to a recognized journal in the field. It is then sent to other experts in the field for their evaluation.
Right. And those were the experts in the field that decided my work was acceptable. And I also sit on several of those journals
Your Honor,
and look
not
at other
responsive
people's.
to the question.
Overruled.
That I'm an editor on several of the trauma journals in which other people send articles to us, and then we decide whether they can be.
But other than one article in the Southeast Research Journal, have you published any other in any other research papers in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what they are. Go ahead. If you need to refer to your CV to refresh your recollection, that'd be fine.
Well, I'm just going to go through this piece, if that's okay.
Just tell, if you would, simply tell me what the peer-reviewed journals are in which you have published research.
All right. The Florida Department of Health, nurses responding to assisting hurricane victims, PI, co-PI Sally Kerath, Deborah Frame. Implementation, technical report.
Could I just interrupt? I just want the journal. I don't need the name of the article. I just want the name of the journal. Just the name of the journal, please.
Okay. It appeared in the Florida Department of Public Health.
Okay, Florida Department of Public Health. I know that's the name of an organization in the state of Florida, but what is the name of the journal?
This is an online journal that they get via computer.
Is it peer-reviewed?
Yes.
Who reviews it?
The folks at the health department saw this particular grant and looked at it and responded to us and said, this is important work we want you to do. And then along the way, we had to write technical reports.
All right, but what I'm referring to is, as you know, peer review is when your research is done, it is submitted to other experts for
Right. And the
comment.
experts got those so they could use this for this.
Who are the other experts,
We
peers?
don't know who looks at our stuff.
Okay, what other peer-reviewed journal?
Healing Adjuncts to the Medical Model and Pediatric Nursing Manual.
Okay, that's the name of the book?
It's a chapter.
No, what's the name of the book?
Healing Adjuncts to the Medical Model.
And you wrote a chapter?
And I wrote a chapter managing grief and loss in children.
And that is not a peer-reviewed journal, correct? That's a book.
Well, it's a book.
And what is the group that peer reviews that?
Pediatric nurse practitioners, the folks
All
that
right. What other peer-reviewed journals?
Dealing with Death, A Strategy for Tragedy, which is a monograph for educators dealing with a student's death in the classroom, explaining death to children appropriate to their developmental age.
Okay, what I'm concerned about is what is the journal? I don't need the
Dealing with
title,
Death.
just the journal.
Dealing with Death, it's a monogram. And the monogram that they put out each year for this particular group is like a set of articles. And it's called the Monogram for Educators Dealing with a Student's Death in the Classroom.
Any others?
Dealing with the grief and the decision to donate organs, a support guide for families, and it's in Trans-Life Organ Tissue Transplant Services to Family out of the North American Transplant Coordinators.
What is the name of the journal?
Translate.
Is that the name of the journal, the whole thing you just gave us? How often is this journal published?
It's quarterly, I think.
Any others?
Let's-
Wow. Listening to Dr. Sally carry oath, she is the seventh defense witness on the counseling. Not telling.
This and it not happening and against we
I'd say of trauma suffered by the victims.
Relevance does not go to voir dire. As to the last question, it does not go to qualifications of sustained.
Well, have you ever been called upon to testify or give an opinion as an expert on grief in a situation where you had never interviewed anyone involved?
Yes.
And in how many cases have you done that?
One.
And what type? Was it a civil case or a criminal case?
It was both.
You may have to explain that to me. You said one, but
It was a child sent to a boot camp who eventually died. And the criminal case was what was done first, and the civil case followed that.
and you were talking about trauma to the victim that died?
To the victim.
And did you interview people in order to render that opinion?
I interviewed a sister.
Did you also get report information and other anecdotal information?
Yes, I did.
No further.
I'm sorry.
No further questions. I object to her qualifications in the context of this case, Your
Witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the field of grief and trauma.
Doctor, I just want to clear one thing up. You were asked about peer-reviewed articles. What are the journals of which you are one of the editors to decide what's good enough to be published in peer-reviewed articles?
Well, the Journal of Traumatic Events, several of the journals that come out of Charles Figley's work at LSU. I look a lot at the instruments that are going to be used in other journals as one of the things that a doctoral student, for example, may use as a tool in her original research about grief and loss. I do a lot of that. Work with the IRB board, which is the part of any university that decides whether the research that the students are going to do is valid. And
okay, that's a good sampling. Doctor, can you tell me, please, whether or not everyone suffers grief the same way?
No, they don't. No, it's not that I can't tell you, but no, they don't. They don't suffer it the same way. If I were to poll the room, we would find that each of you do it differently. What I find in my own patients is just a plethora of differences in how they handle terrible news.
Can you describe some of those differences?
I work a lot with parents that lose children, and
Let me object to questions in general that don't involve the facts of this case as not relevant.
Let's approach the sidebar for just a minute.
Could you please describe for me the demeanors that would be consistent with grief given that hypothetical?
Pursuant to, pardon me, Harrison versus Bird, 256, 77, 58 of the
Let me see the case.
Sure. May we approach?
Yeah.
You gotta explain what
In late, she basically
Make some 6 and
didn't for
you know the word
and from point of looking about who are seeming free.
Who has an amazing and loving relationship with that child, a special bond. Assume that that child dies. Can you please tell me what the demeanor or reactions one could expect which would be consistent with grief, given that hypothetical?
well, again, since everybody does it differently, and I think that that's imperative because it's one of the ways that we decide how other people are doing in relation to how we would do ourselves. I certainly have seen mothers who have lost children that they had loving and wonderful bonds with go face down in the bed and stay there for months sometimes and not be able to get from the bed. We don't wash their clothes. They keep the sheets on the bed. That the way they deal with that event is to keep everything close. Conversely, I have seen parents, mothers whose child died, coming home, and we all know no one promises us tomorrow, so they don't make it home. They clean out the room, they give away the clothes and the toys, and all pieces of that little one in the house are put away in a box or given away to Goodwill, and he's not spoken of. And often the parents will say, it was just too painful to have all of these memories. Well, another parent will say, it's the memories that are getting me through. And some people go to the cemetery every day, and some people say, it is way too difficult for me to go to the cemetery every day because I don't think he's at the cemetery every day. In younger adults, certainly among college-age kids, they have a tendency, they're reluctant grievers. They have a tendency to buy into the grief issue, and they often manifest very risky behavior. I mean, if they had a friend died who was drinking and driving, they might do the same thing.
Objection to testimony about types of reading unrelated to mother and child.
Your Honor, may respond and object to the speaking objections. This individual...
Objection overruled. Continue to answer the question, ma'am.
Well, if a mother's in a car with a baby and there's an accident and the mother had been drinking, for example, it is very, I have certainly seen this in more than one occasion, where instead of stopping the drinking, they may continue the drinking and have risky behavior. We sometimes call it survivor guilt, especially if the mother were to live and the baby were to die. But what I have found is that I've never had a single patient do it exactly like another single patient. And that is often unsettling for folks that look at other people's behavior and say, I would never act that way.
Commentary about how other people view reading.
Sustain.
All right, let me add to that hypothetical. Let's assume the mother who lost the child comes from a family who copes with stress and trauma by engaging in denial and non-communication.
Objection. Assumes fact. Not evidence.
Your Honor, I can go through the list of...
Don't do that. Come to the sidebar.
carried out as opposed to mirroring.
Hypothetical. Assume some additional information I would like you to presume and add to. Assume that the mother is tiny in stature and weight, and assume that she becomes pregnant and her pregnancy is visible. Assume that the father explains the visible pregnancy as a result of her athletic pursuits. Assume that the mother explains the visible pregnancy almost 8 months as a result of the opposite sedentary job.
Overruled.
Assume that the mother's brother, the mother of the young child, the mother's brother knew that she was pregnant and approached the young girl's mother about it and was told to stay out of it. Assume that the girl's mother is a nurse and was not taken for a pelvic or OBGYN visit until she was 19 and already pregnant. Assume that the daughter tells her mother at the 11th hour, almost 8 months, with regard to her pregnancy. Assume that the family does not inquire as to who the father is until the birth of the child, although the daughter is unwed and living under their roof. Assume that the young girl's father is summoned to pick up a car that she has driven to an area in which it has been moved, and states that there is a smell of decomposition, but in the car, but does not alert the police and does not contact his daughter, even though the statement is made that his daughter is missing. Assume that a family member, even though that family member knows that the remains of this particular child have been identified, still makes the statement that he believes that she might still be alive. Assume that the brother of the young woman is angry because he feels left out when the parents began to go and make efforts to look for the child, at one point being the remains, not discussing with him. Assume that the brother of the young girl is angry because he is not involved and there are not discussions with regard to the obvious pregnancy. Assume that the young girl's father tells law enforcement that he was concerned about his daughter, so he followed her when in fact information having to do with the vehicle and the sun pass indicate that she was not followed. Assume.
Go ahead, finish.
I believe Detective Melich did.
No, go ahead and finish your question.
Okay. Giving all those types of behavior, can you tell me, please, what that type of family environment, if any, what effect that can have on grief of the loss of a child?
Well, that was very complex. There are certainly two groups, if you'll give me a little leeway, two groups of ways that people grieve. Healthy folks with lots of family support and good coping mechanisms usually haven't lost, have great grace and dignity, make the journey in a what I would call a healthy way, and come out on the other side. I don't think we ever resolve a great grief, but I do think we reconcile to a life where someone we love isn't anymore. And when we deal with families where there's a conspiracy of silence, as it were, where the kind of the rules of the family might be don't talk, don't feel, don't share, translated, we don't air our linen for other people to see. And in those situations, it's very likely that the response to a traumatic episode would often leave other people difficult to understand what has happened.
Objection to comments on how other people would view.
And this person would view.
Just a second, doctor. Just a second, doctor. Wait till he finishes his objection before you continue. Have you finished? It's the same as the other people, doctor. Just deal with the people that you've been instructed to talk about.
Hypothetical.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir. That in hypothetical situations, we can see that denial is a great helper. The story that may have happened can be changed a little bit. It's in many of these situations like you described, and one that you described right here, I could see that it would not be atypical for there to be no discussion, or discussions that may not look unusual or aberrant, and certainly difficult to understand.
All right, let's add to that hypothetical some additional information. Let's add to that hypothetical that during the 31 days after that child is gone, the young mother leaves home, goes out, rents movies, goes shopping, goes out to a bar, gets a tattoo that, when translated, indicates beautiful life. That kind of behavior. Can you please describe for me the significance, if any, with regard to that type of behavior and grief reactions?
Well, there's more than in what you described. It would be important to look at the behavior of what everybody did in those 30 days. And what I often see in young adults, and in this situation, it seems very, very like other young adults, is they are reluctant grievers. Young adults are reluctant grievers, and they will often say nothing has happened. They will demonstrate risky behavior. They'll go out and do the very thing that their friend died from. They will drink too much. They may drug too much. They may, retail therapy is a big event among young women, and I don't know about this particular case, but let's say in this particular case, the thought that if I can acquire enough things, I can make this go away, and partying sometimes to the point of right on the edge of hysteria, which there's a real close bond between mad and sad, and they look very different, but they actually are both responses to a loss issue. And so when I look at young adults who have limited exposure with the world and appropriate kinds of behaviors, I see often risk-taking, repeating the things that happened to the person, looking like they're having such a great time, spending all kinds of money they don't have, getting into trouble. Might be minor, but it's called bereavement overload. And when bereavement overload, and when someone has had loss after loss after loss, they'll then act out because they've decided that they don't want anyone to be near them because everyone that's near them leaves them. And so, and it doesn't. I know you all know that death isn't the only loss in the world. I mean, we walk such a fine line between our job and our children.
At this point, to the narrative that's lost in training.
How long, Dr. Kerath, can this type of behavior last. And when I say this type of behavior, I'm going to be real specific. This type of behavior appearing normal, appearing fine. No change.
Appearing fine to,
No, this is a question.
Overruled, she can explain.
yeah, we need to always distinguish between normal and healthy also. I certainly have seen there's a great difference between grief and trauma. We grieve by thinking what we lost, and at that point eventually get to a point where we're okay. With trauma, if we think about trauma and it's so awful, we'll stop ourselves. And years later, if no work has been done, years later, if someone asked this person, for example, to tell the story would sound almost exactly the same, and the behavior would change very little, because they got stuck on the trauma and weren't able to get that in a workable place and never got to doing grief work. Grief and trauma are two very different concepts. So I certainly have patients that have kept original grief responses for years and years and years.
And what do you mean when you say original grief responses?
They are just as, they may still be drinking, they may be self-medicating, they find themselves in a little nest, their world gets smaller after a while, where they're most comfortable, where there's not a lot of people around, their affect is often distorted, and then people around think, this person isn't feeling about this at all. And that kind of affective hysteria, if you will, is such that it's their response to grief when they come from an environment where they never had healthy coping mechanisms, and at the same time may have been told to never talk about things that happen in the family.
Have you treated individuals who have lost a loved one who have appeared exactly the same according to, for example, friends and family members as part of your practice the day before and the day after the loss, and continue to appear that way for years afterwards?
Yes, I have seen people lose a child and make arrangements and then go to work the next day and the next day and the next day. I've seen children come back to Florida State who have lost a grandparent over the weekend and delve into sorority life and become a hotshot student or a very bad student, as though nothing has ever happened. Or if someone comes up and says something, I don't want to talk about that. Denial is a great tool for as long as you can make yourself believe what you're saying. Ira Gershwin once said, they tell me my brother is dead, but that doesn't mean I have to believe it.
Sustain.
So,
Sustain. Next question.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Is being very, very happy consistent with grief?
Can be.
Is being very, very sad consistent with grief?
Yep, there are three emotions: sad, happy, and mad are the three that we see most often.
Are there any variations on the continuum between happy and sad that are not consistent with grief?
Well, ask me that again.
But what I'm trying to figure out is every state of demeanor between very happy and very sad consistent with grief?
On the entire continuum. I think I would be remiss if I didn't say I have seen patients virtually dock in at any one of those levels.
So there's nothing about the demeanor in that way that is either excludes or includes grief. It can be anything.
It could be.
How about, how do I say this? Interest in sex.
Yeah.
Is there any?
There's research that shows when you don't have words to make things better, sometimes it's a method of feeling better.
So basically anything on the continuum from a complete lack of interest in sex to promiscuity, all of that is consistent with grief.
Scope of the direct.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony?
Well, I think promiscuity is maybe taking it too far. I think that in the death of some folks who were very, very close, find that they will do things that they hadn't done in the first 40 years just for the comfort of it.
All right. So any reaction in terms of your sexual desire from promiscuity to frigidity is consistent with grief? Anything, is that right?
There are not facts to support this, and I think it also exceeds the scope of the direct.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
I have certainly had patients who found that in the beginning, sex seemed to help them with their grief, and as they began to become a little more aware of their environment and the things that they're doing, realize that that probably wasn't the thing that was going to make them feel better.
What I'm looking for is, can you give me anything that is inconsistent with grief?
I can give you things that are inconsistent with healthy grief.
No. No. The question is there, the import of your testimony is to interpret certain facts as consistent with grief. That's your understanding of why you were called, correct? So tell me anything that is inconsistent with grief. Any type of activity, any type of attitude, any type of demeanor that you would agree is inconsistent with grief.
Well, again, if you're not going to allow me to say that I think there are healthy grief responses, and I think that there are aberrant grief responses that need intervention,
right?
And I must put both piles together, then I would have to say anything could happen when someone has a great grief.
So no matter what hypothetical I would give you, you would say that could be consistent with grief.
I would probably say if it were something aberrant, that is consistent with inappropriate grief response.
Okay. But what I'm getting at is no matter what hypothetical counsel gave you, you would say it was consistent with grief, because everything is consistent with grief in your opinion, correct?
Everything falls into a category somewhere along the line from pathological grief responses to healthy grief responses.
Now, can you, from a set of activities, draw the conclusion to a reasonable degree of expert certainty that a certain person is at that time grieving? See what I'm saying? Not assuming that there's a loss and interpreting it as grief, but can you do the opposite? Can you look at a set of actions, not knowing what came before them and say, yeah, this is grief, or no, this is not.
Well, I have a tool that's used in medical schools called the Kerath loss inventory. And if someone came to my clinic and someone ran that loss inventory on him, and I looked at the symptoms that came up, and he had a bizarre set of symptoms. I'm losing my hair. My fingernails are falling off. I can't sleep at night. I've got the hiccups. Every Wednesday, I just don't seem to get out of bed. Plotted on the diagram of that. I may very well say, tell me about Wednesdays and whose losses have you had in your past?
And did you attempt to apply that instrument to the facts of this case?
Well, I don't know the facts of this case.
And that's the next question I want to ask you. When were you first contacted about this case?
I got an email in, I will say, the end of May, beginning of June.
And are you aware that this trial started, the evidence report started on May 23rd?
No, I didn't know there was a trial.
Now, so you got an email about testifying in this case, correct?
I got an email asking if I ever did expert witnessing about grief.
When you walked in that door for the first time this afternoon, what facts had you been given about this case?
None.
So when you walked in that door, you had no idea who Casey Anthony was, how old she was, or who died.
I said at the time that I got the email. I was living in London at the time, and it wasn't covered there. But when I got that, I didn't know who the name was at first. So I wrote and said, there's some people in Tallahassee that do this kind of work too. And then I didn't hear anything about that, and I got another note. And I thought, well, I need to look up and see who that is. And then I went, oh, yes, this is something from several years ago.
So did you look and research the facts of the case?
No, I did none of that. London carried it not at all. It was in no newspapers, on no TV. It didn't appear anywhere. And I really thought it was just a general inquiry and didn't interact about it at all.
So my question was, when you walked through that door this afternoon, what did you know about the facts of this case? Tell me every fact that you knew about the facts of this case when you walked through that door early this afternoon.
That I was being asked to come and talk about general research associated with grief and loss and how it might affect individuals. And that this case seemed to be about a young girl who had lost a daughter.
Have you ever worked with women who murdered their children?
Yes.
In what context?
I worked the Susan Smith trial in Union, South Carolina.
And did you testify in a similar fashion or on a similar issue to what you're testifying here today?
I testified about how people who have an enormous amount of grief can often get confused and think that the people they love the most shouldn't have to suffer as much as they do, because they can't make the distinction between their own suffering and maybe the suffering of the children.
And that was in the context of helping people to understand why Susan Smith may have murdered her children.
Objecting that exceeds the scope of the direct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Ibar?
Yes.
3 different times. It was trying to hurt Anthony.
Defense won out or lost which
Correct.
As one type.
You refer to something called denial as a reaction to the loss of a loved one, correct?
As one type of coping mechanism, yes.
Denial doesn't mean literally lying, does it? Does it?
Well, it certainly can mean lying to yourself.
Right. You emotionally pretend as if the person is still around, or you refuse to emotionally accept the loss, correct?
Yes, I mean, that's a form of it, but folks who use denial a lot and are faced with a profound grief or loss may very well develop what I call magical thinking until they can get themselves believing something that's different than what happened.
In other words, someone who, let's say, loses their father might convince themselves that he's actually in Europe on a trip.
Absolutely.
But those people don't also think that they're in.
Right, so we've lost part of the feed.
Believing something that's different than what happened.
In other words, someone who, let's say, loses their father might convince themselves that he's actually in Europe on a trip.
Absolutely.
But those people don't also think that they're in Europe with their father. They're not delusional to that extent, are they?
No, but they may very well take a trip to go see their father.
But it would be unlikely for someone in denial to tell another individual that anybody that the child has died. No one. She then goes to her boyfriend's house and rents a movie, spends the night, engages in sexual relations with her boyfriend that day. The next day, oh, by the way, she lived with her parents. That's part of the hypothetical. She then sneaks back into the house when they're gone. And over the next 30 days, she continues.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the word sneak. She went. There's no evidence of sneaking.
Goes back into the house. Let's continue.
Now, she then, over the next 30 days, continually tells different people different stories about where her child is. She tells her mother that the child is with an imaginary or fictional babysitter. She tells her friends that the child is with her mother. After a couple of days of her mother insisting that she wants to see the child, she then tells her mother that, in fact, she and the child are with this imaginary babysitter in Tampa, Florida. Let's say they're from Orlando. She isn't in Tampa, Florida. She's in Orlando. Everyone else she talks to knows she's in Orlando, but her mother, she tells that she's in Tampa with the child. After a few days, her mother asks when she's coming back. She creates another fiction of an automobile accident in Tampa, claiming that she has to stay in Tampa for a few more days because of this accident. She, in fact, is still in Orlando and still telling people, other than her mother, that the baby is with the babysitter somewhere else. She then, after a few days, tells the mother that she and the child are at Universal Studios at some particular type of event for children, and that they're staying over with another imaginary individual who happens to be a wealthy potential boyfriend. That stalls the mother for a few more days. She's not at Universal. She's not telling anyone but the mother that she's at Universal. And after a couple of days of that, she tells the mother that, oh, no, we've gone to Jacksonville. Myself, my child, and this potential suitor, we're in Jacksonville. But she's not in Jacksonville. She's in Orlando. And everyone else she talks to knows she's in Orlando. I could go on and on. You would agree with me that that type of conduct is not consistent with the type of denial that is seen in grieving mothers, wouldn't you?
I would agree that that's a young woman in crisis who is unable to figure out how to make things better. I may call that grief only because grief makes people do very unusual things. But as you described that hypothetical child to me, I would think that we needed to get her some help.
But you would agree that that is not consistent with what one typically sees in denial situations in grief, wouldn't you?
No, I would call that more magical thinking. If I can keep all these balls in the air, maybe it won't be true what I'm fearful may have happened.
Let's add an element to that hypothetical. Let's add the element that the mother killed the child, deliberately killed the child.
Object. Excuse me. I object. There is no evidence of this.
I disagree with counsel, and the jury will make that decision.
Against them in cross-examination situation that then one very
Standing up, Sean, a minute, and right now.
Looking, sometimes report.
But what they only does examine
Rate that list across.
No, like, she's.
And this morning, arguing this Mary with me, talking for herself.
go fronting addition. I don't know.
The doctor said, I was in the court.
Well, lady.
Stretch break or a smoke. Interesting to see how long Judge. We did see you in right. So right now we.
The defense is in the normal, but different.
Yeah, I don't want to hate any time.
Her head.
Anthony is the trial. Based on his suicide letter, where he talked about his real motives for doing that, and
you before
it was also in.
You may continue, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. Now, denial is you reference as a coping mechanism. It's a coping mechanism for things other than grief, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Denial is a common coping mechanism for guilt.
Can be.
Not been proven. This is speculation.
Oh,
This must be fact specific.
In fact, it is.
This individual has not been tendered as an expert in guilt, or nor has any predicate been laid that she can testify with regard to that aspect.
Oh,
In fact, it's documented in the literature that many people use suppression, repression, and denial as ways of dealing with guilt.
Guilt and shame.
Guilt and shame.
Right. But one of the ways that folks that feel they may not have done the right thing, lived up to expectations, and especially if they've come from an environment where guilt and shame were part of their childhood, they're very quick to go back to guilt and shame when things go badly. And that particular form of denial is something we see.
And in fact, when that happens, people essentially take that event and put it in a box emotionally. They haven't forgotten it, but it's in a box and it's compartmentalized. It's separate. And they can go on as if they hadn't done this thing that they feel guilty about. Correct?
Oh,
Isn't that correct?
Right. The only codicil to that particular statement you made is often they didn't do a thing and still feel guilty and at risk and shameful because of another event. And so compartmentalizing traumatic episodes is a typical way of being able to continue your life. Now, what we can see is secondary PTSD symptoms in these folks.
But you can compartmentalize a deliberate, horrible act that you committed, can't you?
Yes.
So one could commit an unspeakable act and compartmentalize.
I'm going to object based on what we discussed previously.
Children who have disabilities, live with chronic sorrow all the time, and often feel guilt and shame, and it isn't associated with having done something terrible, but that they aren't going to be able to care for them forever because they'll get old one day, and who will take care of these children. And so that chronic sorrow that goes with that.
Now, guilt can come either from some truly horrible act or some some relatively minor act. In other words, lying to somebody can make some people feel guilty.
Yes.
Correct? And even that type of guilt can be compartmentalized. You can lie to someone and appear to be completely truthful, show no outward signs of lying because you compartmentalize your lie in a little box and you don't show it. That's also part of denial from guilt.
Well, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that in an attempt to stay afloat, they may create an environment that works for them because to look at their past life, for example, or to think about how they've been raised or what kind of things are expected of them, they may very well come up with and almost marry discussion about activities.
And people have an amazing ability to rationalize and compartmentalize the things that they do. Isn't that true?
We all do.
We all do. You can convince yourself that something is best for everybody when in fact you know it really isn't.
Well, you may not know. If you convince yourself, then you don't know. If you are evolved and insightful enough to actually be able to evaluate at that level, those people may very well know that's not good for everybody. But with many folks, they believe exactly what they think they believe, and magical thinking becomes integral to their personality.
Well, now, magical thinking, do you mean by that actual delusions? In other words...
No, I don't mean delusions. I mean magical thinking. I had, if you'll let me, I had a mother the other day who lost a child. And the first rainstorm, she called and said, he's never been in the dark and the rain alone before. And I said, then I'll be right there, and we'll get a blanket, and we'll get some umbrellas, and we'll sit out there until the rain stops. Now, that was certainly magical, but it was also something that we needed to do.
But intellectually, she knew the child was dead. But emotionally, she couldn't
yes,
accept it.
academically, she knew that was true.
Sure.
Emotionally, the need to protect that little guy was
there.
Was just there. And so I will tell you, in many years, I have lots of folks do things and ask for things that seem exquisitely unusual. And I usually help them do many of those things, things like that.
And you would agree that the bond between mother and child is hard to break even with death?
I don't think it breaks.
No further question.
Did it redirect? May the doctor be excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, doctor.
Thank you.
But defense right now, no more questions. State has no more questions, and this grief expert leaving the stand. What we need to see is if Judge Perry will call an end to testimony today or have it continue on through the evening. We heard that River Cruz was possibly in
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now approximately 31 minutes past hour 5. We're going to recess for the evening.
All right. Well, you heard the judge. We are recessing for the evening. I really wonder how much longer we have to go till we're going to hear closing arguments. Because this was June 29th. We may get to closing arguments tomorrow. We might get to tomorrow. But I'm also hoping actually tomorrow to have something very special and exciting for all of you on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. So keep your eyes and ears posted for that, or open for that, because I may have some news to share about that shortly, and we will have hopefully something maybe tomorrow about that. Tomorrow, like later in the afternoon. We'll still have the Casey Anthony trial, but we'll also have that going. So thank you all for joining us today. We are literally at the cusp of finishing this case. So tomorrow, maybe one more day of testimony, and then we are going to go to closing arguments. So that's it. The marathon is almost over, and we appreciate you coming along for the ride. All right. Well, before you leave, make sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and everybody have a wonderful evening. Take care.